need some help today. I'm trying to figure out how to do the show open. Do you have any ideas?
Well, Tanya, it really depends on which grandmaster you want to invite into the studio to do the show open for us. There's a couple of options. There's the sort of generic, high-rated Russian GM. Welcome to ChessKid Cup. Very pleasure to be here commentating. Of course, there's someone more high-rated like Garry Kasparov. Welcome to ChessKid Cup. It is real pleasure to be here. And reminds me of like Korpov in 1984. But you can also invite someone more modern, like Wesley So, into the studio. Welcome everybody to the ChessKid Cup. It's a real pleasure to be here commentating and covering the games of Jules Moussard, Fabiano Caruana, and Jordan Van Foreest, Tanya.
Wow, it is day 4 of the ChessKid Cup. Welcome everyone.
Under 1 minute now for Hikaru, and wow, what a move.
Alireza, look at him. He's biting his sweatshirt. He doesn't know what to do.
8 minutes and 59 seconds, beaten by 1 second.
Could he have swapped queens there?
Oh, and Hikaru saw it immediately, and he shot. Oh, Magnus has had no struggles against Hikaru over the board. He should be happy.
It's over. We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Air Things Masters, the very first event.
He's trading more.
No.
London is nice.
It's time to go. Quick.
Oh my God, 2 seconds.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Oh, look at him celebrating. Oh my God.
No more checks.
Oh, and we see a reaction. Magnus is bouncing. Oh no!
Hikaru Nakamura.
It's over.
Yeah, he wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. What an Armageddon game by Hikaru. It's a tense final day in the elimination bracket. 3 players remain. Only 1 will go through. Get the popcorn ready and enjoy the ride. With us in the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, FIDE Master James Canty.
Let's go.
And Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. The youngest player in the field, 18-year-old Nodirbek Abdusattorov, has already made his way to the grand final. The big question will be, who will face him there? He has been unstoppable. David, what has impressed you the most about his run here?
One word, Tanya, nerves. Nodirbek just feels inhuman at this point. He never seems to get nervous, even if his clock is ticking down, even if it's a super complicated position. He just seems to outplay everyone really calmly. His killer instinct as well. Anytime he gets a chance, he seems to take it.
He has been absolutely incredible. And as David pointed out, in those critical time scrambles, keeping it all together. And of course, today we will be seeing all the action to decide who will be his opponent in the grand final. The first match, Fabiano Caruana takes on Jules Moussard. Now, Daniel, on paper, Fabi is such a big favorite in that one, but Jules, he's really shown that he can be a very difficult opponent to beat here.
He is a very difficult opponent in all formats, and their only over-the-board encounter at the 2022 World Blitz Championship, Jules Moussard crushed Fabiano Caruana. Fabi mentioned that he knows Jules pretty well. He's a teammate of his in some European leagues, and he is not to be trifled with. He is a solid high 2600 GM, never an easy opponent.
That's exactly the kind of chess that we're expecting today. A super close fight. Jules Moussard took down Dmitry Kolaz in an Armageddon on day 3. Now, this event, we've been seeing big upsets, but few Armageddons. I want to ask you, James, does that also reflect the dynamic and decisive play by the players?
Absolutely, of course. I mean, we don't want to go to Armageddon. Well, they don't. We want Armageddon, of course, but they don't want Armageddon there. So Fabi's going to bring his best. It's going to be fabulous COE calculation, Fabi. And then Jules is going to bring his best, that creativeness to try to make it. Of course, being an underdog, he's going to try his best against the phenom Fabi today.
Are we going to see one today, yes or no?
No.
Oh. Wow. Well, we look forward to seeing these two fight it out. But it's not just in Division 1 that we've been seeing all the chess action. It was a big day all around. And so many hits and misses, brilliancies all over. Take a look at all the action from day 3.
Oh,
he's going for it.
And he's weakened the B6 spawn. That is a very brave decision.
He's blundered the white king, can now creep forward.
Oh my goodness.
Black king might get checkmated.
He's winning. Queen
Queen F8 is mating. Oh my goodness.
2 seconds, 1 second. He has to make a move.
He has no moves. Queen
And
F8.
that's it. Queen F8.
Queen F8.
On the board.
Unbelievable.
What a turnaround. Fabiano Caruana takes the first win after being completely lost. This was a wild game, David.
Oh my gosh.
On the board.
Look at Jordan's face. He realizes immediately.
Oh
And
my
he
God.
ran right into it because eventually a piece is going to have to take D1. It's either the queen or the bishop. Both of them defend the knight. Nodirbek is not going to miss this. He solves these for breakfast. He solved these for breakfast 7 years ago.
And it's on the board.
Goodbye. It's resignable. It's not just a pawn. It's the health of the position collapses completely. That bishop on A1 is pathetic, and Jordan's like, I missed that one again.
Really just clinical play here by Nodirbek.
Opposite color bishop. So maybe there's still work to be done here. Good technique to be shown or not. The third pawn drops.
Yikes.
There's another one.
Jordan van Foreest does resign after that last move as the third pawn will fall.
Jordan has a lot of enemies at his door, and he's navigating them so well. He's producing chance after chance. He's forcing Nodirbek to be accurate.
Whoa.
Oh, wait,
Whoa.
he didn't hang it. Okay.
Why is this a blunder? The one
F5 and
Whoa.
G4. Oh,
My goodness.
5 we live.
we're going to Armageddon, possibly.
He's about to make a move. Queen
He'll play
A2 does trade the queens, but a really bad endgame, and he finds it. Queen D4, super precise by Nodirbek.
Jeez.
Jordan got impatient. He tried to force the win. He was a pawn up, 2 pawns up. He didn't need to go this direct.
And there we have it. Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the match against Jordan van Foreest. What a dramatic match that was. And this means going into day 4, these are our brackets. And there we see that, in fact, it was Nodirbek Abdusattorov who's made sure that the 3 players who are in the losers bracket are down there. He took down Jules Moussard on day 1. Then he takes down Fabiano Caruana. And yesterday, his latest victim was Jordan van Foreest. What a match that was. We will be starting with Fabiano Caruana against Jules Moussard. Nodirbek Abdusattorov gets a day off to get ready for the grand final. Daniel, I want to ask you, the match that we witnessed between Jordan and Nodirbek yesterday, did it surprise you, all the one-move misses that happened?
Yeah, I mean, Jordan has been playing excellent chess throughout this tournament, but Nodirbek is just so unforgiving. And Jordan, with that King's Indian, came so close to forcing an Armageddon. Anything could have happened there, but like David pointed out yesterday, you got to beat these top guys 15 times, right? You beat them once, they get back up, they keep producing chances, and Jordan just didn't have that killer instinct to finish the game off. But all credit to Nodirbek. He's been a beast, and he's going to be really hard to take down in the grand final.
It's going to be an exciting battle. And of course, it wasn't just big tactics that we saw in Division 1, but there were also some surprising results in the other 2 divisions.
The players left it all on the boards today as elimination loomed for some and others the chance to make history in the Champions Chess Tour, as in Division 2, only 2 players are still undefeated. Tomorrow, Nguyen Ngoc Trong's son will battle Vladimir Fedoseev in the winner's bracket final.
Basic draw. Nguyen advances. Oh my god.
They defeated Gregory Oparin and Raunak Sidwani respectively, who will now drop down to play Dmitry Andreikin and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in the loser's bracket. While each winner was convincing, particularly striking was Mamedyarov's tactical and commanding finish against Lequang Liem. Only one more player remains undefeated in Division 3 of the ChessKid Cup, as Alan Pichot sent Pentala Harikrishna down to the lower bracket to face David Navarra, who is still alive and dazzled with the move of the day, the brilliant Queen G3 check. He needed only a draw, so he forced it, but the move was such a blow that he was likely winning in the final position.
David Navarro moves on with a spectacular queen sacrifice. That might be the move of the day, everybody. Queen to G3 check.
Simon, can you just take a selfie?
I can do a good selfie. Yeah.
Guys,
Looking
this
good.
way.
Looking good. Everyone in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really important to get a good one because
It
we've
is.
got to enter it for the competition.
Indeed. The competition. What's the competition?
Yes, and we've got a surprise for all of you. There will be the selfie competition. You've got to show us how you are watching the ChessKid Cup. Post it on Instagram. Use the hashtag ChessChamps. And we will be revealing the best photos and the winner at the end of the day. I'm going to be sending in my entry. Simon, did you get a good one? Are we winning that?
I think it was pretty good. Yeah, I think we can do better, but it'll do. I'm sure it'll win. No one's going to get a better picture out there.
We don't know if we're going to win or not, but there will definitely be a winner in Division 2. There are some big matchups coming up, and with $10,000 and a golden ticket to Division 1 of the next event on the line, everything to play for.
There is, Tanya. Yeah, it's getting very tense now in every single division. Division 1, Division 2, and Division 3. So let's have a look. Now, Division 2, this is the winner's bracket. So whoever wins this very important match is guaranteed a place in the final. And if they win that, they get a place in Division 1, which is a really big reward. Now, the loser's bracket there, these guys have to fight a little bit harder, but you've got some massive names there. You've got Adrian Mamajarov, and, well, there's every chance these players, they've got to win that bracket, that match, and then they've got to win the next match as well to get into the final. But, you know, there's so much to play for there, Tanya.
Love it. And it's been so impressive to watch Fedoseev. Just the last couple of months, everywhere. Was the Pro Chess League, being in the winners final in this one. What makes him so strong in these formats?
Well, he's such a good player. I mean, he's been doing so well on chess.com. He's been playing there. He's been practicing in the Titled Tuesday events. There's so many great events on chess.com. You can get your practice in now. And he's really been always at the top. So practice makes perfect. And he's honed his blitz and rapid skills to a very high level.
And it is also in Division 3 that the players have been showing some very high-level speed chess skills. Simon, big action here as well.
There is. This is a really mouth-watering match between the youngster Denis Lazovic, who was born in 2006, and he's playing the veteran Gadakamsky. Remember, this is the loser's bracket, so if they lose any of these players, they are out, but they need to win these players to then go through and face, first of all, I think, Hare Krishna, and then at the end, in the final already, Pitcho. So, yeah, mouth-watering prospects there. It's always good to see David Navarra in, because he had that fantastic finish as well in yesterday's match, which must have given him a lot of pleasure.
Alan Fischer had a fantastic win in the winner's bracket against Hare Krishna. He goes through to the grand final. This is the biggest ever season of the Champions Chess Tour, with 3 divisions and an exciting new format. On the line, a big ticket to the big season final. Take a look at the roadmap.
Each event in the Champions Chess Tour is broken up into 3 divisions, making the CCT even bigger than ever before as the best players in the world work to win their division and progress to higher divisions, hopefully securing a playoff spot, big prize money, and tour leaderboard points. Here's what's at stake in the 3 divisions in each event. The winner of Division 3 receives $5,000 and 20 tour points. Those with the most tour points at season's end will secure the wildcard slots for the playoffs and additional prize money. The winner of Division 2 claims $10,000, 50 tour points, and secures a coveted slot in the next event's Division 1. Finally, the winner of Division 1 receives $30,000, 150 tour points, and a guaranteed spot in the playoffs. At the end of the year, the playoffs will include 8 players that have qualified either by winning Division 1 or by earning enough tour points to claim one of the wildcard slots. Of these 8 players, 4 will advance to the live finals. In the end, only 1 champion will remain.
$500,000 on the line, and the players have to punch their ticket. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura have already made it to the season final. We will have a 3rd entry at the end of this ChessKid Cup, but for now, this is the action that's coming up. Fabiano Caruana, Moussard on their last strike. They face each other. The winner of this match will be playing against Jordan van Foreest later today to decide the winner, who plays against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the grand final. And this is the format of our elimination bracket. The players will be playing in a best of 2. And if that's a tie, then it goes into the Armageddon. Once again, Daniel, I do feel that this event, the one thing we've been missing out on is the Armageddons, but Fabi being such a big favorite, it's going to be tough to get there for the players.
Yeah, Fabi is a huge favorite, but there are only 2 games, which means there's very little margin for error, and because of the rapid time control, high probability of a blunder, Moussard might need a little bit of luck But if he can win that first game, I mean, there's only one chance to come back. So I think this is going to be a toss-up. I think the games are going to be close. If he can get Fabi low on time, Fabi has been anything but infallible in acute time pressure. Let's see what the Frenchman with two names is capable of.
And David, do you think because there are only 2 games that the odds kind of level out? Because anything can happen with just little margin for error.
Yeah, we've seen it throughout chess history in knockout events. It does get a bit random. Often the best players don't necessarily progress. It's just about who starts quicker, who is fresher, and who's sharper in the first games. And for Jules Moussard, he's got to hope it's him because as the match goes on, if it does get down to Armageddon, I think his chances might lessen.
We've seen it here. Hikaru Nakamura was knocked out. Ali Reza is out. So big upsets keep happening, and that's exactly what the Champions Chess Tour is about, giving the chance, the opportunity to some of the top grandmasters of the world to fight it out against the very best. And we see that Fabiano Caruana is ready to go. The clocks are ticking. He starts with the white pieces. What are we expecting, James, on move 1?
E4. I mean, E4 for the score. That's what he liked to play. He's very prepped, I think, for Jules here. Yeah, there it is, E4. My guys, I see you Fabi one time, and then he's also going to have to probably mix it up here. Yeah, something strong. Well, he played this last time and got a worse position in the Petrov here. So let's see what he goes with for this time.
Wow, and Jules Moussard playing the Petrov defense against one of the world's leading experts on the Petrov. Yeah. This is brave stuff. And we've seen this position before, actually several times this tournament. Black having this knight installed in the center of the board. Almost symmetrical, but white with a bit more pressure on the center. And the first pause in the game is taken by Moussard here after white's little rook shuffle there. So I'm going to be curious to see what he has up his sleeve. This has a reputation of being rock solid for black.
Oh. Is this the line that happened in, I hate to be that guy, oh, is this Nakamura versus Gravin Linares 2006? But I do remember this, I think, from Nepo's game against Report in the candidates. There was a certain line where white takes on b7 and then gets in trouble on the king side. Of course, for me, I don't really play this with either color, so all the positions look more or less the same.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Daniel, at least until the last move or two.
Yeah, bishop b3 definitely, I think, is uncommon.
Yeah, and it does look a bit odd. It looks a bit unnatural to plant the bishop on this square where it's blocked in. Yes, you're developing, but the white bishop, the white dark square bishop, not necessarily well placed. And Jules takes the opportunity to give white an IQP, an isolated queen's pawn. What do you make of this development, James?
Yeah, with the IQP, I mean, it's very simple with the plans. Don't trade pieces, right? So try to limit the trades here. So I think for Fabi, you have sort of an aggressive position. So we already feeling pretty nice. Now, of course, you would want to attack and use the pawn, the isolated pawn, as kind of a pawn lever. You move your pieces around it. You play around the pawn, so the bishop maybe goes to d3 now. He might go to f1 as like probably the super GM move, but bishop d3 seems like the move. It feels good just to go back, be on that diagonal. Maybe there's some tactics with taking on e4 and moving the bishop or something like that. Maybe even a knight g5 in some cases. But I feel like white's going to get some type of initiative here if black is not careful. Plan is very simple for black as well, is to blockade the pawn, usually put a knight in front of it. So something like knight d5 at the right moment, maybe by knight a6, knight c7, knight d5, or knight f6 back to d5. Get this knight to d5, control the square in front of it, and trade the pieces that defend that pawn. So plans are quite simple here. Let's see what Fabi does now.
Fabi there having a think about where to retreat the bishop. He's the first one to take a think. And David, I want to ask you, when you're playing a game and you see that your opponent slows down, is that a sense of victory that you got the first surprise in?
Yes and no. It often means that I've made a mistake if my opponent slows down. I've played a move that isn't the best, that they haven't studied before. But here, I think Jules clearly is in his preparation. You don't play a move, a really committal, weakening move like b5, unless you're 100% sure you've kind of worked out all the details afterwards. So Jules is in his preparation, and if you know what's going on and the opponent stops, that's a positive. If you're kind of guessing and then the opponent stops, it's like, oh dear, I've done something, I'm about to get punished. But it definitely feels like one of the more positive cases here for Jules. Maybe Fabi, though, he's just kind of pausing, breathing in the fresh air. Look at the air quality in his home office right now. All's good, and he does take a retreating move. James, you predicted this. Just 1 minute of thought, not too much, and playing a very sensible move there. So definitely pressure on black to get pieces into the game. You mentioned that knight maneuver. Looks nice. I tend to favour the isolated queen's pawn in these types of positions, but up for grabs, everything still to play for.
And I see our chat. They're really hoping that this goes down to the wire. They want to see as much chess as possible. Well, the elimination bracket will be a best of 2, so that would mean the score would have to be level. Fabiano Caruana, on paper, a big favourite in this match against Jules Moussard. But the trickery of the Frenchman. We all know about it, so it's not going to be easy. Bishop d3, potentially eyeing a queen retreat as well to put pressure along the diagonal, to build up the pressure along the pin. And now Jules slowing down a bit. Does that signify that perhaps his preparation was not around the retreat on d3, but another one?
Perhaps, but this looks like the most natural move for white on the last turn, so slightly bemusing stuff there.
Definitely, yeah. Of course, it would be more of a, like, okay, there it is, knight a6. So he did go for the idea. He's going to go knight d5 there. But, yeah, I mean, he did slow down a little bit. This is something you would look at in prep. Bishop d3 and bishop f1. Like, where would he go after that? a3, though. Danya, a3?
Well, he's stopping one route to d5, but not the other one. So knight b4 is impossible, but knight a6 can drop back to c7, as you had indicated.
Right.
Of course, that's less of an explosive move than knight b4, which would also tickle the bishop on d3. That gives white a tempo. But he can use to do a bunch of things. I mean, the knight from b1 can come out probably to d2 and challenge one of black's stronger pieces on e4. The queen from b3 can also drop back to c2. Either way, I think Fabi's play is going to revolve around pressuring that knight on e4, which does look intimidating, but is not defended by any pawn. So it can be pretty easily attacked by a whole host of white's pieces. The queen, the knight, even the dark-squared bishop could conceivably drop back to c1. So we could see bishop c1 rather than bishop f1, and then the knight is seriously under fire.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Maybe is this a threat if the knight drops back? Whoa, okay.
Queen c2 and bishop c1, I think, might actually be winning the game, or even knight c3, tactically.
Dang.
Wow, bishop c1. Yeah, maybe just knight c3, as you mentioned, the secondary option, because just to show a point here, this is actually a pin along the diagonal, pressure on the knight, and as you said, Danya, knight takes bishop, intermediate move. You hit the queen, next move, you take this knight. Wow, huge blunder there. But it's also the most natural move, and instead, Jules does spot this, of course, and he keeps his bishop on g6, nice and protected. So now the same variation will be less scary. For example, here, black would safely be able to take this knight because his bishop is now protected on the g6 square. Nice strategy there. Nice tactical awareness from both players.
Bishop g6 falling back just to make sure that everything is under control on the king side. Now queen c2, you can simply step back with the knight or defend it. No more pins to answer, and we see the clocks have been leveled out. It is time for Fabi to think about completing development. So do you start with knight c3 here? Do you fall back with the queen? And what's the long-term plan in such positions for white, Daniel?
Well, you have to identify the weaknesses. Obviously, getting rid of the knight on e4 will allow you to operate more effectively. The c6 pawn, I think, is in the crosshairs. Black's entire pawn construction on the queen side is rather flimsy. a4 might come at some point. Of course, that would weaken the b4 square, so I wouldn't necessarily do that immediately. I would still consider playing queen c2 and knight c3, get a couple of minor pieces on the board, and ultimately pile up on that c6 pawn, maybe by bringing your rook from a1 to c1. Either way, you have to get that knight from b1 out in the next couple of moves. I just don't see a way around that.
Yeah, makes sense. Black's pieces have the potential to be so active, so why not trade off one or two of them? But Fabi, maybe he's looking for something more ambitious. I don't really see it right now. I don't really see too many options. One would be maybe jumping with white's knight to the edge of the board to try and eliminate black's light-squared bishop to at least create an imbalance there, get the bishop pair, for example. But it looks like Fabi's about to move. His body language, his arm went away from his face there. It looks like he's about to click something. Will he reveal to us? Nothing obvious. That's why it's so tricky. The Petrov just so solid, and there we go.
Knight h4, definitely. That's the move I was liking the most because you do want that imbalance here. And what is holding the knight? The e4, the bishop is, right? So if we get rid of the bishop, the knight is now on pre, so you may have to maybe move the knight or play rook e8, which is giving me some chances. I feel more comfortable putting my queen on c2 now after I get rid of this bishop. I can also take it when I want to. I don't have to take it immediately, but knight g6 is definitely coming, so now the knight will be hanging. So you have to do something. Either move the knight, which I think actually tactically blunders might have pawn there. So if knight f6, we actually can maybe take knight and bishop or bishop knight, whichever way you want to do it. And we take due to the pin that we have here. So you might have to go something like rook e8, right? And then after rook e8, we could maybe take on g6 or play queen c2 first. Kind of whatever you want, but we do have an imbalance. Yes, I have an isolated pawn, but you do too, Jules. You do too on c6 and double pawns on the g file now. Definitely white is definitely preferred here, but still lots of play left, and we got a bishop pair for Fabi here. So lots of questions to be answered still.
Yeah, I'm liking white. I'm biased towards the bishop pair, I've got to admit. But black's still relatively solid. And yeah, I'm expecting him to go for that variation you mentioned, James. It feels like you can't retreat the black knight from the center right now. You just lose a pawn, so you have to keep it protected. Not too much choice. What else could Jules be thinking about here? I don't see it.
And F5 would be a nice move, except it's illegal. So that's not on the table.
I wonder if he spotted that one.
Yeah, I don't think so. Knowing Jules, honestly, is probably... It'll take him a couple minutes before he realizes that. It's too advanced.
It's too advanced.
Knight h4, very direct play by Fabi. Instead of thinking about the more standard approach of finishing development, he is making his ambitions very clear, and a good call there by James. Rook to e8 has to be played, otherwise you just end up losing material, and now we've got a minor piece imbalance. Now, very often, when you've got these weaknesses in the pawn structure, for white it's the d4 pawn, for black it's the c6 pawn. It's about which side can actually attack these weaknesses. And we see for black it's not so easy to build pressure on the d4 pawn. Meanwhile, for Fabi, you can completely imagine a doubling up of the major pieces on the c file. So is it fair to say that the c6 weakness is more vulnerable than the d4 weakness?
Absolutely. I think the c6 one is weaker. Of course, it's a weakness if you can attack it, and it can be attacked. In fact, c6 can be attacked by queen c2. Obviously, we're going to move the knight somewhere and then play maybe rook a to c1 if we're able to do that. I don't know where to put this knight just yet. Wow. But of course, we do want to put the rook to c1 there, and then we do have a light square bishop that we can even reroute via e2 over to f3 to really attack. We even have the c5 square on lock, so you might see a potential b4 there. So he goes knight c3, in fact, in the live game there. Maybe we'll see queen takes after knight takes c3. Maybe a b4, lock down the c5 square, play rook a to c1, reroute the bishop from d3 over to f3, and then we actually will have some real chances to attack the weak c6 pawn.
Yeah, interesting. He'd also, well, I would at least be tempted to take on this square with the pawn, just because now you have easy kind of levers to open up the position.
Very cute.
Yeah, bishop pair here, I think, is far superior to black's selection of minor pieces. So as Jules, I would be reluctant to take, but if the option's dropping back and dropping a pawn, then I think your hand is forced. Bishop takes pawn here, as you pointed out, James, earlier, just utilising this pin. Again, just direct play from Fabi, but quite effective play so far, Daniel.
Yeah, there's no other moves here for Jules. I'm a little bit concerned that he's taking his time. So it's bishop takes g6. Those types of ideas that come out of nowhere are very easy to forget about. But Jules, he sees it, he takes on c3, and good call, David, bc, which I also really like, really opens up all of these pawn breaks on the queen side. It's not all about attacking the c6 pawn. You also have another advantage in that your pieces are just better placed. You've got control of the light squares. Once you play c4 and get that bishop on that diagonal, you could be pressuring the f7 pawn. This is the kind of position someone like Capablanca would be really happy to have. Just a long-term positional squeeze is not all about winning a pawn in the next 3 or 4 moves. Just from a long-term perspective, white's position is healthier fundamentally, I think.
Fully agreed. You have the bishop pair, you have maybe the more flexible pawn structure, you have the access to the pawn breaks. Black is purely reacting, and in chess, especially at the top level, you don't want to be the one just kind of reacting to your opponent's moves. And whoa.
King f8, big fella. Flex real hard. Wow, what a move.
Girl.
Yeah, I forgot that threat still existed. Bishop takes pawn on g6, so black didn't have time to move the knight out the way, but that black king is not safe necessarily where it stands right now, and white's pawn pushes that you were mentioning.
That move smell. It has that smell of when you... It's like when I recycled my chicken sandwich in the hotel, that little hotel garbage yesterday, and then I sat down at the desk the following night, and I'm like, I need to take this out of the room. That's the smell of King f8 right there.
Whew.
Not good.
Stinky chess.
Exactly.
You smell that, Chad? Something's wrong. Something's wrong with that move. Now, of course, I mean, it's really not obvious yet. It definitely is a strange move, of course, but you can't really exploit it just yet. But, I mean, king on f8 is definitely a weird one. Definitely a weird one. It does step out of bishop g6, though, which is pretty obvious. That was the threat. So maybe we just play a4, but I do see knight c7 there, and I wasn't able to create anything after that. a4, knight c7, take, or even, no, rook b8. You have to play knight c7, right? So a4, knight c7, and then we take. Maybe we hold it, but okay, take. I still like white, obviously, here, though.
Yeah, it feels really pleasant for white somehow. For example, a position like this, at some point you'll build up extra pressure. At some point, you might even just be able to open things up even further for your bishops. Yeah, I'm loving it. And A moment ago, we showed a variation. I just want to show this. He played king f8, which has that bad stench around it. But if he had retreated his knight, maybe this wasn't winning a pawn, bishop takes pawn. I just realized that bishop takes h2 might have been possible.
Someone did their puzzle rush this
Wow, man.
I was just trying to ask myself, why has the evaluation bar not reacted when we put that variation on the board earlier? The whole idea is to trick white's king forward, and now you do have a double attack. So you can take back the piece next move. And actually, you've gained a lot here. You take back the piece with interest. Your knight will be superior to the remaining white bishop. Now it's no longer paired up with its light squared partner there. So maybe Jules there just reacting a bit too much and giving white the time now. One of these two must be played, surely. Open things up for the bishops.
What about d5?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that and trying to make it work.
What's wrong? Why doesn't it work?
Well,
What do we have?
there's bishop c5, and the d3 bishop is undefended, but that has to be calculated. I mean, d5, bishop c5, rook a d1.
Right.
It gets very messy because if you can get black to play c takes d5, the bishop from d3, when it takes b5, it's attacking everything and then some.
Exactly.
You know, the queen and its brother are being attacked, and the rook and the knight. So I think Fabi's devoting a share of his time trying to calculate d5, because if a move like that works out, you don't want to miss that opportunity, because once black plays knight c7, it will be harder to play that move, and then the other pawn breaks are going to be less effective as well. So this might be the moment to operate.
Wow, d5, boom, just explode open the center.
It's tempting.
Very, very tempting. You basically have three tempting moves, right? It's either this pawn push, open up the white rook, you have this pawn push, open up lines for your bishops, or this one, just open up the whole position. But which one to choose?
But a Russian schoolboy would play g3 here, you know? It's a slow improving move.
Just to blunt this bishop.
I feel like that's a Fabi type of move, actually. If he's not convinced by any of the pawn breaks, he might resort to one of these improving moves.
And then later the Russian schoolboy would put the bishop over to
Michael
this nice
Adams
diagonal.
style. Yeah.
But as always, Fabiano Caruana choosing a direct approach, opening up the rook lines on the queen side, a4. The pawn break has arrived, and great call there, David. The rook does go forward to a5, putting pressure on the weak pawns, also eyeing that a7 pawn with doubling up on the a file. Black's got to find his play on the king side. How quickly can the knight arrive after a6, knight e6, knight f4? Is there a potential for some trouble on king side?
I hate to break it to Jules Moussard, but I don't think he's ever getting to that white king. As Daniel mentioned, white can just push a pawn up to g3. The black bishop is blocked. The black knight's going to take 3 or 4 moves to get anywhere. And I think the white bishops will always be able to cover any entry squares later on. But I don't know. We'll see. It is rapid after all. So maybe long term in the future, there might be some counterplay if white gets too focused, too distracted on the queen side. But meanwhile, everything holding for Jules?
Jules can try, like, you know, tactics here. Knight d5, knight f4, right? Knight d5 first, and then after knight d5, we go knight f4. And obviously there's a pin there, and with the idea of queen g4. Yeah, there's the Russian schoolboy move g3. But now we can't play knight d5. So knight d5, the idea was to take on h2, obviously, of queen d5. So now that it's not there, we can't even get to knight to h3 or f3. We could try knight e6, and then knight g5, again, using the pin around the e-file. Knight e6, knight g5, over to maybe f3 or h3, due to some light square weaknesses that will probably be covered after a bishop f1, g2.
And it would be a dream to get that, right, James? But after knight e6, maybe white just doubles up, and then that bishop on e3, the 2-square rule that we keep talking about for all the chess kids out there. The bishop on e3 dominates that knight on e6, so you simply sidestep away from the pin. Rook a1 comes to mind. You put the pressure on the a6 pawn, but also a nice little tactic threatening bishop takes b5. And now that knight on e6 is dominated, so you're just not in time.
Yeah, this is not a good night, okay?
How is the good night?
The good night's good. It's a very great place to be. In fact, the pub here in Norway. Shout out to the people at the Good Night watching. So this is definitely cool. But yeah, knight e6, I mean, it does tell you how hard his position is to play right now. I mean, I can't play knight e6. My knight's terrible. I can't go to e6. Can't go to d5. I can't go to any other squares. And then it's against the bishop pair. This is really rough, even from a practical sense, I think. Engine says, yeah, you're fine. But this is a practical sense. It's tough for Jules.
Yeah, you don't want to overreact in positions like these. So I would consider moving the rook from a8 to d8 and keeping the knight on c7 on a defensive post to take the sting out of white's rook on a5 and kind of wait for Fabi to put his cards on the table, because eventually Fabi will have to make progress. If he pushes h4, tries to operate on the king side, he weakens his own king. Then bishop takes g3 related tactics become possible if the rook on e1 moves. c4, of course, is the most tempting pawn break, but that opens up the b file. I know it's a far-fetched comment, but the rook on a5 and the rook on e1 are on the same diagonal. So I'd be looking for tactics like bc and then rook b8 and bishop b4. So, you know, black can get in on this party as well if the circumstances are right. But let's see what kind of defensive posture Jules adopts here.
Yeah, I completely agree here. You're kind of reacting again, so just rook d8. All your pieces are ready. They are nicely centralized here, at least for black. All of your heavy pieces here. And yeah, depending on what white does here, you are ready. Okay, he goes for something similar to what you mentioned there, Dania. He's clearly scared of this c4 break. Whoops, sorry, my arrows. He's clearly scared of this c4 break, so he's ready for the position to open up along the b file. Fabi's going to have to take a slower approach now. I wouldn't be surprised if he does start rerouting his light squared bishop. Maybe his rooks double up, or at least maybe coordinate a bit better somehow. Really slow position. Again, I would take white, but I don't know why. I'm not sure exactly what the next step is. And there we go. Aesthetically, really nice move there, doubling up the white rooks, but they're biting on kind of granite right now. That black pawn on a6, nicely defended by the knight. Bit of a waiting game maybe of the next few moves. Bit of maneuvering in store.
Very tense middle game here. It just feels as if Fabiano Caruana has done everything right. He's got the bishop pair. He's doubled up on the A line, targeting black's weaknesses. But what next? He did strike with a4, and look at that. Jules, he uses the opportunity to jump in with the queen, give that queen one more move. You want to arrive on f3, start threatening potential sacrifices on that bishop on e3 with that rook on e8. And the idea that we've been mentioning, come back with the bishop to f1, place it on the long diagonal. It might be time for Fabi to do that.
Yeah, there's also some crazy tactics in the air. Canty, I know you're thinking
baby,
of
what we
bishop
got?
takes
Come on.
c3
You
and
see it?
and rook takes c3. And you're shattering the entire king side, then queen takes g3. I would steer clear of that and not touch it with a 10-foot pole. David's showing that on the board right now. It's actually an objectively sound tactic. Yeah, Evalbar approves for once in a millennium when I suggest an idea, and then the queen keeps checking the king along the third rank and mopping up the pawns as necessary. Even this, and I think black's got at least a perpetual and a long-lasting attack. The rook on a5 is so out of the game here that really hurts white's defensive chances. So I would make a defensive move, bishop f1. I like Tanya's suggestion. Even a move like queen b3 back to d1. I don't know who a queen trade favors. It's hard to say. Really depends on Fabi's mindset. If he gets scared here, 5 minutes on the clock, he might play a move like that. Or if he's in an aggressive mindset, I don't really know if you can meet fire with fire here. I think you need to make at least one defensive move, and his choice is king g2.
King g2 on the board. The king slightly safer here, you would think. It's on a light square, no checks around, but both of you have been mentioning here the knight potentially jumping in at some point.
Might be now.
Yeah, feels slightly scary for Fabi for the first time in this game.
Yeah, might be now. 96. But I mean, you have to be sure, because you're just giving up a6. Like, all right, cool. And you know, Fabi being a calculator, literally, you're going to have to be very careful if you give up this pawn and it doesn't work. 96 looks cool, but you know, it's not. If it's not calculated, it's not correct, right? So it depends. 96 looks fine, but you do have to calculate it. It's easier said than done, because we can just throw the moves around. But he has to actually calculate this. 96, rook a6, and knight f4. We just take it.
Yeah, it's hard to envisage any real threats for black over the next 4 or 5 moves that white can't quickly neutralize. So yeah, you got to make sure your attack will work before you gamble and sacrifice any pawns. I don't see anything active, I've got to say, for Jules. The black queen is fighting a war all on her own right now. No pieces for backup.
How crazy is f5?
f5 and
we live.
And we live.
F5 and we live. Maybe he plays h3, we go queen h5 or something. But f5, f4, my guy. Definitely, we just might as well take it to Fabi anyway. I'm the underdog, whatever. What do I have to lose? And he said everything and moved his queen back to d7.
Now I'd consider bishop e2, bishop f3. I really think that bishop does belong on the long diagonal. f5 definitely a move I'd play.
Yeah.
You know, if my opponent had less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. Definitely.
You predicted it. Bishop e2, just improving the worst place piece. That bishop looked nice and pretty, but it wasn't doing too much. So Fabi is rerouting it to better square.
Thank you, David.
Sorry.
Router.
Forget who I'm with here.
I think you should bring your router a little bit closer for the internet connection to improve. What's a router?
That's spot on. Now the black king's gone back to a light square, back to safety on g8.
Put his king back on g8. That's a funny move.
It's really hard to know what next, though, for Fabi. Again, you ask yourself, you want c4 dynamite there. on the board. Maybe now's the time. Push forward. Have we waited long enough? Some action. We're craving it. We're waiting for it.
You can feel that it's about to come, right? The tension is at an all-time high. With C4, you have to also calculate lines, what happens with the B file opening up. But this is Fabi's moment. We see the eval bar say he's got a great position out of the opening. C4 does feel like the break. James, what would be your reaction? Would you let that pawn live and survive and move down the board, or open it up and just be ready for fire?
That's a good question. If C4 happens, yeah, I might have to take that. C5 is quite annoying. You got the bishops pointing, and then you have a passed pawn. But my idea for black is I just want to get, I also see like king h7, rook h8, king g8. I'm always going for mate, always.
No,
I don't care. I'm sorry, shout out to Grandfather Tao, right? I mean, this is always go for mate. King h7, rook h8, bring the king back, but it just doesn't work. It's too slow, right? So he plays rook d8. I mean,
just to show you,
yeah, it's a fun idea, right? Bring the king back to g8 and try to bring rook to the h file, right?
Speaking of mate, maybe white can partake in that with h4, h5.
Ooh,
Good boy.
Got it.
Yep. H4,
Because the
h5.
rook from a1 can move on to h1.
That's right.
Hello, you're not the only one having fun here. Once
Who's
he's
maybe
kicked the queen out of d7, now the queen has no infiltration squares. Previously, queen h3 was a possible response to this move. I love it. I think Fabi is just sensing the right moment to do everything in this game. He's playing on both sides of the board, so don't rule out c4, but he might also go rook h1, h5, h6, h7, h8. We live. we in the mix.
Yeah, makes sense. Which one to go for? That's the key. I would probably start with moving this rook, maybe even to h1, and then kind of retreating this one back first, just to keep your options open. And really scary stuff for Jules to deal with. h5 coming on the board. And again, two bishops. Black lacks the light squared bishop. Black's king on a light square. It's going to come under fire later in the game. Beautiful play by Fabi. Rook h1.
Offering a queen trade. He is afraid of that attack that you guys were talking about with the h-pawn marching down the board, and offers a queen trade. But this means if Fabi accepts it, black's pawn structure would be one of the most terrible pawn structures I've ever seen in chess.
What pawn structure? After f takes c6. It's very tempting, but I'm equally tempted by the prospect of keeping the queens, making a move like queen d1. Then knight d5 is possible for the first time since the dinosaurs roamed the earth. But knight d5 isn't all that dangerous. The bishop can drop back to d2. And it really depends on Fabi's mindset. Queen takes c6, queen d1. You don't want to think too much in these moments. And he decides to go into the endgame. Can't blame him.
Yeah, queens are off, and backward pawn, doubled isolated pawns, isolated pawn in the center, ugly stuff. Bishop g5, the last move to land on the board. I think Fabi might start going for this pawn. He might start going for the other one instead. So many weaknesses, it's hard to imagine black surviving this one. And yeah, bishop g4 on tap now. The rook can centralize. Feels like one-way traffic, this endgame. Any chance of saving this, we think, for Jules?
Perhaps if black just had one more move, jump in with that knight to d5, start targeting white's weakness on c3. So there are some ideas that Jules has, some targets for black here as well. And perhaps white doesn't have all the time in the world to just stay still. You've got to go for those pawns this very moment. But how do you do it? It's not super clear. Bishop g4, king f7 maybe.
Yeah. He can hold for now. Okay, Fabi swings the other way. He's maybe threatening or hinting that he might push the c-pawn, also just defending any potential weaknesses. That white c-pawn that the rook has kind of sat behind now, the only potential weakness in white's camp. Yeah, he's just saying, okay, I'm going to maintain the tension. And what next for black? I think, as you say, Tanya, black's king might just step out just to defend a few pawns preemptively. But what next? Black is totally stuck. Black's knight is frozen where it is, just defending the black a6 pawn. Black's bishop has nowhere to go. Black's rook's stuck behind their knight. Oof, everything's wrong with black's position.
Yeah, everything's wrong here. I mean, as you mentioned, this knight got there, what, move ago? Like, when did the knight get to c7? And then it's still on c7, right? So it's a really rough position. You're also in an open position with the bishops on the board. I have both of them. You have a weak pawn structure. Practically, this is not good at all for black. And you have to have precision all the way throughout. But time is getting low. Anything happens when time gets low. So I think, Jules' best bet is to, hope for the time to get low, create some complications, as we see Jordan do a very good job of doing that type of thing too as well, and then see what happens there. It's still not over. You have a c3 pawn that is weak, Fabi does, right? And if that falls, or you make some problems with c3, d4 could fall as well. We get pawns on the same side. We got some good drawing chances there.
Yeah.
And now Fabi down to about 3 minutes. But Jules the one who's got less time on the clock and a difficult endgame to defend. It's going to be an uphill task for the French grandmaster. The aim is to get that knight to d5, but a6 being weak, perhaps he's thinking about a potential rook lift to b6, try and hold that 6th rank. All the weaknesses for black are on the 6th rank. Put one of your rooks there and get that knight out of c7.
He's taking 2 minutes on this move, which tells me he's calculating something. Maybe it's b4. I don't believe in that move, but he might feel that the situation has gotten to that point of desperation. If I had to make a move quickly, I'd propose bishop f8 to d6. We were to prevent bishop f4. We were talking about king f7. So it really depends on how desperate he thinks he is. But he is digging himself into a big hole. Over 2 minutes spent on this move. I think he's calculating either knight d5 or b4, trying to make sense of it. And he resorts to a slow move. So he's just spent a lot of time. He's got 90 seconds left. This is going to be a gargantuan task to hold this position against Fabi.
Yeah, and White can build up. White could also consider pushing forward with c4 in the near future. I don't know whether you want to start going for some of these pawns, for example. Maybe you bring your bishop to a slightly more kind of cohesive square with the rest of your pieces. But either way, Fabi's in charge. 1 minute up on the clock. Look at the evaluation bar. Considering that it's level material, level pieces and pawns on the board, the fact the computer thinks it's completely winning for White at this point says it all. White must have something, if not direct, then at least long-term, while black is pretty much frozen, unable to find an active plan.
With level material, is it surprising how much of an advantage the bar gives Fabi? And this is why. c4 coming in, and if you don't take the pawn, it advances down to the board. You've got to do it, and now there's a lot of pressure on the c-file. Rook is coming to c6, so the pawn's going to start falling one by one.
You could just hit the button here, man. Hit the button. That's the resign when we mean here. This is gross.
Collapsing.
A6. Oh, everything's falling.
This has been such a smooth game by Fabi. Honestly, he hasn't made any mistakes so far.
Yeah. Wow. It's hard to pinpoint any big mistakes from Jules as well. Just no big blunders, just maybe 1 or 2 small inaccuracies, maybe losing a bit of time with the black queen earlier. Feels like a masterclass from Fabi. This is strategic dominance. This is just strategically winning position, no tactics, nothing flashy. It's old man chess, as I like to say, just slowly accumulate the small positional advantages and they tend to count later on. Fabi's got the bishop pair, he's got the better pawn structure, everything. Now, how does he finish? That's the hardest thing in chess, finishing off these types of positions.
Well, rook c6 comes to mind to try to guarantee the f4 square for White's bishop. Bishop b4, you can drop the rook maybe even to a2 in order to prepare rook a to c2, even though rook a4 is very tempting to keep the bishop under pressure. At this point, there's usually a lot of options. Many roads lead to Rome. You just want to keep your foot on the gas pedal. I think black might just be a couple of moves away from having to resign here. Push the button.
Push the button, yeah.
30 seconds as well, just to find a way to continue here, to actually guarantee that you won't lose a piece, because I would be scared that one of the black minor pieces here is about to get captured or trapped.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very surprised at Jules' choice here. The Petrov didn't work yesterday as well for him. I mean, it just didn't work, and she just chose to go for it again. Of course, you'd like to stick to your guns, but definitely something maybe more creative from him, or something a little bit that gave him more chances as opposed to trying to play super solid and playing the Petrov against a Petrov player, right, who was made a statement with the Petrov himself, Fabiano, that is. So pretty rough, but at the end of the day, Fabi's going to win this one.
Are there tactics on the board?
What you got? What you got, Tanya?
Rook b5 is the first question.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh,
Just take
I didn't see that at all.
I did not see that either.
It's probably because it's bad.
I think it's actually the best move, quite possibly. I mean, you could also take on a6 here if you want to play, continue an old man chess style. Fabi is definitely calculating rook takes b5, I think.
Yeah. You can win the a6 pawn up for free, but at least black's pieces are active. We have to put this on the board, Tanya. Will it happen? Will Fabi go for this move? A bit of calculation needed. Rook takes knight, removing the defender of this bishop. If the rook is captured, 2 bishops against a rook. This is going to be winning.
On the board. Let's go.
Well spotted. And this is actually happening just to show the other variation, the more complicated one, maybe after rook takes rook, rook takes rook, takes. And after this white rook is captured, this one hangs. White has an extra piece. So let's catch back up with the game. It's domination here. Again, look at these bishops. This bishop is coming into e5. This black king is going to get mated. Yes, you have a pawn, but it shouldn't be quick enough.
It's just this b3 pawn, and that can get tricky. Fabi has to keep that under control. Jules, 20 seconds. He's got to keep the clock under control. How dangerous is the b pawn?
It's 2 moves away from not being a b pawn anymore, let me tell you that. Now, Fabi with bishop b4, he's trying to use tactics, meeting fire with fire, but where is the mating construction? You don't want to go bishop. Actually, you might want to go bishop b1 and meet rook c1 with the bishop takes g6. He takes immediately. B1 equals queen is going to happen. He might just want to take on G7, then recapture the queen and say, I've got 600 passed pawns, and send the closest one, the H pawn, down the board to promotion.
Right.
I love everything about the way Fabi has converted this advantage. Literally everything.
4 seconds for Jules.
There we go.
Take
Take G7 and H5. Simple as that.
H5 and we live.
And this was
Yikes.
like a strategic masterpiece by Fabi. Just never gave any chance at all to Jules.
Suffocating conversion by Fabi. H6, H7, H8, H9.
H9,
We
right,
live.
just push it.
Jules going to resign here. Big deal.
Yeah, a couple of checks,
That's
then
good.
he'll throw in
Thanks
that
for the
towel. Raise the white flag. This one is over. Beautiful technique.
But I want to point out one thing. I was going to say rook b3, king e4, rook e1 is mate, but even that doesn't work because there's an f4 square.
Wow.
H7 on the board, H8 is coming, and this is game over. Jules Moussard does resign. Fabiano Caruana playing a positional masterpiece, one where it's hard to even point out where Jules went wrong. Is this Fabi at his best, Daniel?
This is the Fabi who got 7 out of 7 in the Sinquefield Cup. That was an incredible game. He obviously was going through a tough stage in his chess career with his candidate's performance, but Fabi is back. He's fresh off a tournament victory. This is the positionally suffocating Fabi with great opening preparation, good improvisation after Jules threw some prep at him. Everything about that game screamed super grandmaster to me. Let's see if he can finish it off by holding with the black pieces.
Perfection there by fabulous Fabi. And David, what was the coolest moment in the game for you?
Several cool moments, just an instructive game in general. Strategy combined with tactics from Fabiano Caruana. It was this position after knight to b5 that Tanya spotted a quick tactic and Fabi enacted it on the board. Rook takes knight, removing the defender of this bishop did win material. And later on, if we fast forward a few moves, we saw the black pawn running down the board, but he did not panic. The white bishop's so strong. Look at their power. And here we saw Fabi simply cash in with some pawns, and it was indeed Harry the H-pawn that ran up the board and won the game. Great game from Fabi.
That was some amazing chess that we saw, and it's going to be a tough task for Jules Moussard going into the final rapid game of this best-of-2 match. Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces, a sweeping victory there. Super convincing chess. Wins the first game. Jules has to win on demand to take it to Armageddon, but he does start with the white pieces. We will be back with all the ChessKid action for that final game after this Twitch break.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, firsts and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
An air of focus, concentration, performance. Airthings put you in control of air pollutants that cloud your work from home space, shifting your state with every breath. Find your era of clarity now.
It was a picture-perfect game by Fabiano Caruana. And don't forget to send us your pictures of how you are watching the ChessKid Cup. And we will reveal the best photos and the winner at the end of the day. And you will win the Airthings Wave Plus device to make sure that you've got all the fresh air you need to play the best chess. The one player who needs to get some fresh chess on the board, it's got to be Jules. What does he do next?
Ooh, yeah, that's a good question. Of course, you're playing Fabiano Caruana, okay? So with that being said, I mean, mic drop, you know what I mean? So it's tough for Jules here. He has the white pieces. Play your game, right? Play what you're used to playing. Maybe try to take him out of book a little bit because Fabi's prepped for really everything. So try to throw something at him. Be a little bit creative. I hope for the best.
Jules starts with the white pieces. What do you think we can expect from the opening from him?
Well, he tends to be very loyal to 1e4. He's extremely dangerous with white, extremely well prepared, and he always has these small little ideas to create imbalances. So if he does get a chance against Fabi to maybe attack, I think he needs to take it. That first game, Fabi has shown that he's dominant when it comes to the strategy. Jules needs something a bit more spicy there.
And it's so difficult to face that game after you're done with that. It's not a tactical game. You just feel like you've been outplayed, Daniel. Does that make it harder?
Extremely. I mean, by all means, you just have this debilitating sensation that Fabi is just infallible. He didn't make a single inaccuracy in that game. That was almost perfect. And Jules, I think in Italian is pretty likely. That's what he's played against me in a lot of our blitz games. But playing the Italian against Fabi, man, this guy has no holes in his opening repertoire. It'll be a very tall order, but Jules did win their game with the white pieces in the 2022 World Blitz Championship. So I think he's feeling confident. Let's see what he can throw at Fabi in the opening.
1e4, and we saw 1e5. Are we going to see a Spanish or an Italian by Jules? A Spanish might invite the Berlin.
Oh, and the fact that he's pausing already just on move 3.
Ziani, he's
Spanish.
It is the Spanish. And, okay, mainline Spanish. We saw Jules employ this yesterday a couple of times against Dmitry Kollar's. That was an open variation of the Spanish, this time more traditional, more classical waters. And what is he going to try? Yeah, again, how do you get Fabi out of this? Fabi's like one of the leading experts in chess history on the Roy Lopez. So, again, walking into the opponent's home territory, walking into their comfort zone. I'm not sure it's the strategy I would advise, but maybe Jules can make it work. What does he have up his sleeve here? D3, a slower system, more positional system. I don't know, though. It just feels like Fabi's in his comfort zone.
Yeah, there's no tricks. There's no I mean, this is one opening played and studied to, you know, oblivion, right? Since the history of chess. Like, everyone knows here, you got H3, C3, A4, Rook E1. All these moves can be played here. It's going to be, they call it what, the Spanish torture, right? Which means they're going to be playing this for a long time. Lots of ways to go for both sides here. It's going to be tough. It's definitely a tough one. I think he probably should have went something a little bit more open, something a little bit more aggressive, but we will see what happens. I mean, Fabi likes Roy from both sides, in fact. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, and at least if you're going to play the Spanish with white, you should aim to get the first 15, 20 moves on the board instantly.
Fast.
Jules spent nearly 1 minute on that last move, meaning he's kind of freestyling, Daniel?
Yeah, and you can freestyle in the D3 variation. There was a time when the D3 Roy was considered a sideline. It was considered not really inferior to the main C3, H3, D4 line, but something you would play if you wanted to avoid the theory. But, you know, that was back in the days when, I don't know, California real estate was cheap. That was like the 1960s. Nowadays, it's considered just as mainstream as the D4 line. Yeah, I mean, knight BD2, knight F1, you can basically make a living in this line just playing regular Ruy Lopez moves, but you're not going to get an advantage. Fabi, he definitely knows the right setup here for black, and you can see as he continues to play quickly, rook E8 and bishop F8 is likely. H6, both sides just making the standard moves that the textbooks kind of recommend in these types of positions.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking notes for sure. I always struggle with black on the kind of in terms of plans here, setups, what to go for, and everyone knows Fabi is a big expert here. So whatever he plays now, you can guarantee I'm going to be copying in future games. But okay, opening the center, Jules. Normally you see white prepare this with a couple more moves, but instantly going for this. What do we think? Is this just kind of impatience to get some action going?
I used to play this from both sides, actually, too, as well. So D4 is a common move. Actually, black plays Queen C7 here most times, what I've seen. That's like older theory. But it's still played today. I even saw Sam Sabian recently had a game with Queen C7 here. Queen C7 is doable. Knight C6, you come back with the knight as well. I mean, it's a very easy play for both sides. I mean, black does go Queen C7, maybe bishop F8, G6, bishop G7 later. Bring the knight back around. You hope for a D5. The knight sometimes ends up back on B8, and you rewrite routed. I mean, it's so slow, like Spanish torture. It really is a slow game here. You're not going to get a lot, especially against Fabi right now. I just don't think he's going to have any real chances until way later in the game, where a lot of these even fizzle out to draws from there, which is not going to help Jules.
No, and if he gets the option, do you think he's going to try and block the centre? For example, James, there, you mentioned Queen C7 being one of the most likely moves in this position. Is he going to block the centre just to guarantee in a must-win situation that all the pieces remain on the board? This one doesn't necessarily give White an objective advantage, but it ensures that it's going to be a really tense battle later on. Do you think Fabi's going to, I was just about to say, do you think he's going to kind of ensure that doesn't happen by opening up the centre? And he has gone for that. So isolated pawn for Black. But this pawn is not necessarily weaker than White's central pawn. Big target in the middle here that Black can gang up against.
Yeah.
Decision.
White's position is preferable generally because of the superior central control, but these positions have a very high drawish tendency. If Black can get d6, d5 to work and liquidate the remaining pawns in the center, you often see essentially all of the pieces come off along those open files. And from a rapid play perspective, I think this is a much easier position for Black to play than the one you indicated previously with the closed center, because there are White attacks on the king side, and that's really never fun. Fabi likely to play bishop b7, might drop his knight from a5 back to c6, or forward towards c4. Ultimately, Black is going to try to find the perfect moment to strike in the center with d5. If you do it prematurely, of course, you allow White to play e5, and there will be hell to pay as this pawn rushes up the board.
Yeah, this is a nightmare for Black, especially if you're forced to retreat. Suddenly there'll be mating attacks all over the place. White's queen can step forward, and yeah, this Black king will hate these developments. So Fabi has to time it correctly, but he's fine for now. Going back to the game position, definitely don't play this move unless you're 100% sure it's going to work. And g6 on the board. Again, blocking that diagonal that we just showed, just in case, and stopping any knights entering the f5 square.
And also locating that g7 square. Maybe at some point that bishop from f8 for Fabi will arrive on this long diagonal and try and create some play on the queen side. This looks like an opening outcome that Fabi should be happy with, but the fact that all the pieces are on the board, there's still everything to play for White. With no simplifications, this is perhaps Jules' best chance to try to get some play?
Yeah, it's not a bad position. It really depends on whether he can generate play in the center, because Fabi's got a couple of very easy moves. You pointed out bishop g7, Tanya, bishop b7. As I said earlier, you can coordinate the rook. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit to pick here for Black. You're not going to win this by playing a waiting game. You need some sort of active plan. I always struggle in these positions with White to find that active plan. I like bishop d2, though, by Jules, just a regular developing move. Can send that bishop over to the long diagonal with bishop d2 to c3, which will likely be his response to knight c4.
Yeah, interesting, because it feels like that bishop might get neutralized, Dania. I'm not so sure about this one, I've got to say. Just to show the idea, you mentioned knight to c4. This is definitely going to be met by bishop to c3. But then the black bishop lands on this diagonal as well. Is this helping White?
Yeah, maybe not.
I mean, maybe it is. I'm just not sure what next. That's the big question.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. You can play b3 and chase the knight out of c4. No problem. It can jump back to e5. It's got plenty of options.
Yeah, Black gets one or two more moves. The bishop out, the rook to c8. It feels like he's healthy enough.
Very active.
Difficult for Jules here. But Fabi not reacting instantly. I guess this position is still very balanced objectively, so anything can happen a bit later on. But yeah, it's probably will be once the clock starts to tick down that Jules is going to really try and make his mark. Going to try and confuse his opponent.
Might go for a bishop b7 too as well, quite quickly. But the knight c4 definitely is a great idea there. Just put the knight back around because the knight is on the rim. Knight on the rim is dim. Usually you do have to move this knight back in the game at some point. Usually you take this time. Usually now, before they stop you with a b3 anyway. But knight c4 looks good, right? Knight c4, knight e5, knight c4, knight b6.
Plenty of choice at least for Black, and that's a good sign for Fabi.
But that's the thing, right, David? We need to find plenty of choices for White because it's Jules Moussard who is trailing the match. He needs to win to level the score. And let's say we have spoken about all these trumps that are in Fabi's position. The knight can come to the center of the board, can be on c4, the bishop placed on the nice long diagonal. But if we had to try and come up with a plan for White to create an imbalance from this position, where do you see his chances?
Difficult question. Can I pass?
Yeah, I'm passing as well. I abstain.
That's how difficult it is. With all the grandmasters in the studio, they are not able to find a good plan for Jules Moussard, but he needs to find it, and he needs to do it in just 12 minutes. And what you need to do is send us in your photos of how you are watching the ChessKid Cup, and you could win the Airthings Black Wave Plus device. And just to know how important good fresh air is for your chess, take a look at Fabi's air quality. We saw there earlier. Super good quality, super good chess from him today. And a nice move by Jules. Bishop c3, also keeping up his chess quality, making sure that that bishop on g7 is challenged. Can he try to build pressure on that d file? I feel like that's the only weakness I see for Fabi, that d6 pawn. Can you try and double up and create something there?
You would love to. I guess it just takes a few moves. And in the meantime, Fabi, of course, will have his say too. We are expecting maybe this knight to jump in at some point. You don't necessarily need to rush. Bishop to b7, for example. OK, the evaluation bar reacts.
Maybe
slightly.
knight f5? I don't know, is it
Whoa.
time?
Whoa.
Imagine the knight landing with a sacrifice. And OK, the bar doesn't react that much. You could imagine that certainly some danger here for black and the black king, even at the cost of a white knight. Fabi decides, OK, I don't want to move my bishop off this diagonal just yet. He brings his bishop to attack the white queen. Interesting, because a lot of the viewers at home, a lot of the chess kids out there might be thinking, oh, I can just push a pawn, gain time against this bishop. And yes, you can. Maybe he will, Jules Moussard. But Fabi will just drop back and argue that actually the white king has suffered from this transition. White has gained a move, in effect. Black has spent 2 moves with the bishop, but now this diagonal is a bit vulnerable, and the dark squares around the white king will eternally be weak. What do we think of that decision?
Bishop g4 is a provocative move. It definitely is, you know, of course, you make this move, you're like, oh, exactly, you just play f3, but then you do weaken all the dark squares there, which, okay, they are weak, but they're not super weak because it is defended with the bishop on c3. You can maybe go king h1 in many cases too as well, right? And we also gain a tempo there, which gains some time. We also can stop any knight g4 stuff, anything swinging into g4 at any point. But it also cuts your queen off. It's like pros and cons to both, because you eventually maybe wanted to move the queen up to f3, play f5, stuff like that. He chooses queen d3. Nice option.
Queen d3 instead, but maybe this queen will be vulnerable later to some hits.
Right.
For example, the knight coming to e5. I think he might be going for your idea long-term, Tanya. You mentioned, for example, a position like this. If we can ever kick this bishop away, which we might try and do in the next few moves, then you can bring your rook to the center and go for this weak backward pawn. But it's just so tense in the middle of the board. Look at this diagonal. Bishop, knight, 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 bishop. Wow. It's just all the tension there, and something's going to explode at some point. Gosh. With such heavy pieces.
But I like that Jules has withstood the temptation to play f3, because you want to kick the bishop away with h3 to avoid weakening the integrity of your kingside pawn structure, then go rook d1. So we've been singing the phrases of black's piece coordination, but yes, the d6 pawn is a weakness. Don't forget about that d5 pawn break, which could come after black's knight lands on c4, because the e5 square is then well controlled. There's a ton of calculation to do in these types of positions. This just might come down to who calculates better. Fabi trying to choose the perfect moment to run that knight from a5 into the center of the board. That perfect moment might be now, but he's got plenty of alternatives. Queen b6, rook c8. I always struggle when there's like 3 or 4 equivalent looking moves. Which one do you choose? So hard to predict the direction that this game is going to take.
Yeah, in rapid chess, you just have to trust your instincts, right? You also mentioned there the word calculation comes down to kind of who's going to calculate better. James, you know who's the boss at calculation here?
COE, baby. Calculation over everything. Fabi is definitely a human calculator as well, right? He has a quote that I actually use a lot that he says, yeah, most players have universal styles, right? But the only thing that really separates them is the calculation. So that's very important to have that calculation work. And, of course, Fabi leading from the front there with that quote. Definitely whoever calculates better in this game, for sure, will take it. Queen b6, interesting move here.
And what you mentioned there, James, about calculation, I just want to push that a little bit, because Fabi, we know he is one of the absolute best players when it comes to calculation. It's just the strongest tool that you can possess in chess, is to be a good calculator. David, what would you advise to all the chess kids out there? How can they improve their calculation?
Well, there's a few ways. Firstly, always analyze your games, especially with a coach afterwards. They'll show you what you missed, especially when it comes to those forcing moves. We talk about checks, captures, and threats a lot, and it sounds basic, but if you look in that order, if you do a scan of the checks, captures, and threats, you'll very rarely miss a tactic for yourself or for your opponent. Second thing, just puzzles. Chess.com, go and check out some puzzles. I do them as regularly as I can. Recently, I've been slacking a bit, and I've noticed my calculation has dropped. So I think a good tool out there, a free tool as well, just to practice your tactics.
Okay, I've been slacking for about 13 years.
But your tactics don't suffer, Daniel.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah, you do have to solve very consistently. And in my experience, most people who say, I do Puzzle Rush, I'm grinding, and nothing improves, you actually go into their history, and it turns out they've solved 5 puzzles a week. That's not going to cut it. If you really want to improve your tactics, elevate it to a different level, you need to be super consistent, and you just got to force yourself.
So put in those R's for the Puzzle Rush and get your tactics going and your calculation to the best of its ability. We see the very best players in the world. Today, modern chess is all about those concrete lines, and it is the fastest way to get those ELO points going. Now, knight b3 has been played. It is a first minor piece trade offer, rejected by Fabiano Caruana, jumping in with that knight to c4, always heading in over to that e5 square. Again, white has to push that bishop out of g4. You really need a rook on d1. And Daniel, as you pointed out, you want to do it with the h-pawn, not to compromise your king side. The bishop falls back. Are we expecting the rook to go over to d1?
Yeah, but black can meet that with rook a to d8. That knight on c4 is so firmly entrenched it can't be kicked away because white's knight is occupying the b3 square. Fabi drops the bishop back to d7. Interesting. This tells me that he wants to take the sting out of a move like knight to d4. And he doesn't even have to play rook d8 because rook d1 doesn't pose a threat as long as the knight remains entrenched on c4. The bishop from d7 could be redeployed to c6 to pressure the e4 pawn. It seems to me maybe white has a tiny pull objectively, but it seems to me that Fabi has everything under control here right now. There's just a sense in which he knows what he's doing and everything is under control here for black.
Yeah, it feels that way. And when we talk about players being an expert in a certain opening, it's not just because they memorized the first 10, 15 moves. It's because they know where the pieces belong, all the plans, how to react if your opponent chooses certain ideas. And we expect white's rook to slide into the center. He goes for something different, attacking the black queen, kicking her back somewhere. But I'm not sure how this improves the white position. At least it worsens the position of the black queen, perhaps.
I think he wants to go for more with an f4 eventually here. When you usually you'll see this in it has a Philidor reminiscence somehow, it feels like it's Philidor-like. Where you play h3 and in the Philidor defense, you actually do play f4. You put the rook on the d file in many cases. So f4 is quite possible. It does look aggressive enough, and we want to play e5 at some point. We want our chances. Rook a to d1 is just natural, though. Very natural move, but f4 is hinting. We couldn't play it before, obviously, because queen on b6. Bishop d4 kicks it back. There's no rook coming to d8 now. You can't complete all the way development. Rooks are disconnected temporarily. So nice move, I think. But rook a to d1 and f4 are definitely some huge possibilities. We get f4 in. We may be able to get e5 in due to some tactics at some point. Got to time it correctly. But yeah, we have some chances definitely from white.
Do you think he's going to do it now? Push forward the f-pawn, signal his aggression in the game?
I mean, I don't see why we can't. You have to be careful because you are playing Fabi. Yes, it's scary. f4 and then you immediately lose. Of course, because it's Fabi. F4, there it is. Big fella, swing at me. Come on, Jules. Now, of course.
H5 maybe?
And we like, F4.
Fire with fire. Let's go.
F4, so about e5 after that?
Oh, gosh.
Who's attacking
away from that? Yeah.
F4, E5 takes, E6. Nope, doesn't work yet. Ooh, it's close. We're trying to open up everything, guys.
But okay, Bishop C6 also possible.
But okay.
So just to show some ideas, you guys are mentioning that. Okay, he plays rook c8. I really liked your h5, Daniel, I must say, just to kick away this knight from the protection of the e4 square. Instead, he delays this one, just improves his worst piece. That rook was asleep on c8. And James, you're mentioning this breakthrough. Is white ready? That's the question. Do you have to prepare it maybe by bringing the rook across? If you push now, then it might well backfire. The black knight, I think, is safe in the center.
Oh, it's just
and this weak pawn is just... getting in the way for white. You're not breaking through on this diagonal, so no attack yet.
If you had the rooks shifted, if they were just rook f1 and then the other rook on e1, then you have sacking possibilities on f7 in that position. But it's, one move at a time. You can't do both rooks right now. I can't go rook f1 and e1 at the same time. And that will give us more chances here, so he does have to prep it. You might see something like rook f1, but that is slow. It's definitely slow.
Yeah, it's slow, and if you just improve your pieces, Fabi, again, does have the option later on of pushing this pawn, kicking away the knight. And this one, okay, he's pushed his rook to e2. Looking a bit superficial, that move, but it's about to explode. This feels like the calm before the very, very strong storm.
Wow. Rook E2 is definitely not a move that many of us would have predicted. He wants to get that A1 rook, perhaps to the F file that, James, you were pointing out, to get E5 in. But my spidey senses are tingling here. With the queen and the rook lined up, is it crazy to imagine an idea like the B pawn stepping up the board one square, and actually that B5 square being taken over by that bishop on D7 and start threatening a skewer, perhaps?
I love that idea. And all of it boils down to the fact that the E5 pawn break, it's potentially dangerous, but it also creates a lot of problems in White's territory. So I think Fabi is just fundamentally not afraid of what Jules has to offer in the center, which gives him the time to build up his own initiative on the queen side. I love B4 and bishop E5. The H5 move is still possible. He can really play on either side of the board. He can play A5, A4. The key for Fabi is not to spend too much time, to trust his intuition, which he's been doing so well, and he does it again. H5, great move. Seems to me like Black's play is just outweighing White's play in the center.
Yeah, and also I've learned this from Fischer Random Chess. You nearly never want to put your knights on G3 and B3. They're just terrible, especially if they can't leap forward. And here, neither of them can ever leap forward, and they're easy targets for the opponent's pawns. Look how these knights will be forced to retreat, lose time, and therefore White will lose more influence on the center. These knights want to be closer towards the middle of the board. And I think just two misplaced pieces here for White gives Black the advantage. Nice move by Fabi. The H-pawn is coming. It decided the previous game between these two, and it might well decide this one. If the White knight is forced back, Black's knight will be able to start getting active. It feels like White's overextended slightly. Nice visual-looking position for White, but nothing to do next. That's always the problem in these positions.
Yeah, I was looking at tactics. I'm like, is E5 now the move? Because, like, I mean, Fabi is pushing on your head right now. He's definitely trying to get you right now. H5 is a big move. But after E5, I was looking at takes, and then after knight moves, knight H5. But you have bishop F5, I think, as an in-between Jishin Zug there, and you're looking kind of crazy after bishop F5. Maybe... yeah, or the other, I was looking at knight D5, but maybe, yeah, that probably works too. It's just bishop F5. Wow, the engine doesn't move. What is this?
Complicated stuff.
What is this?
Queen G3 maybe, and then...
Queen G3, okay, but then bishop C2? Oh, you take on G7.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And then Black takes on B3, and White takes on E8, and Black takes on D4, and White takes on B3, and Black takes on E8, and White takes on C4.
Bro.
I couldn't keep up, guys.
So maybe it does work. Maybe it's time to go for E5 here. Just complicate things. It is what it is. I'm playing Fabi. We learning. This is a learning experience because, like, it definitely, if you don't take the chances, it's just going to be rough for you, too. I mean, you are playing Fabi. You need to win. In fact, draw does not cut it. So E5 probably is a move here. H4 is going to happen eventually, so you might as well play E5 now.
Yeah. It might be your one chance. If you're forced to start retreating, you might never get another chance to attack. And that was my advice before the game. Just take your chances. Just kind of gamble at some point. And the problem is you are playing Fabi. If objectively his position is sound, he'll calculate his way through that big mess that we just showed on the board. And he'll find a way out the other side for Black. But maybe it is now or never. Jules weighing up that moment. 2.5 minutes spent on this one move. He's kind of burning his bridges again. It's like earlier. Long think often means he's calculating, but is it going to be good calculation? That's the big question. What else? That's the other question.
Yeah, right. All right, what else?
Down by almost 3 minutes on the clock, Jules Moussard, big trouble here, and he has to find a way to win this game. It all comes down to those two knights, one on the queen side, one on the king side. If White's knight could only just magically transport itself on that F3 square, things would look a lot different for Jules Moussard's position, but it is a far away. And Fabi showing aggressive play with strong positional foundation today. Game one, a strategic masterpiece, and even this one, with the black pieces, he's played flawless chess so far.
Yeah, two completely different games in terms of what is on the board, but if you take the high-level arc of the game, it almost seems similar. The way that Fabi just imperceptibly creeps up on his opponent's position, and before you know it, in the blink of an eye, he's like winning. It's honestly artistry by Fabiano Caruana, but he's got a lot of work to do in this game. Yeah, the eval bar keeps dropping, but the center is percolating. One little mistake, and you give White a big initiative. White's pieces are nicely massed in the center, so Fabi has to be very, very careful here. Maybe push that pawn down to H4. The knight will have to take a visit to the H1 hotel.
What if I go E5 anyway after H4? I mean, you might as well. I don't even care. You know how we like this chess, Daniel.
Then I might have to go to the good night bar rather than calculating that line.
H4, he's on the board. He plays knight H1. Ooh, that's always fun. Have you ever done that in a game? You ever played knight H1?
I've done
but
it.
you
Samish.
have? Yeah, I played knight h1 in a game, and I twisted it on the board. I remember doing that. And I won the game, too, but it was cool because the knight hopped back over to g4. Like, it's so cool. You never put a knight in a corner like this, so I had to, like, twist it and then hit the clock.
Fabiano, Caruana.
David, what's your knight h1 story?
That it didn't end well. That's all I remember. Just don't try this at home, kids. No knights in the corner. Knights in the rim are dim, but yeah, knights in the corner. Nobody puts horsey in the corner. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
This one shouldn't work for white. But if given 2 more moves, the knight might re-centralize. Big if, though. Fabi, this is his moment to pounce. When your opponent steps back, you normally want to go forward. So what can Fabi try?
That's a good question. Let's see.
Looking at all sorts of tricky ideas here.
Yeah, like
Taking on
bishop
E4.
c6, knight f2, knight h5 comes to mind. Actually, that doesn't look half bad, if I'm honest. Bishop c6, knight f2, knight h5.
Yeah.
And if you take on g7, I think the intermezzo knight takes f4 might be time to ring the death bell for white.
He said do it
He
first.
starts with knight h5.
Yeah, knight h5.
Okay, wow.
Okay, but now bishop takes g7 is possible. And from a positional standpoint, the trade of dark squared bishops should favor white, should give white a little bit of leeway on the king side.
Yeah, at least now this pawn is protected, so that variation we just showed works for white. And there we go, the bishops are off the board. At least this terrible piece that I was talking about can spring forward to the center a bit later. I'm worried about this one, though. It's just frozen in the corner on a terrible square. If you ever try to bring it in, of course, this pawn drops. Of course, this g3 outpost as well is going to be utilized by the black knight. I just don't see how this piece is ever getting back in the game. If you're playing down a piece, we all know what's going to happen, what the result will be long term.
Might be playing down 2 pieces. I mean, the knight on h1, you still forget that that's there. I mean, then you move it, and the f4 is hanging, g3 is a square too as well. Right, looks all cool. Oh, my knight's on h1, and then you're like, I have a knight on h1. Like, oh, snap. What do I do about that?
Now, queen f6 is going to be met with e5, and the bishop on d7 hangs, so I think black has to, maybe this is still good after pawn takes pawn. Give up the bishop and just take on f4, but Fabi, he doesn't want any of that. He wants to keep the status quo.
Yep.
And
just drops back.
Keeping control of the game.
Looking good for black still. Just one bad piece makes a whole position bad quite often, and that white knight, we're going to talk about it a lot the next few minutes, I have a feeling. But,
d3.
Bishop d3. If Fabi wants, he can get the queens off now. He can put his queen on b6. That's like safety, scared approach with a draw in mind, but I'm sure he wants more. He knows that black probably has an advantage here just because white's knight is so bad on h1. There we go, talking about it already. But, OK, what else can black try? Improve the bishop, improve the queen.
Queen b6 looks fantastic, honestly.
Yeah, played. Wow, Ivan Bar went all the way up on that. Interesting. Such a logical move, practical.
Yeah, practical. I think in match situation terms, great decision. Just getting the queens off the board. There's no reason for black to be worse in the ensuing kind of queenless middle game, the ensuing endgame. And it's going to be hard for white to play, again, with that one bad piece. So get the queens off the board, remove the risk. 2 extra minutes on the clock for Fabi. If he doesn't win this one, he'll be kicking himself. Or if he doesn't progress now to the next round.
He doesn't even need to win it. He just needs a draw, Fabiano Caruana, and it looks like he's doing everything right. Very impressive play by him there. Up on the clock, queen b6, get the queens off the board. In our featured chat, I saw it was mentioned that Fabi is enjoying this position. It's a dream position with the black pieces. All your pieces, your knights are the one that are dominating. Just compare it piece by piece. The rook's on the open file for Fabi. The queens have been traded off. Knight on h5 better than the knight on h1. And Fabi going for the break. And the idea of this pawn sacrifice is that you get a very strong hold on the central e5 square. It's perhaps unnecessary, but the position's just so good that you can even go for this.
But actually, you can't even take on g5 tactically, I think, because after knight e5, rook e3, black can snap off the bishop on d3 and send the other knight over to f4. I love the symmetry between Fabi's knight on a5, which becomes strong, and then the knight on h5 does the same exact thing to deliver the death blow to the rooks.
Yeah. Wow.
Incredible. Yeah, you could throw in rook c1 first. So if you can't take g5, Jules tries to chase the c4 knight away. A very ingenious idea. And if the knight moves away, then he's going to take on g5. Fabi might have missed that move, but I think he might be able to play even knight takes f4, rook takes f4, knight e5 maybe. You have to figure something out here for black.
Whoa, knight e5, double hit.
Maybe just g takes f4, honestly, and send that c pawn down the board.
Pawn takes pawn, and we'll do a quick count. Black has a rook and 2 pawns for white's 2 knights. This one at least has some life to breathe.
Number 2.
But yeah, it does feel like black's pawns will be strong enough. I see this one joining somehow long term. This pawn is going to be kind of running at some point, paralyzing the white bishop. Fabi, though, at least here, there's no control. And I think Jules has to go for this. He has gone for it with this last move, of course, but yeah, slightly surprising that Fabi's even allowed any complications at all. He had full control, no need to calculate. Suddenly, James, calculation, it's forced.
Ooh, yeah, it's definitely calculation of everything here. But of course, if Fabi's going to do it, he has the time to as well. Nice little time edge, just a few more seconds now. If he keeps sinking, he will be under, obviously. But he's about to make a move. He just reached for the mouse there. And is he going to go for knight f4? Or is he just going to move the knight away? Knight f4 definitely is moving. There it is. He goes for it. Complications are there. You can trust Fabi to calculate and find the right line. Knight f4 is the move. You're going to have to take, well, he's going to take probably on c4. Right, Diane, what you think? You taking on c4 or f4?
Well, it's almost the same position. Yeah, he takes on f4 just to ruin black's kingside pawn structure. Okay, we see all the moves that we predicted. Black vacating the c4 square for his rook. Might be time to get that other knight into the game. I don't think it's enough, though. I just don't see Jules winning this position.
Do you see him holding it?
But then that's...
because it's going to... I can't see a draw happening. Somehow it's so imbalanced.
Yeah.
The knight's against the rook. Which one is better? Black's pawns are all blockaded for now. They're all isolated. Something to hope for Jules. Why can't you say? Why can't you see a win here for white ever happening, Daniel?
Because of that c3 pawn. Honestly, I just feel like that pawn is too strong. And in a time scramble, these positions are always easier for the side with the passer. I think Fabi's going to play bishop a4 next. Try to get a pair of bishops off the board and really bank on that c pawn. On the other hand, Jules starting to hunt for those kingside pawns. So you better succeed with that c pawn. You can also go rook e8 to b8 to b2. Fabi's got to find the right arrangement to maximize the value of that c pawn, but I think he's going to make it happen.
Bishop a4.
Following the commentator's advice, always a bad idea.
Take.
Wow. And that move, b3, definitely took Fabi by surprise. Things are still under control for black, but obviously Fabi has no idea of the objective evaluation on the position. We saw him there. Slow down, take a minute. He has played the last few moves fast until things are still fine for black. But it is a mess, way messier than what it was, and that's exactly what Jules Moussard wants. Now that bishop a4 is on the board, it's not a move that our Silicon friend approves of, but it's so natural. You want the path of that c pawn to be cleared up. What is wrong with it is what I'm struggling to understand.
Yeah, and how does Jules even survive the next few moves? That's the big question.
He's got a minute on his clock, and again, he's taking so long, just because it's just so hard to put your finger on what to do. Yeah, knight g4 maybe?
Yeah, just try and create some threats and some forks in the air.
It's just a one-move threat, though, threatening a check, threatening a fork, and black rook does want to move anyway. I think this is the idea anyway, next move. So, OK, he's eliminated this. I like this. Now he's blockaded this black pawn, and I'm guessing black wants to defend this pawn. I'm not sure which rook you use to defend it, but maybe the king now comes over the next few moves. If you can keep this blockade, your knight will pick off these pawns later in the game. Don't need to rush necessarily. Maybe it's enough. Maybe he's holding on.
He can hold, but he needs to win. That's the thing about it. You win or you are eliminated. There is no other option here. So he has to win. He has to create the chances to win. He does have the 2 knights here. It's going to take a Herculean task here. I mean, you have to get the pawn. And even if, let's say, we trade a pair of rooks, I mean, are you really going to win with the 2 knights? It's difficult. It's very difficult to win with the 2 knights. We even saw that with Artemiev in the first one, actually. Artemiev Magnus. Magnus just blundered the piece on d3 after rook b6. It was like crazy. Rook, 2 pieces versus the rook. And, like, it's very hard to do that, especially if you're playing 5e2 as well and you're missing some pawns. It's very difficult. Also 50 seconds.
Those are not very good knights. What you want are the 2 bishops there instead of the knights, because it's so difficult to make play with that, and Fabi there defends the c3 pawn. And now the question is, can black make progress simply by putting the other rook on the b file and start trying to put a trade on b2? King f1 played, and wow, now he plays rook b8. David, how do you explain that?
Was the first one a mouse slip? Rook b8. He's given white a free move. The white king is even closer to stopping that black c pawn, but maybe he thinks that the white king is actually going to be caught in the crossfire. I just realized that Oh, actually, it wasn't working. I was thinking, oh, maybe rook takes a2 on the last move.
Right.
Yeah, that was knight d3.
Right. Oh, man, that's so sick.
He wants to, just bring his rook down. If he can force a trade of rooks, White's knights will lose a lot of their strength. White's rook actually complements those two white knights really well. Okay, ugly move there.
Rook
but
b1 and rook takes e4 comes with a check.
Ooh,
White's
that
pawn's
hurts.
starting to crumble, but then king d3. So Jules trying to find his way around all of the debris in the center.
Yeah,
Wow, that's a crazy line.
that is crazy.
So many tactics. Black can jump over to that first rank, pin that knight. White's king can move forward, and its complications. The jewel in Black's position is that pawn on c3, but it looks like Jules Moussard will be the one who will be picking it up at the end of it.
I approve.
Thank you. I try.
Rook b1 on the board. We're following this line. King e2. Rook takes c4. King d3 on the board. 26 seconds for Jules.
Jules is going to eliminate the c-pawn, and like David pointed out, the pawn's going to start falling like flies. Another thing, when you're in a time scramble, the last thing you want is to deal with two knights that are running amok and threatening 600 different forks.
Yeah, and the clock situation, it's just totally random at this point. I don't even know which side I would take. I don't know who has the objective advantage, but once that black c-pawn disappears, I don't think White's in any danger of losing. Again, the question is whether he can win. But at least he's kind of achieved step one, Jules. He's out of trouble. And okay, is that white king in any trouble? Can you just take that black c-pawn? There we go. It's a fork hitting the two black rooks. A check gets out of the way. White's king has to move. Step forward now, surely. Forward for the win.
Forward for the win.
Wow.
But two legal moves. There we go.
There it is.
He's going for it, Jules.
But things are out of control here. Both players are down to seconds, and the knights are suddenly active. Black's pawns are super weak in the position. Is this a game now for 3 results?
These knights, I would consider rook b4 check, trying to force the king onto d5. Oh, it's absolutely a game for 3 results. So as usual, I've jinxed Fabi, who's down to 8 seconds now, imperceptibly.
He makes a mistake.
It's a time scramble. Knight takes d5. He might want to give one of the rooks away for the f3 knight. This idea occurred to me. No, he's going to give a check on d1.
But he's just given away another pawn. White is just gobbling them all up, and
oh, he's panicking.
And
Knight takes he's just dropping all of his pawns, and he's not creating any threats of his own. Rook a5 though is easy to miss. I would take the f pawn first.
Yeah, just knight f4.
But don't play knight takes h4.
He made that move on 4 seconds.
wow, and the bar drops after the most natural move. Now Jules, he's got to move. He made that one with 2 seconds left.
Yeah.
Fabi's going to pursue that rook until he forces the trade. 1 second.
Oh, okay, the trade is inevitable at this point.
Be fine.
He's going for checkmate.
Whoa, look at the king tuck and roll like that.
White king's hiding. The white knights are so far offside, they need to recentralize.
And knight's coming to f5 after that last move, the g-pawn push. He is going for Black's king right now. Jules Moussard will in 9 seconds. Can he do this?
It's a race. White is actually going for checkmate, maybe, with those 2 knights and the white rook. Ooh, cutting off the black king
that
now.
move by Fabi. He just cooperated with Jules. Now knight f5 comes with check.
Oh, he panicked.
Panicking. Rook e2. No, you can't play it. Knight d6, king d7.
He wins knight d6, king d7, still holds.
4, 3, rook d6.
I like it. Cutting the black king off. No escape now. The other white knight is going to come in with some checks. He's coming in.
Mate. It's
Checkmate,
unstoppable
coming.
mate on f6.
Just drop the king back. White's king is super safe.
Knight
Where's
f6,
the-
knight d7.
Wins the rook.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
These knights.
We're going.
Oh my goodness. We're going to
And that's
Armageddon.
it. We saw Jules Moussard. He reacts. He did the impossible.
Look at him stand up with the hard flex there. Wow.
What a comeback there by the French grandmaster. Fabiano Caruana had everything under control, but some inaccuracies in that time scramble. And Jules Moussard made the most of that opportunity. How impressive was that, Daniel?
Incredibly impressive. Of course, I jinxed Fabi as usual, but he had it under control until the very end. He could have forced the rook trade, instead got a little bit overambitious. And you just see the power of the knights in time scrambles, Tanya. And we see Fabi there. He's exasperated, and you can understand why.
Fabiano Caruana couldn't believe what he let slip out. And now this match goes into an Armageddon. And in an Armageddon, anything can happen. We are waiting for the time bids by the players. David, what was that big moment in this one?
I think it's, as Daniel said, Black missed the opportunity to get rid of the rooks. With no rooks on the board, the knights would struggle to coordinate. They'd struggle to pose problems on their own. And it was in this position, after the white rook tried to run away, that I think Fabi could have nailed it down. He could have locked in the win just by not giving the check by actually chasing the white rook. The white rook has nowhere to hide. If it steps back, you chase it. If actually you lose a knight as well, but the white rook cannot escape the trade, and this would have ended in a draw, most likely. Instead, if we fast forward, it ended in disaster for Fabi instead. Look how the white knights have suddenly combined with their rook. Nothing to do for black. If you push a pawn, for example, this game would end in checkmate. Beautiful pattern here. The knights cage the king, the rook checkmates. Instead, he had to walk into a fork, and it was disastrous anyway. A nasty check from the knight, and white won material, winning the game.
That was a big takeaway for all the chess kids out there, just how much resilience can pay off. And Jules Moussard does exactly that, which means that with that win, take a look at the scoreline, because we have been talking about this, ladies and gentlemen. We've got an Armageddon on our hands. The chess action continues at the ChessKid Cup. And we've got something very special to show you, but for our non-subscribers, we will go into a Twitch break. Subscribers, stay right here. We've been having so much fun today. The first game, Fabi takes it. The second game, Jules takes it. And more fun coming up with the Armageddon. But it's not just us, because the Chief Chess Officer of ChessKid, Mike Klein, also had a lot of fun with ChessKid in Peru.
This is FIDE Master Mike Klein. We're having our own ChessKid Cup in Lima, Peru. I don't speak Spanish, but I speak the international language, which is chess. Take a look.
Yo soy el danzante de la marinera. Entendí que nunca pierde, solo el que nunca juega. Entre mis miedos fui un guerrero, entre derrotas y victorias comprendí el pensamiento y sentí el sentimiento.
Oh my God, that was a lot of fun to watch, but also here in the studio, James Canty having some fun. Lots of good moves that,
Love the
James.
salsa. I mean, I feel it every time I hear that music. You know, shout out to y'all at home. Okay, get your dance on, right? Stand up, exercise a little bit. Feels good.
Get your dance on, get your moves on. And it is also, of course, it's all about the chess fun that we are having. And once again, Mike Klein took on FIDE Master Tani Adewami with some tactics. Take a look. Impressive stuff.
Okay, this is white to move and win. White to move and win.
Aha, I found it.
Okay.
So you put to a knight.
Okay.
And you have to bring this knight to h5. It's weird geometry. But check, so the king, I think I solved it, so.
Yeah, I believe the king is here, yeah.
The king goes here.
It moves here, yep,
Yes.
exactly. Okay.
Now you go knight e7, only move, I believe.
Okay.
King goes c6, you can't go back, so go knight d5.
Okay.
If the king goes to e6, you just...
You fork and win normally,
You just
yeah.
win normally.
Okay.
Wow. Wait a second. So if king e6...
I like that you're getting like 5 epiphanies in one
Now
puzzle.
you go knight g7.
Okay.
King here, and now you go knight e8. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Okay, but finish off the puzzle.
Knight e8,
Yeah.
if the king goes here to g6, you go knight e7. So the king goes c6. And now you go knight c7, and you win.
You take normally, exactly.
How cool was that? David, the chess kids today, they are so strong.
They're so strong. I hate playing kids these days because they always seem to beat me, and really great solving there from Tani. And nice to see those kids in Peru as well, just loving chess.
It is a lot of fun, and of course, never so much fun to play against these kids. And we had to put David on his spot because he took on a bunch of school kids.
It's going to be a challenge. I hope for the best. I think it'll be really hard.
What we're going to do today, I'm going to play against 12 of you at the same time. So there's 2 ways to beat me. Either you can checkmate me, or you can win on the clock.
How can you play everyone? It's like impossible.
Ready? I'll start with you, aggressive. Okay. This is hard. Oh, he doesn't want. I found the first trickster here. Okay. Okay. Oh, 2 minutes here. I didn't realize. Okay. Oh, where's the checkmate? I don't see it. Okay, check. I'm so sorry. 24 seconds.
I was quite greedy by trying to get the points, and then I ended up losing.
Good move. Sorry, that's checkmate. And that's checkmate as well. Sorry. Thank you so much for the game. Well played. Thanks for the game.
We're all working together.
Yeah, teamwork. I like it. I think it was checkmate no matter what happened. There we go. Thank you so much. Well played. Well played. Whew. That was hard work. Well done, everyone. You made me sweat.
So much fun watching David Howell run around, sweating it out. That wasn't easy, David.
That wasn't easy. I think I burnt more calories playing them than I have in the last year combined. It was a workout. They made me work, and some future chess stars there.
Wow, yeah. What impressed you the most about the kids? What was their biggest strength?
Just the way they worked together. They were kind of teaming up. Kind of as soon as I turned my back, one of them would make a move, so my clock would run down, and they really kind of embraced the challenge. And yeah, they're going to go far in life no matter what they do. Just great kids, and clearly the parents out there as well. Shout out to them supporting their kids' chess journeys.
Yeah, chess is such a brilliant tool to ensure that you have the ideal educational and social outcomes. We see there so many chess kids around the world. It's becoming a part of school curriculums. Social, fun. You learn to also respect your opponent, Daniel, and not just think about your ideas, but what your opponent wants to play, and that's a great life lesson.
It most certainly is. There's a tendency to just think that chess makes you better at math, and that's all that matters, but it does give you a lot of social skills, teaches you how to act with respect when you win and also when you lose.
And there we see chess kids having fun playing chess across the world. Green and yellow pieces. Simon, what do you think about that?
Is my honest answer to that. You know, I don't like the green pieces. I just get too confused. Yeah.
All right, Simon doesn't approve of the color combination, but the kids, we've seen them with some incredible tactics combination that they do solve. And James, Simon there with us. Simon, kids, super strong when it comes to those, at least the puzzles on the board.
Yeah, definitely. It's the best way to learn, doing puzzles. So always get your puzzles done, as everyone in the middle there has been saying. So yeah, we're going to do an update now because there's on Division 2 and 3, because there's been loads of stuff going on there. Obviously, we've got Armageddon now in the top division, which is going to be fascinating. But let's start with the winners' final. And this is quite close, but I guess as expected, the favourite, Fedorsev, has taken a bit of a lead there. And let's remember, the winner of this is only one more mini-match away, and they will play one of these guys of going through to Division 1. Dmitry Adriakin has won that first match, and Mamedyarov has won the other match. Now, Adriakin is playing against Mamedyarov, and Mamedyarov's got the lead there. That could be an eye-watering final to decide Division 2. Mamedyarov versus Fedorsev, so very exciting there. And we can also have a quick look at Division 3. We saw that Gadakamsky got knocked out by this young player, Lazovic, and David Navarra has also lost against Vitali. So very good result. And there is the final, the losers' final, should I say, to decide who is going to play against Hari Krishna and then against, remind me, Pitcho in the final for the championships of Division 3. So there's a lot going on. We're getting there in those divisions, and there will only be one very soon. So very exciting stuff.
Yeah. Wow, that sounds like a lot of grudge matches could be coming out with the potential Hari versus Pisha and Fedorsev taking on Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. The action continues, but right now it is about the bids. How important is it in this one to get the black pieces for the color, James?
It's very important. I mean, Jules right now is feeling like, yeah, I just took out Fabi. Like, if I get black here, this could be it. And this would be huge for Jules. And Fabi's like, I got to bounce back. I know I was winning there. I messed it up. If I get black here, we gotta win it. That's it.
James, what's your prediction? Who's going to win the bid? Who will make the lower bid?
You know what? I think Fabi's going to win.
And what's the baseline got to be here? How low can you go, Daniel?
Well, we've seen players go as low as like 6 or 7 minutes. I would not advise that. My guess is that the players will hover around 9 to 11 minutes. I actually think Fabi might have a higher bid. Let me predict 11 minutes for Fabi and 9:30 for Jules. Yeah.
Very precise bid there by Daniel Naroditsky. We are waiting for the players' bids to come in, and it is ready. Let's reveal. Wow! Fabiano Caruana wins the bid with just 30-second margin. 9 minutes 58 seconds was the bid by Fabi. He picks the black color, and Jules Moussard with 10 minutes 27 seconds loses the bid. We'll start with the white pieces with 15 minutes on the clock. Jules has to win. And Simon, before we let you go, I'm going to ask you that just losing it out by 30 seconds, 9.5 minutes to Fabiano Caruana, he gets result odds. How difficult is this for Jules?
One of the best players in the world, but he has proven in that last game that he keeps his calls so well, and they are offered a move. So I'm going to go back to you very quickly, but I'm actually going to go for Jules. I like the underdog. Come on, Jules.
Nice shirt, by the way, Simon.
Yeah, this is what's going to happen to Fabi. He's going to just resign. So.
Hot take by Simon Williams there. And we've got Armageddon action. David, take it over.
Wow, and it's the Spanish, but this time the exchange variation. So White has parted with a bishop for Black Knight, but has broken the black structure in the meantime. Black has a pair of double pawns on the c-file. Has the bishop pair, though, to compensate, and very quick moves up to this point. Clearly, Jules is trying to put pressure on the clock, but he has walked into a very well-prepared Fabiano Caruana, and queens are off the board as well. Objectively, Black is totally fine here, I feel, and it's up to Jules now to work some magic to imbalance this one, or maybe to win on the clock long-term. What are our conclusions? We're already in a queenless position.
Probably should have kept queens on, I'm not going to lie. Probably, I mean, again, maybe an opening choice to, like, keep pieces on and complicate things. If you make it easy for Fabi, I mean, yes, I have lower time, but this is easy. I just improve my position, right? The exchange variation is something Bobby liked to play. Sometimes Bobby Fischer, that is, they like to play it. I mean, but this is it's different than time. Exchange right now playing for Armageddon. Here, too, is playing for a win. Queen's already off the board. I think it's going to be quite difficult of a task for Jules.
Yeah, Daniel, who do you prefer here, White or Black?
I think Fabi came incredibly well prepared to that rare Queen F6 line, which essentially forced a lot of pieces off the board right off the bat. I actually don't know that Jules prepared for that. I think he was just disappointed to find that Fabi knew all of the best moves. I know that's a first for Fabi to be well prepared in the Ruy Lopez, mind-boggling.
Right.
But this is such an easy, well-defined position for Black. The bishop from e6 can drop back to f7, reinforce the h-pawn. You could bring the rook into e8. How is Jules going to stir up complications? Because, yeah, you've got 4 extra minutes on the clock, but 9:30 is an eternity to play an endgame that's this simple.
Yeah, and Jules definitely shouldn't have been surprised by this variation. I do recall Fabiano playing this rare Queen F6 move on several occasions, including a very nice win against Georg Mayer in Dortmund a few years ago. So he's got form here, Fabi. He's got great experiences. He's got a solid position. Everything looks like it's in his favor, and we talked about that in the previous game. Again, things looked like they were under control for him, but they did spiral a bit later on. Look at that Black Knight, though. Beautiful in the center of the board. You can never kick it away, that Black Knight, without pushing a pawn and weakening some squares in the process. I think Fabi's done everything right so far. And just curious fact, before this game, Jules had won 4 whites in a row.
Dang.
Coming into this one. He'd beaten Fabi. He'd won yesterday a couple of times with white. He's really, really powerful with the white pieces, but it's always been with queens on the board, always complicated. It feels like it's not necessarily his style, Jules, to go into this type of endgame. So, okay, Fabi preserving the bishop pair. 2 bishops for Black could play a role long time, but the knights are jumping.
You could play rook e8 and then meet knight f5 with bishop f8. So knight f5 in itself is not as scary of a move as it may appear. Important not to overreact here. If Fabi is afraid of it, he could position his bishop back on e6. But I like the placement of the bishop on f7 just because it is freeing up that rook in terms of guarding the h5 pawn. So important moment here for Fabi to find the right piece arrangement.
Yeah, really nice move there, just dropping the black bishop back. And because bishops are long-range pieces, even on their start squares like this bishop would be, and I think we might be headed in this direction, even here, the bishops are extremely powerful. And black might have this fractured structure that we talked about, the 4 versus 3 not making a great impression on the queen side because these pawns are doubled. But at the right moment, Fabi will have the option potentially of pushing this pawn forward and trading off, creating an outside majority on the queen side. For white, it's very difficult to push, very difficult to improve his pieces. First, Jules does that by trying to double up his rooks, stack up those rooks on the d file. He's making progress. Maybe I've been too harsh on white's position here. I just have a lot of experience from the black side, and I don't know if there's too much to worry about for Fabi. But yeah, the clock will be a big factor. Still a lot of tension left in this position. Okay, Fabi for the first time really thinking in this game.
Yeah, you got a lot of moves, a lot of options, and so it does depend really what he wants here. I mean, it's all about improving, which means moving pawns, pieces to better squares than they were before. Sometimes even prepping or stopping potential things from happening, like Daniel mentioned, knight f5, bishop f8, right? So even going bishop f8, maybe even one time. You got b6, you have c6 is a little committal there. You might even think about a pawn to c4. It does open up the line though, but c6, yes, that's understandable. So many options here for black.
So many options. You mentioned it's committal because you weaken some dark squares, but black's king is ready to kind of step into the square that pawn has just vacated and cover everything. Looks like a slightly risky move, but well justified for Fabi. And now that white knight, the pride and joy in the center of the board, kicked back, forced back. And maybe you gain some time by going to f4, retreating that direction just because black has a weakness on the h file, but yeah, I don't know where to go from there.
Yeah, presumably Fabi would meet knight f4 with g6. That also restricts the g3 knight by protecting the f5 square. And then he can consider dropping his dark squared bishop back to e7 or f8. And if all of the rooks come off the board, I really, really don't see how white generates any winning chances. Again, that knight on e5 really stabilizing black's whole position. It's virtually unassailable. Maybe knight f4, and then the knight can drop back to d3, but black's bishops are more than capable of holding the fort. James mentioned c5, c4 could come at some point to rectify black's pawn structure as well. So I think Fabi acquitting himself very well in the endgame thus far. Can Jules find a way to complicate this game and pose more serious long-term problems?
Yeah, everything we see so far tends to kind of hint that black is just totally fine. Yeah, if you get all the rooks off the board, we tend to say that bishops gain power the more pieces leave the board, especially when they're in a pair. And I think black's bishops actually give great long-term winning chances, let alone drawing chances, which suit Fabi. Yeah, Jules needs something now, but what is that?
Yeah,
you have to retreat your knight. It's not what you want. You can jump in, give a check, but black just moves the king.
Yeah,
nothing gained.
Maybe he's looking at knight b6 to a4, especially if you have king c7 there. But then he plays b6. Yeah, my idea was obviously of c4, bishop b6, but he just plays b6 himself. Maybe we double and we might have knight b6 there. There's some chances. Maybe like knight b6, king c7, knight a4, and just attack you, be a little bit annoying. It really depends on where you put your king to as well. It's logical to go king c7, and after king c7, we have knight a4, and then after a b6, now we double the rooks with a threat of knight b6 on the board. If you move the bishop, we trade the rooks, but he has to go bishop e7. But then that allows knight f5. So you see how I'm just hitting you every move. I have hits every move, so I can create some counterplay here, maybe pressure you on the clock and really, you know, try to bank on Fabi making a mistake, which is very rare when he has time. Of course, he has time, he's going to think. Now, if he doesn't have time, then, mistakes like we saw in the last game are definitely evident and can happen. So I do like this knight b6 idea. It's quite interesting.
Yeah. I thought it was a dead end, but I think you're completely right there, James. You have to try something like that. At least you're forcing your opponent to think, forcing them to react and calculate. Knight b6 to a4. At least black, those doubled pawns might come back to haunt him. I think you need to move now, though. The 5-minute advantage he started with, Jules, they're pretty much gone. 1.5 minutes in it now and counting. Fabi's played super quick up to this point, only invested 2 minutes. Jules has spent 6 minutes to get here. He needs to speed up. If you have no time advantage, this position is not easy to play with white, especially if you need to win. Just give the check. Just move first, think later.
That's right. That's right. Sack first, think later. So knight f6, psych. Don't try that at home. Knight f6 does not work.
Now, just over a minute on the clock for Jules Moussard. He has to win this game on demand. A draw would mean that Fabi takes the match. He does give a check, and after the king king advance. He will fall back with that knight to a4, putting pressure on c5. How difficult is it for Fabi psychologically right now, even though the position is under control? All right, that's a nice tactic, hitting that bishop on d6. You take my knight on b6, I'll take your bishop on d6. But before we deep dive into this position, David, is it a bit of a challenge to forget the fact that Fabi could have wrapped up the match in the last game?
It always is, but when the clock is ticking, it's kind of nice that it's Armageddon because you don't have time to get emotional. You don't have time to kind of reflect on the past. You only have 7 minutes. You've got to play instantly, no added time after every move. So actually, Fabi, maybe it helps that it's Armageddon rather than just a normal, regular, rapid game. Meanwhile, one set of rooks off the board. And yeah, that tactic, that one-move trick that he played, rook fd1, I don't like it at all. It's just helped Black get a pair of rooks off the board. That's what Fabi wanted anyway.
It was super flashy, but Fabi's not going to fall for these one-move tricks. And Jules can't do anything drastic here to complicate the position. If he plays b4, then that just sends him into the gutter after knight to c4. So I just don't see how he's going to pose any problems. He's not even up on time, barely up on time anymore. This is just not looking good. Maybe get the knight from a4 over to the king side, knight c3, knight e2, knight f4. But even if you do all that, all Black needs to do is play g6, and the h5 pawn is fully protected. This will take a minor miracle.
Yeah, struggling for ideas clearly here, Jules. Clock is balanced. Time is leveled out. He's really lacking inspiration, and it's just not the type of position. At least if there are queens on the board, stay true to your style, Jules, and yeah, keep queens on the board. At least you can generate something, play for tricks later on. Here I see nothing.
Stay to yourself, as David says. David for 2024. Stay true to yourself, chat. That's what he was saying. That's correct. I mean, hey, we have some moves here, though. A few moves, knight e2, trying to reroute the knight. I mean, this is just, you might as well offer a draw. Like, you know, of course, that loses the match for you. But at the end of the day, this is definitely a difficult one. How are you going to create the chances?
I'll tell you how, James. It's an Armageddon. You just keep as many pieces as you can on the board and try to flag your opponent. Is that going to be the strategy here for Jules, to try and play fast? But he's the one who's down by 30 seconds on the clock. It might be Fabi who might end up flagging Jules.
7:27, and that's still just an eternity. That gives you so much time to react to unexpected moves. So it takes away, you know, the classic flagging technique of throwing unexpected problems at your opponent. Jules just kind of maneuvering, trying to poke and prod. But, oh, okay, rook takes d8. He wants to recapture with the bishop. Very important to keep the b6 pawn protected. And with every piece that disappears, White's winning chances, already slim, continue to diminish even further.
Yeah, you mentioned over 7 minutes. You probably played 10 bullet games in that time. Yeah, plenty of time. Ocean of time. And okay, he's trying to get rid of Black's strong knight in the center. Makes a lot of sense strategically to trade or not to trade. Does Black allow this? Do you acquiesce to this trade of knights right now, or do you step back?
Keep the tension. What do you think, Tanya?
Yeah, that's a really good question. That what are the pieces you want to keep on and which ones you want off? Because look at, again, it's all about the pawn structures. White has got 4 pawns on the king side, Black with 4 pawns on the queen side, but hard to imagine Fabi ever getting a passed pawn on the queen side. If this is a pure king pawn ending, James, I think Jules will have real chances here because it's just easier for him to get a passed pawn on the king side.
He can create one. Definitely he can create one, but we do have the bishops, right? And those bishops in the open position, sometimes it even says that 2 bishops can compensate for being down a pawn in an endgame. In fact, you've even seen many endgames where, like, I'm up a pawn, but I still lose the game or a draw when your opponent has the 2 bishops. It's very important to have that, like Fabi has. He's not even down anything. So, yeah, okay, we can create a pass pawn maybe. But I do have the bishops, and, of course, I'm going to be able to control both color complexes having the bishops in this open endgame, or when it opens up, at least.
So do we all agree that Fabi needs to keep the bishop pair? Don't trade off all the minor pieces.
Yes.
Don't trade the bishops. Don't trade the bishops.
But you can trade the pawns. I think that's probably not an issue. Maybe Jules wants to drive. Ooh.
Whoa, G5?
Trading even more pawns.
Wow.
Little pawn cube there. That's a committal move, but it might work out if you can force all those kingside pawns off the board. You'll have to be careful because in the ensuing position, the G pawn is going to be isolated. So the bishop on D8 is tasked with defending both of Black's weaknesses, and yet it's doing so very successfully.
Yeah, just to show that, Daniel, you're talking about a position such as this one where Black's bishop is pretty much stuck. It's immobilized, defending this pawn, but why move it ever?
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. 24-hour parking.
Yeah.
24-hour park.
Yeah, white has no way of creating anything here, stirring anything up. So it feels like Fabi's found a really nice antidote to this perceived action on the king side. And yeah, if you prevent your opponent creating any passed pawns, you will prevent your opponent winning the game. So g5, nice move from Fabi. 5 minutes against 6. I'll mention as well, the Spanish exchange, it's the only opening I played until I was about 13 years old, so between the ages of 5 and 13. And if you trade off one of black's bishops, for example, if you imagine the 2 dark square bishops disappearing from the board, if it's knight versus bishop, white has fantastic winning chances if you can create a passed pawn. But yeah, as you guys mentioned, pipe dream right now. No way to do that. Oh, under 5 minutes for Jules.
How does he keep the tension? Because his move g5, all through the match, Fabi's been having this direct approach in all positions. We see a decision has been made. The g5 pawns are off the board. The g4 pawn will be off the board as well. King g3. Now, if you capture, the king steps up. And that might not be ideal for black to allow the counterplay with white's king.
Yeah, very shrewd move there by Jules. A lot of newer players would automatically play h4 check because it's exciting to get a protected passer. That would actually be bad because white could undermine that pawn chain with a later f4. Fabi steers clear of that. He's just going to go back and forth between c7 and d8. He's not going to do anything unless he's absolutely forced to. As David shows, this is exactly the way to create your own problems.
Yeah, he just maintains the status quo, d8. He just defends this pawn, and he's saying, okay, you cannot go further. You cannot pass here. The white king, if it ever wants to step forward, will get blocked off by this bishop. Instead, he reroutes the knight.
Laboratory? Are you a lorry driver?
And the knight wants to spring forward. Interesting. Jules is finding chances, though. He's creating something, at least asking questions of Fabi strategically.
Tricky, Jules. And that's what the Armageddon is about, right? You've got to try to get your opponent to just think. Burn time on the clock, but Jules Moussard has to find a way to do that quick because he's down on the clock. I like how there's tension on the king side because that means the game is still alive. This idea of king g3, king h3, trying to provoke Fabi to push that h-pawn, it's a real try.
Yeah, Jules is honestly a wizard at creating chances where there seem to be none. This is suspiciously following the narrative of the previous game, except the position looks even more lifeless. At least the last game was a middle game and then an unbalanced end game. This one is a little bit unbalanced in terms of the pawn structure, but Fabi's default is to do nothing. He just has to find a good spot for his king, which he did. Now the knight from b2 cannot access e5. Jules has to figure out where he's going to deploy this knight, maybe to c4 and d2 and f1. Again, he can't milk black's clock down. He's down a full minute on the clock.
Yeah, and we saw Jules just shake his head a moment ago. He's running out of ideas already. And in terms of ease of play, whose position kind of is easier to play, whose ideas are easier to understand, it's certainly black. You just do nothing. And that one, as Fabi's doing that, just yo-yoing back and forth with his bishop, he's doing it within seconds. For Jules, he has to create something. To get the creative juices flowing, you need time. He doesn't have that. I think he's running out of steam already.
I think what Jules can try and do is get that knight from one edge of the board to the other edge of the board. Knight d1, knight f2, knight h3 is an idea. You see that g5 pawn, it could be a potential target. Is that knight headed over to h3, James?
Absolutely. I mean, you're going to move that knight around. The only thing we do have is the knight. That's the imbalance we have. So you want to use the imbalance that you can. Okay, you have 2 bishops, so that's cute. You got both color complexes. Great job. Well, I got this little tricky knight that could bounce around. And, in fact, in the last game, the knight was the culprit, in fact, that helped him win the game.
Ooh.
Yeah, so looking good with this knight maneuver so far. And then you also have the passed pawn in the center.
Yeah, but now Fabi, for the first time in this game, is trying to create counterplay, active play. He's pushing his majority. He does have 4 pawns on the queen side. He's trying to get rid of his doubled c-pawns. He's going to just push at some point in the near future, try to create a passed pawn of his own. It comes with... okay, he's pushing the a-pawn instead. There are targets. White's pawns are on light squares. Black has a light squared bishop. It comes with some risk if you push the wrong pawn, but he's going for it.
Who's playing for a win here?
Well, he's just trying to get all the pawns off the board. If Jules takes and then plays a3, then black will strike with c4. That bishop on e7 will make its presence felt. I love the way that Fabi's handling this. He's not just passively waiting around. He's saying, listen, if you shake the hornet's nest enough, I'm going to be the one to take this draw. That trade on b3 helps only black because now white has a serious target. The king is now stuck on c3, and white's already slim chances continue to diminish closer and closer to 0.
Yeah, If you can't play with an active king, you will not play for a win. And right now, those bishops, look at them. We pointed them down in one direction. They're also staring off the other direction. The white knight is also totally...
There's no ideas.
stuck.
There's just literally no moves here. You can just shuffle, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I would be playing for a win here with black, and I think Fabi's doing the same. He wants to bring his bishop into the center.
Bishop D4. Force those bishops off the board, and you cannot physically lose this.
Force the trade. We said bishop pair, but...
That's disrespectful from the bar. Just like completely like, yeah, this is over. Hit the button, says the bar. Maybe it was just
But he doesn't find it, James. Goes bishop e7.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to find it. He knows he's happy with a draw. It's Armageddon after all. Poor Jules, nothing to do apart from repeat here.
Again, bishop D4.
Now he'll find it. Ooh.
Oh. Okay, also good, because now he's fixed another weakness. Now the knight is stuck guarding G4, the king is stuck guarding B3, and Fabi's king can walk around and mop up all of white's pawns. Easy pickings, this is resignable for white.
Look at the lean back from Fabi there.
Goodbye.
Yeah, repetition now. Because there's nothing to do. And that's it. Wow, Fabiano Caruana takes the match in the Armageddon, but it's still he hasn't repeated it for the third time. And he doesn't. Wow.
Yeah.
We still have a game on, but
Playing for the loss.
Yeah, king D4.
Yeah.
Even if Fabi blunders a fork, it's probably still going to be a draw.
oh. Wow, pawn down. You've got to try a way to win this position. I can't even find a self-mate for black here. Hard to imagine the knight being able to do anything, and that's the second pawn that falls.
Yeah, just trade off that final white pawn and nothing left to play for. And the players have actually just agreed to a draw.
Yeah.
Wow. And now Fabiano Caruana does take the Armageddon with the black pieces after a draw. Flawlessly played Armageddon. There was a miss in game 2 by the American grandmaster, but in the whole match, he has been dominating. And he will be the one who will play Jordan van Foreest next for the spot in the grand final. Jules Moussard there, the last-minute replacement here at the ChessKid Cup. Congratulations to him for the great chess that he showed here. But that was just a Fabi day, out and out.
Yeah, 3 exquisite games. And yes, Fabi lost the second when he panicked in time pressure. That's really been the only weakness that Fabi has shown, but really steering the Armageddon in his direction from move 1. Great preparation, so unbreakable with the black pieces. Well played in the Armageddon, and well done to Jules. I mean, great run, but he just met at the hands of an on-form Fabi, and we know how that usually goes.
Really badly would be the answer to that. But it was a fight, and the fight indeed does continue. Big moments in this one. David, what was the standout point for Fabi here?
For me, it was towards the end. Fabi really instructively showing us what you should aim for when you have bishops versus knights. And it was this position. A draw is pretty much guaranteed at this point, but he actually went for the win by pushing his pawn to b4, locking down white's pawns all on light squares, the white king forced to retreat. And note how this bishop dominates everything. It keeps the white knight honest, protecting this pawn. It keeps the white king honest, protecting this pawn. And it was clear that the black king could simply march in. If Fabi needed to win, he would likely have found the fact that bishop takes pawn, knight takes pawn. He could simply have trapped the white knight. The black pieces are so dominant, this white knight will run out of squares shortly. And instead, Fabi took it to a draw, but he progressed to the next round anyway.
Spectacular chess start from finish today so far by Fabiano Caruana. Can he keep up the momentum through the day? Because he needs to do that. The challenges are not over, as he will be facing Jordan van Foreest in that final spot race to the grand final. And here we see how the day went. Fabi took the first game. The second game, he was dominating. The match could have ended, but Jules Moussard, with some great resilience, strikes back. And then it went down to the Armageddon with the black pieces. Fabiano Caruana kept it completely under control, was the one who was pushing for the win, and in the end, we saw a repetition. That's how this one ended. More ChessKid action coming up after this Twitch break.
Do you love following chess.com events and want to join the team? Are you a passionate chess fan with experience in organizing events and tournaments? You might be exactly who we're looking for to come on board as an events coordinator. Use command apply in chat or go to go.chess.com/events_coordinator_apply to submit your application now.
At Magnus Academy, we've taught chess to 100,000 kids. With summer around the corner, we're gearing up for camps. At online chess camps, kids learn about chess in a safe, fun environment from a team of all-star coaches. Kids are grouped by skill level from beginners up to national champions. There are never more than 8 kids per coach, so every child gets plenty of attention. You might even get the chance to meet Magnus and ask him a question or challenge him to a game. Each week has a different theme, like opening traps, learning from your losses, or Magnus Carlsen's best games. Sign up by May 31st to get a $30 discount. Join the 100,000 kids and counting that have learned chess with Magnus Chess Academy.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got a very special guest joining us. It is Adam Wiesbach from the Magnus Chess Academy. Welcome, Adam.
Hi, Tanya. Thanks. It's great to be here.
Super nice to have you here with us at the ChessKid Cup. And Adam, the Magnus Chess Academy has taught over 100,000 kids. That is awesome work. Tell our audience some of the key features of learning chess at the Academy.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So it happens in a few ways. There's an in-person component and also an online academy program, which is probably the most relevant for the Champions Chess Tour audience because it can be accessed anywhere in the world. And the way that works is that it's for kids ages 5 to 14, and they take semi-private or small group chess lessons, no more than 8 kids at a time with a coach. And they take lessons once a week and progress through a variety of different topics and curricula. And they learn a lot. The lessons are very interactive. And they also get to make friends with other kids in their class that are around the same age and the same skill level.
Because the social part is so important for kids to have fun while they're learning chess, Adam. And you mentioned a really interesting thing, that these are semi-private lessons, because for online classes, one of the big challenges is always that a lack of one-on-one interaction. So how do you overcome that at the Academy?
No, I mean, that's a great point. And I think that is one of the things that makes Magnus Academy different. You know, when you're watching a video on YouTube, not that there's anything wrong with that. These are great, especially the CCT broadcasts, of course. But when you're watching that, you're not interacting typically with the presenter. When the size of the class is limited to no more than 8 kids, there's a lot of interaction. So the coach knows who the kids are, helps track their progress. The kids know the coach, they know each other. They often become friends and, you know, may meet up in real life at in-person tournaments. And I think that social component is very important for kids. Adults too, actually. Like I was personally in my own chess career, I was plateaued at about a rating of 2,000 or 2,100 for a number of years until I made friends with a couple people who were about the same level, and we just practiced all the time, kind of inspired each other to get better, and that was how I eventually hit 2,200. Was just through playing with some friends. So I think, you know, this is an opportunity to offer the same thing to kids who may be in an area where they don't know other kids who like chess or who are at their same skill level.
That's so cool. So they get to find a similar sort of a community and improve together. And you were talking about inspiration. So I think the big question on everyone's mind is, it's the Magnus Chess Academy. Do the kids actually get to meet and maybe play with Magnus?
Yeah, they do. So sometimes he'll drop by and he'll do a Q&A with the kids and answer some questions. Or sometimes they'll challenge him. You know, he'll play a bunch of them in a simul. Nobody's beaten him yet, which is not too surprising, I guess. But I think the question and answer that he's done are really great because I think what many of the kids have had questions about is just things like, you know, we had a question from a little girl asking him if he'd ever cried when he lost a game. And he gave a great answer. And, you know, I think he basically said, like, yeah, it's natural to get upset when you lose and get a little bit emotional, but, you know, you cry a little bit and then you kind of pick yourself back up and, you know, go try hard in your next game. And I think, you know, answers like that are very inspirational to a young person that's just starting out in their chess career.
Yeah, that's super cool because it's not just learning through his games, but also, just being able to ask him these questions and just looking at him for the kids can be so inspiring that I want to be Magnus Carlsen one day. Sounds really cool. Adam, tell us, where can everyone sign up? And do you guys have trial classes as well?
Yeah, we do. So for any kids who are interested in joining the Academy program and making some new friends and improving at chess, you can go to chessacademy.com/trial. There's a $5 trial class where you get the experience of this semi-private lesson for an hour, and you just see if you like it. And if you're interested in more in-depth programs over the summer when a lot of kids are not in school, you can also go to chessacademy.com/camp.
Sounds really fun. Adam, thank you so much. I'm sure a lot of our audience is inspired to check out the Magnus Chess Academy, and it was great to hear from you.
Great. Thank you for having me.
So we have Adam Ishvat from the Magnus Chess Academy. Definitely check them out, and you might get a chance to meet and play against Magnus as well while improving your chess. We are seeing some grandmaster level chess all around in the Champions Chess Tour, not just in Division 1, but the big names in Division 2 and 3 as well. Simon's back in the studio. Simon, what's the big update?
Yeah, hi. Well, we're going to have a look at a very nice tactic from Division 2. And let's remember, whoever wins Division 2 goes up to Division 1. So it's a massive prize. And we had two legends of the game. We had an old legend, I should say, Mamajarov, playing with the white pieces here. And he's playing the young Indian tattoo-sleeved character, Sadwani. And they had this position on the board. Now, you might be able to try to work this out at home. You've got the white pieces. Black is suddenly pushing a pawn towards your king, so he's ready to open up your king on the left-hand side, so you've got to be quick. But what is the most important detail with this position? It is that open Harry file, and we all love a bit of open Harry file. So what is the winning move? Well, the winning move is bishop into the middle, into e5. And this is a really nice move. It threatens rook up to the top, giving checkmate. So black has to really take the bishop here. And in the end, black decided to take the knight. And what's white's idea? Well, now that bishop is out of the way, it's a clearance tactic. The white queen can swing over to the action. And here it comes. And now, yeah, just resign, my friend. Just resign. And that's what he did. He resigned. And that made Mamajarov go through to the next round, where he's currently fighting to try and get that place to Division 1.
Simon, that was some incredible tactics there that we're seeing, and it just becomes so complicated to face these when you're playing on seconds on the clock. The fight in Division 2 and 3 continues, but also in Division 1 in the losers final. It's a big match coming up where Fabiano Caruana faces the Dutch #2 Jordan van Foreest for his spot in the grand final. It will be a best of 2 with 15 minutes for each of the player and a 3-second increment. And once again, if it's a tie, we might have another Armageddon. And Simon, before we let you go, what are your predictions for the match coming up?
I think it's going to be very, very exciting. I don't know. I'm going to have to go for Fabiano, I think, because he's warmed up now. And, well, you've seen how well my predictions have gone so far. So, I mean, it's really hard to say. Does it help that he's played a couple of games, or is it going to make him tired? That's what I'm thinking. I think it's going to help him. I think it's good that he's warmed up and ready for the action. So, Fabiano all the way now.
He's ready for the action. We are ready for the action. The players are ready for the action. Let's take a look. And there they are. Jordan van Foreest, who's probably been sitting back and enjoying the last match, just taking in all the chess action. Starts with the white pieces. Do you think it favors Jordan, the fact that he's rested, or Fabi being in a flow, that's a bigger advantage?
Ooh, yeah, I think Fabi being in the flow is a very scary Fabi. That's a very scary Fabi. But also Jordan, I mean, he was able to take out, Nakamura. So it's a big win for him. He made it this far, only losing to Abdusattorov. So, hey, he has his chances himself as well.
Yeah, it seems to be the theme of the day, the Spanish opening. And Fabi, he's shown his expertise once. Jordan pausing now. Did he not watch the show an hour ago?
And this is such a surprise. Fabi playing a mainline Rui Lopez. Wow, didn't expect that.
That's funny.
Yeah, surely he should have predicted this. In a previous game, Jules Moussard played the pawn in front of the white queen, up 1 square to d3 against Fabi. Jordan, what is he doing? He's just meditating, just throwing away 30 seconds. Who needs time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering that Jordan's been sitting and enjoying the chess action with the fact that he took such a long thing. Definitely surprising. But we do see he has invited the marshal.
Ooh.
Are we going to see a marshal? Hey, it's on the board!
On a board!
The most drawish opening in chess. Yay.
But A4.
Yeah, I've never
That's
seen
quite
that
the
one.
sideline. I've actually never seen that move. I feel like when White takes on D5, White takes on E5 99% of the time.
Literally every time, bro. Yeah, A4 is definitely a different one here. And of course, if you guys want to look at some, of course, I always got the Chessable books. Always hit me up. I can tell you where everything is. There's Jan Gustafsson has probably some of the greatest work I've seen on the Marshall with some newer things in there. And A4, I don't think was in there. It might be, but it might be like all the way in the back of the book where the sidelines are. But yeah, Marshall is very fun to play. A4, not too familiar at all.
Yeah, the default reaction, I think, is to play B4, but that weakens some of the light squares on the queen side. That's definitely not the only response. You can also play bishop B7. Of course, the direct threat that A4 poses is A takes B5, and you cannot recapture the pawn because the rook in the corner will hang. Fabi will definitely play the move H6, improving his king-size structure and miss the fact that the rook is hanging. That is how this match is going to end.
Yeah, I myself had this position against Magnus Carlsen just a few weeks ago, and I took on E5. We went down a drawish line. A lot of theory there. I think it's been exhausted. Everyone studied everything there, and it's been worked out. So Jordan, who's worked with Magnus, of course, he knows his stuff. A4, really interesting. And I think I've seen it. I used to play the Marshal a lot when I was younger. It wasn't recommended back in those days. Partly because of bishop e7. I also remember bishop e6 being a move. Just there are some tactics, some tricks against this bishop. Now that the white a pawn has moved, it can be loose in some variations. But either way, a complicated line, and we await to see whether Fabiano is prepared. Jordan coming up with the first surprise of the game and the first threat of the game. Pawn takes pawn, as you mentioned. But okay, Fabi does react in the end with the most natural-looking move, developing a piece. He's protecting his rook in the corner. We'll see those rooks disappear from the board. Black had to recapture with his bishop. The black queen is needed in the center of the board to protect the knight in the middle. Now the question is, does Jordan get greedy and grab that pawn? No. Marshal Gambit declined. He's just trading pieces. He's just opening up squares for his own kind of queenside pieces that are fast asleep to spring out into the game. So it looks balanced. Maybe Jordan has a surprise later on.
David, you're talking about Jordan's pieces on the queen side that look like they're fast asleep. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Does Jordan look like he's just woken up?
Chess players do tend to be nocturnal, night owls. Pretty sure it's like 7 p.m. where he's living right now, so I'm hoping he didn't just wake up.
I've overslept a 5 p.m. engagement before, so it has happened in the history of chess players, degenerate chess players. So, chess players.
Chess players need to peak normally later in the day, like the afternoon, evening when games happen, so they do tend to like their sleep. I know Magnus once told me that he tries to time waking up until about 2 hours before the round starts, so that for 6 hours after waking up, he's peaking at the right time in the game when the game is really hitting its climax. So these things do go through the minds of chess players. They don't just wake up late for no reason, not just because they're lazy, because they actually think it will help improve their performance when it really matters. And we should also address this last move, Tanya. Queen to d3.
Wow, not automatically capturing that d4 pawn. A nice little tactic there because the knight on d5 is pinned down, so black can't really run away with the d4 pawn. I like the move. It also does threaten an eventual attack on the long diagonal. You could set up a battery. David, really nice subtlety there by Jordan.
Yeah, he goes the other way. I was also inclined towards a kingside attack like you on this diagonal. The white bishop could have dropped back, but I guess it's blocked off quite simply by black's pawn pushing. No more tricks on this diagonal. Instead, Jordan grabbing this pawn. So level material once more. But the question does remain, how does black deal with this loose knight in the center of the board? It's attacked now by the queen, by the bishop. No time, I think, to go and capture this one. Not too many squares. You have to go back this way or this way with the black knight. What do we think, James, Daniel? What is Fabi going to do here?
Ooh, this is already still some spicy stuff here. I mean, maybe I go knight e7. What's wrong with knight e7?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the same thing. Like, what it feels like something's wrong with it. Maybe knight g5, queen h5. But I think queen h5 might actually be unpleasant with knight g5.
Ideas
to come.
Hack attack, going straight for the kill.
Hack attack.
So still for the kill.
Come on, baby.
H5, we
He goes
live.
knight e7, right?
we might
Queen
be finding out.
h5. Maybe we have knight a5. Well, no, you drops a piece immediately. So you may have
Is it a
something
stupid
like.
question? Why not
What do you got?
g6 here?
Not a stupid question at all. I'm wondering that too.
I don't even know the answer to that question, Tanya. I'll tell you more.
Queen h6, I've got knight f5.
Beautiful. And then queen h3 maybe, and your queen looks strange.
Yeah, maybe we start in another way. It feels like, as you are both mentioning there, just f7 is a bit weak, h7 potentially a bit weak as well. But how to take advantage, I'm not so sure. Maybe you start with a knight. You mentioned this one as well, Dania. Just a hint, some threats, some hits on the f7 square. Either way, it's complicated. How deep does Jordan's preparation go? How deeply has he home cooked this line?
Yeah, I looked this up, and queen d3 had actually been played heavily in what's called correspondence chess. That's a form of chess where you have usually several days to make each move. And in modern correspondence chess, engine use is encouraged. So a lot of top players, some people in the chat might know this, they rely heavily on the correspondence chess database because the players, especially at the top of correspondence chess, in the opening, they really go after it. They come up with some of the greatest novelties, some of the most well-thought-out ideas in well-known openings. So queen d3, only correspondence chess has featured that move. When you have that feeling, but you see 10 games and all of them are correspondence chess, you start salivating. Oh, I found a line my opponent might not know.
Right.
And if you see a game that was won by either side in correspondence chess, that's like gold dust.
Once in a million years, yeah. Anybody over 2,400 in correspondence loses a game, you're like, I'm playing that line.
What are your thoughts? Have you guys ever indulged, ever dabbled in correspondence chess?
I have never dabbled in it myself, but I am a fan of just creative chess. I like looking up lines. I like playing with the engine. Like I've even seen Fabi do this, where sometimes he's looking at a line and he likes to choose all the way down. What's move number 4 on the engine that you haven't actually looked at that's still equal and it looks good, and you can take your opponent out of something they probably haven't looked at before.
Well, yeah, I haven't played correspondence chess, but to experience the level shown in high-level correspondence chess, all you have to do is play a Title Tuesday. So, so I've done that. And Jordan has put a bishop on g5. Excellent move, I think. Same type of idea, right? Encircling the king side, but removing a critical defender, that bishop on f6. Without it, the king looking even more like the emperor without clothes.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he has some kind of attire on, some kind of outfit, that black king, because taking this bishop now looks suicidal to me. I don't think you can even dream of capturing this white bishop. It might look like the most natural move, but if you take it, you invite the white knight forward, and calamity is about to happen on the f7 square. The white queen is going to join the attack. I don't want to touch this one with a 10-foot pole, but instead, it would make sense maybe to move the knight. This move was the first one on my mind, just to trade off. At least now you get the queen out to the defense. I'm a bit scared I'll lose a pawn somewhere in the process in the center, but for now, everything's covered for black. The knight nicely guards the king. The queen sits nice and pretty. Any other choices for Fabi here?
I like knight g6 too. I mean, the threat is bishop takes f6, defend the threat. We don't want to take, there it is. Yeah, knight g6 is a very easy move to make. You also get the knight closer to the king side. You see this a lot in Italian games too, when they go like knight c6 over to e7 over to g6, but knight still on c6 is still there. But the knight on g6 here, we can actually swing into f4 at some point, and that bishop on a8 is going to be able to help us out in some type of attacking chances, especially if we land a knight on f4. In many cases, I mean, let's say bishop f6, queen f6, get a knight to f4. You even have knight h3 possibilities, just playing around, or even knight g2, sacking and then moving the knight. I mean, this could get sick very, very fast for black.
Could be black attacking instead of white.
Easy.
Nice move there from Fabi. And Jordan needs something now, otherwise things could well turn. Yeah, looks solid for black.
I think we're going to bail out quickly now. After bishop f6, queen f6, you could stick the white bishop on d5. Of course, the dream was to sack on f7 at some point, but, in that situation, with black's knight jumping into f4, Jordan has to identify the moment when, okay, you had some nice preparation, you had some pressure, but you don't just want to throw this game into the trash just because Fabi's managed to neutralize. I think we might see bishop f6 and bishop d5. If the other pair of bishops gets traded, very high probability that we'll get something like a symmetrical position and a draw.
The magic trick, disappearing pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything off the board. Looks very likely. And often that's just top-level chess in a nutshell these days, and correspondence chess. It's just, Yeah, you neutralize each other.
2600 FM chess.
Exactly. You're both sides are well prepared. All the pieces come off the board. You find all the best moves, and a draw is, after all, the most likely result in chess in general. So, logical stuff from both sides, both knowing what to do. Jordan just testing Fabi, but Fabi's had all the answers so far.
Fantastic opening there by Jordan van Foreest for the first game with the white pieces. But Fabi, up to the task, takes his time, finds the precise way to respond. Fabi's just been on fire of late. He had an incredible run in the Chessable Masters. He lost to Hikaru in the grand final, but was undefeated throughout. And then this event as well, we've seen some amazing chess, including the very last match against Jules Moussard. He just is fresh out of a victory from the Romania Grand Chess Tour. Is Fabi playing some of his best chess these days that we're seeing from him?
Absolutely. I mean, of course, Fabi is, he even, made it even, I think, to the finals before losing to Hikaru in the last one. So playing so good. I mean, Fabi is, even in his blitz chess, in his rapid, you see him online now, of course. At one point, they were like, yo, his blitz sucks, right? Fabiano, as strong as he is. But nowadays, oh yeah, Fabi is at the top of everything right now. I mean, with the likes of Magnus and Hikaru, the best, blitz fast players on the earth. We have a move here, too, by the way. Queen F5. What is that? Was not looking at that one.
Move the knight. There's no mate on H7, but there might be after bishop c2, James.
It's okay. Knight c7 somehow, yeah, bishop f6, liquidation.
Yes. But okay.
Knight ce7 does actually come to mind.
Right.
To open up the diagonal for the bishop.
And then queen where?
Well, you have bishop takes f6 with mass simplification.
That's gross.
But at the end, after white takes on d4, black will not be able to recapture because of the check on e8. That's not checkmate. The problem is just that you lose the bishop. Why is the eval bar? Okay, now it's...
If you take on d4, you lose.
Yes. Now, if you refrain from capturing on d4, you can probably hold this position just with a move like king f8. And probably white's extra pawn is just too weak to afford any serious winning chances. Knight f4 could also come to the rescue. So this is not unlikely if Fabi goes knight e7, but he's going to invest some time here because you don't want to shake the hornet's nest too much on the king side.
Wow, that was actually a clever move. He always finds these clever moves here.
Yes,
Queen f5.
James.
Yes.
Yes, Tanya. Fabiano, Caruana.
Wow, knight e7 would be a fun move with so many pieces hanging, opening up that bishop on a8, targeting the f3 knight, hitting the queen on f5, and of course the bishop on g5 is also loose. Fabi going into a bit of a think. The one thing that has been very impressive about Jordan, we've been talking about the big strengths for Fabi. Jordan on the clock, every single match this event has had a time advantage.
Oh, I didn't notice that, actually. That's a great call there. I mean, he's prepared and creative, and, he's getting positions he likes. Besides the last game with Nodirbek, where he just blundered queen c2, knight e3. Oh, my goodness, right? Hurts. But, of course, it happens like that, and you can't miss. But he is getting his positions he's like. Creativity in there, making you think a little bit more. And he's thinking on your time, which is very important. He's very focused, so thinks a lot on your time, so he moves a little bit quicker when you are making your move there. Uptime on Fabi, that's a good thing, in fact. Good move, too, as well. Queen f5 is a very interesting move.
That's some great ChessKid advice, David, to think in your opponent's time.
Yeah, definitely. I think all of my best tournament results have been when I'm thinking during my opponent's time over the board. For example, just sitting in your chair is it's a difficult skill to master. It's so tempting to walk around, admire other games, but you lose focus that way.
Well, the Soviet grandmaster Alexander Kotov, who authored a very famous book called Think Like a Grandmaster, I think in the 50s, some people in the chat might be familiar with it. He actually suggested, he said it was an integral part of the grandmaster mindset to think more generally on your opponent's turn, try to make general observations about the position, think which pieces you want to trade, and then on your turn, you do the more concrete calculation. So he recommended really not getting up from the board more than a couple of times. And the good thing about playing on the computer, I actually have gotten up from the computer before just because I have such an urge to walk around. I'm a pacer, right? If I'm on the phone, I'm pacing around the whole house. But it's easier to sit there and lock in. That's what both of these players are really known for doing.
Yeah, and that was advice given to me as well by Michael Adams, the longtime English #1. He was like, why are you walking around? You're always in time trouble. You lose extra minutes on your clock. You're turning up late to games. You're walking around. You're barely thinking. And I was like, wait, you're right. Now I've come across the reason. And yeah, my results improved a lot when I kind of tried to cut that out. but difficult to do so.
Difficult to do so, and Fabi's finding this position difficult to answer, and he doesn't make the move, knight retreating, hitting that queen.
What a move,
But
bro.
a slide of the queen to the queen side, hitting the bishop instead. It impressed you a lot, Daniel. What's going on here?
That's such a difficult move, born of very subtle observations. You have to notice that the bishop on b3 is an undefended piece. That didn't occur to me at all. Now, if white plays the obvious move, which I think is bishop takes f6, after queen takes b3, white's bishop is going to have to bounce off of f6. The b2 pawn is hanging, and Fabi is just calling Jordan's bluff. Jordan just doesn't have the machinery to exploit black's weak king. I would even hesitate to call it a weak king because it's surrounded by the rook and the knight. I'm really impressed by that move.
Really nice. They say LPDO, loose pieces drop off, and this is a case where you're not necessarily winning, but you're using the fact that this is a loose piece, undefended, unprotected, just to get out of danger with the black queen, to gain time, and not just as this bishop undefended, the pawn behind it, knight, the pawn behind it is also up for grabs, potentially in some variation. So yeah, you're calling the bluff, you're saying, no, actually the black king is safe as anything, and counterattack begins. I think it might be time for Jordan to try and bail out, to try and simplify this position, if he can, towards a draw, just in case it becomes too late.
That was really good.
Nice move.
Really good. Maybe knight b to d2 here, right? I mean, maybe just develop. I mean, that piece is not moved yet. Just get the piece off the back rank, takes. f6 is still on pre there, so you have to take maybe on g5. But maybe he has knight e7 now. That's probably his idea, is to go knight e7 now after that. Wow, it's getting spicy
Yeah,
here.
very murky waters in this position. Of course, white would love to send that h-pawn down the board, h4, h5, h6. But that's hard to do, because after knight bd2, you might have to sack the c3 pawn. I don't envy. I'm glad I'm in this warm studio in the commentator's chair right now. This is where I'm the most thankful.
8 minutes for Jordan. He does have that time advantage to invest now on whether he can play for a win. If you want to make a draw, there's probably various ways to do that. But just by getting those pieces off the board, waving that magic wand and saying, okay, disappear, please. But yeah, he wants more, Jordan. He's very ambitious. And with white in a two-game match, it's essential to at least try, at least press, put your opponent under some pressure. Ooh, takes f6.
But after queen takes b3, if you play knight takes d4, there might be some bishop takes g2 tactics at the end of the line.
Ooh.
So I'm not totally sure what Jordan's intention is here. The eval bar drops. I'm not sure if it's because of that. But I wouldn't want to allow the full dissolution of my kingside pawn structure. Black is definitely in the driver's seat here. Very easy to miss because you're so fixated on the b2 pawn being hanging.
Yeah, just to show this, king takes walks into a nasty royal fork, king and queen. And yeah, you lose a piece. So yeah, easy to miss this one. And the fact that he's paused after queen takes b3 when he initiated this trade, worrying signs for Jordan. What else? Bishop takes pawn, maybe? Maybe taking this direction just to keep this bishop closed temporarily. First, he hits the black queen. Very logical with knight d2. I'm guessing queen takes pawn is fine.
And then does he just want to play bishop takes d4 and sign the score sheets?
Yep.
Yeah. So the reason we say sign score sheets is because this is just dead level. Symmetrical pawns on the king side, 3 versus 3. This bishop looks nice and strong, but can't do too much on its own, and everything is protected for white. These two will later get traded, the d4 and c7 pawns.
There was a regular 2100 at my local club growing up in San Francisco. It was a very eccentric character as bishop takes d4 is played. And he was known for offering draws in very unique ways. So he wouldn't just say, I offer a draw. He'd say, want to call it a day? Yo, what do you say we grab a coffee down the street? And at some point, everybody knew that when he suggested something like that, it meant that Jules, which was his name, not Moussard, but it meant he was offering a draw. He was known also for playing 1b4 with white and 1b5 with black. So you can kind of get a good picture of that kind of personality.
That's what I love about chess. There's so many of those personalities, quirky.
One of a kind.
Yeah. Quirky people who play quirky openings. Yeah, opening choice tends to reflect personality, right?
That's correct. That is correct here. And this personality here is looking very dull. It's looking very dry. Very dry. Now, of course, I actually would probably take black because of this bishop. I mean, look how menacing the bishop is. Like, it is the greatest piece on the board. It is hitting everything that you have on the king side. And we can maybe loosen some things. I mean, even later on, of course, this is a very far stretch from here, but coordinating, obviously, with maybe the G-pawn, pushing G5, G4, opening up that whole diagonal, using the rook, right? The knights are kind of, what do you call them, superfluous from Dvoretsky, is superfluous knights. I mean, you know, shout out to my uncle Dvoretsky, but it's a lot of problems here, I think, if you can make these knights move around a little bit. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I would definitely take black. Feels dead equal, pretty much a draw, almost guaranteed. But if anyone's better, it must be black, just because of that bishop purely. And yeah, it's not easy to find any moves for white, I was going to say, until he jumped forward with his knight. Feels a bit loose, though, this knight move.
Yeah, it's starting to tick on. The back rank is weak. You would really love to be able to play h3 with white. You would love to have that in just so you can play rook e2 in this position. Now I wouldn't dare play rook e2, although I can't figure out why it loses exactly. If you play rook d1, then the knight on e4 is loose, David. As you were saying, rook can come to e8. Yeah. Oh, do I need to say anything other than that sound effect? It's like the uncomfortable position sound effect.
Right.
We should mention huge threat on the board. If you could play h3, you'd be very happy, but knight to h4 is the threat.
Oh my god.
That is a nice
deflection. Knight takes knight now. It's pretty much forced. You're
and
going
you lose
for a
the
double
knight
attack.
on e4 as well.
Oh, you lose everything, yeah. Knight takes knight. Queen takes rook is the problem now. The knight has been deflected from the attack. And as you say there, Danya, you lose a knight as well. So not just the exchange, not just rook for knight. You lose a whole rook in this process. A huge threat on the board. Really sneaky threat from Fabi. That is just naughty. Knight to h4 now threatened. You need to do something about the rook. It's really loose. The knight is the only thing defending it. It's all hanging by a thread. Jordan, maybe realizing now he should have found maybe a safer way to get out of this game, and he moves the rook up. Oh, this is scary stuff. Any checks from behind look like checkmate, but they can, for now, be blocked by a rook retreat.
And look at Fabi there, full alert mode. He also feels that this move, super loose on the back rank, he can smell the tactics in the position, but the Valbar seems to say that rook e3 is accurate.
And if knight h4, I think there might be knight f6 check to cover the b1 square, and only then does white recapture on h4. So that might be the tactical justification of Jordan's move.
Wow, very clever. Let's throw that out there, David.
Knight h4. Don't take this one. You will get checkmated on the back rank. Now a rook block is no longer protected. You can checkmate anyway. But as Danya says, knight f6, really sneaky. The pawn captures the knight, and suddenly there's no checks for the black queen. Any check on the back rank is checkmate, but you can't use this square because the queen covers.
Still, queen takes d4. Hard position to evaluate, but not sure Fabi wants to go for this, given that he's got black in game one. Might want to err on the side of being solid.
Yeah, with that king on g8 all open up, the bad pawn structure, that pawn isn't worth going after. But I think knight h4 is what Fabi had in mind till he realized knight f6, which is why we saw that quick expression change from him. But now he sees it doesn't seem to work. I'd be very surprised. It's very non-Fabi to go for material and just create these weaknesses in the position.
I think he might go for knight h4. It just feels like a Fabi move. He's always optimistic. He's always kind of... Oh, do you think Jordan spotted that? He must have done, right?
He must have.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not a bluff, rook e3. You don't get lucky there and survive with a tactic like that one.
Yeah,
and just nerves of steel. Sorry, Tanya.
Yeah, and also because before that, knight h4 was a threat, which he guards with rook e3. So it's definitely a move on his radar. He is super tricky. We've seen the creative ways in which he finds the defense, and really interesting. So, David, you think that Fabi might go for this idea, winning the pawn? James, do you think going into that line, opening up the king, would be the move of choice of Fabi here?
Yeah, knight h4 is very tempting. I'm trying to think. Okay, there it is. It's on the board. We're trying to see if there was something else, though. But knight h4 is the move. So knight f6, we're going down this line.
Does Jordan see it?
Jordan reacted. Did you see the look on his face? He kind of brushed the hair out of his face, like a nervous tick, kind of almost.
Interesting.
And he's like, oh, wait, has he missed something? Maybe he's going to get lucky here, because knight f6, is that the only way to survive?
f6 takes knight h4.
Is that the only move?
Well, you can play queen f4, and then you have to take on f3 with a pawn, and that is the least desirable outcome, because then you also lose the d4 pawn, and you've got nothing to show for it. Jordan has to keep his spirits up. That is quite the stroke of luck if he didn't plan this beforehand.
There are indeed other moves to survive. You mentioned one of them, Danya, just retreating the white queen, sliding her across to e5 makes sense too. But either way, those would give black a kind of structural, strategic advantage. Not much, but something to bite on. I think he's got to play knight check. Just drop that knight into f6.
f6 takes knight h4, and then I mean, it feels like It feels like white is almost mating you.
I know, right?
It feels like you're getting mated, right? But queen d4 holds f6. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Double attack, though. Whoa, h3, giving up the white knight.
Was that a mouse slip?
Oh, rook h4.
No, rook g3,
rook g4. Oh, my goodness. You kidding?
What an idea.
Throw it on a board, David.
Now, black can probably still draw there by covering on g5 with the queen, but I wouldn't touch that, given the pawn structure.
Wow, trapped. This queen.
Thinking.
What?
I love
Both
it.
players are in such good form. It's honestly just so refreshing to see bishop e4 here. Might be the saving grace, but
in this position, bishop e4. Wow.
Nope, queen f4, I think. And queen h5 and queen takes f6 is mate. Incredible lines.
Off the board. Wow.
I can guarantee Fabi missed h3. I think all of us would have missed h3 in this position. Genius from Jordan van Foreest.
Now, who's attacking who? Black to move?
The world missed h3. For me, the speed with which he played with, I think h3 could be the move of the day, David.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the psychological impact as well. Look at Fabi starting to shake his head. He spent 1 minute on this move. He's only got 2 minutes left. Look at the black king. If you can't find a forced draw here, you might well just get checkmated.
That's right. Mate is around the corner. Wow. Rook g3, queen h5, knight f5 is looking nasty there. This is scary. I also have love for the king. I can always run away. King h2. And then what do you do, right? It's very scary right now for Fabi. And he's getting lower on time. Look at the time as Jordan has here. That's why they've been calling him Michael Jordan Van Foreest. If he takes out Fabi in this one, this is a very, very scary situation for Fabi right now. What is the move?
King h8 comes to mind,
H8, yeah, I thought about that.
That's scary because of queen h5 and rook g3. It's
correct.
Fabi down below 2 minutes now.
Oh my gosh.
Fabi sits up, perks there, perks up, sitting up. Body language is saying, I am in trouble. I need to find a move.
How much of this line do you think Jordan saw before he went for it? He picks up, so he's seen bishop e4.
Yeah, but bishop e4 loses, and he takes on g4 instead, and that might be the way to draw. Just put the king on g7, and you have a fortress. Very prudent defense by Fabi.
Head shake.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. But this is it. How difficult is it to hold this position?
It was the only way to hold. It's the only way to try to hold.
It's a nightmare. We're just a minute and a half on the clock. He's thinking whether to take it back with the pawn or the queen. What decision would you go for instinctively here?
Oh, definitely pawn.
So you can go f4 and g5 later, maybe blast open that king, go for some forks.
Also, queen takes would have run directly into rook g8, and I think black would have been okay there. So actually, the doubled pawns for black on the f-file maybe help in building the fortress. There are no checks. Anytime white steps forward with the g-pawn, that will be traded all off. I think this one actually is quite a simple draw. And this is why the top players are so good defensively. They know even when things go wrong, they can bail out to an endgame, a pawn down, or build a fortress. They know exactly when to sacrifice. Now, I would love to get black's bishop round just to sit in front of the black king and just kind of curl up into a ball. I don't think the black c-pawn is going to survive much longer. There we go. It's getting chased down. So Fabi just needs to find good squares for his rook and bishop, but really classy decision just when panic would have set in for most people to give up the queen and force this fortress, I'm saying optimistically.
No, it is. Jordan might just offer a draw here because at this point you can just go rook d8, d5, d7, d5, d7. And as you said, David, the pawns actually soak up the effect of any pawn break. That's actually why you often want to have precisely this pawn configuration also, because your king guards all 3 pawns at the same time, so there are no targets at all.
Yeah, this type of pawn structure for black is only really bad if the opponent has a knight to kind of jump into the weak squares around. But if your opponent only has a queen here, rooks also struggle against this type of defensive pawn structure black has. Yeah, this one is going to end in a draw. Oof, what a game, though.
Yeah,
what a start to this match.
Yeah, crazy start to the match here. This ends in a draw. Fabi gets white. Jordan's going to have to be very creative, again, which he's doing already right here. They both in good form here. We can have ourselves a potential of a really an Armageddon.
Yeah.
It does look at a very, very high Armageddon rate.
It's just a best-of-2 match, and this is the first one. Jordan, he will try to push somehow the f-pawn down the board. Do you think that's an idea that he can look forward to now? The queen defends the g-pawn, but Fabi's not allowing it. Yeah. Rook g5, is this a perfect fortress?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah,
just no improvement.
Rook g6, rook g5, or rook e5, rook g5. I mean, it literally does. As long as you don't accidentally blunder the f-pawn, it's a dead draw. White's king has no pathways either.
Yeah, this is a diagram to show kids if they're trying to learn what is a fortress, what is the definition of a fortress, how do you defend? It's one of these types of positions. The opponent has no way to break through. The opponent's normally up on material, but there's no way to break through with checkmate or to create a passed pawn. Those are the main 2 ways to win a game in chess, and White has neither of them here.
But David, there's a very famous player who doesn't believe in fortresses.
Yeah. In my chessable course with Magnus, I tried to poke him on that, and he was like, okay, people took my words out of context. They do exist. So he has retracted that statement. So yeah, this one is a draw. any moment.
Funny thing is you could maybe even sack the bishop on g4 and still make a draw. But those types of positions actually get very tricky because then Zugzwang enters the equation. Here, you've got a whole host of waiting moves.
And that's just not great ChessKid advice.
No.
Do not give up that bishop completely unnecessary. But a good point you make that even if the bishop was not there and you're just for a rook for a queen, you still hold these kind of positions. Trickier, but now as we can see, there is absolutely no progress, no way for white to advance the f and the g pawn. And for Fabi, wow. In a difficult position, he really kept his cool and found the best way to defend. Amazing stuff by both these players. h3, I'm still thinking about that.
Yeah, I would have just resigned in shock after h3, but giving up the queen, that doesn't cross many people's mind first. And to make that decision, that huge practical decision by Fabi, with only 1 minute left on his clock, yeah, really classy. Both players, yeah, it's hard to pick one now. They're just both playing extremely well. Just seeing the board, seeing these tactics, that's a sign that a player is in the zone.
He allowed f5 there, but Fabi doesn't even want to do anything. He wants to just keep the status quo.
Status.
Thanks, Daniel.
There you go.
Appreciate that one.
Solidarity.
Yeah, just repeating moves. I think at this point it's just a bit of pride. Who's going to offer the draw? Neither side really wants to kind of be the first to say, do you want a draw, please? They're both just playing it out till the bitter end.
Fabi actually has more time than he did when he gave up that queen. That's how confidently he's played since then, finding the perfect defensive structure. And he's not even allowing the chance, giving white's king the chance to march over to the other side of the board, create threats from e7, attack that f6 pawn. Keeps everything under control. But now it's a bit of a question because you have to give something here. Either the rook moves from attacking the g pawn, and he does, because f4 is met by a check and you pick up the f pawn.
Yeah, I don't think white ever can set up the correct configuration to push pawns forward. Even if you could, I'm not sure that gets anywhere anyway. So yeah, Fabi just, he set up this defense and he's sticking to it. He knows what to do.
It's not allowing anything. Queen f2, rook g5. Whoa.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Goes for it.
What on earth is he?
Yeah, now just Fabi has to find an alternate configuration. I think Jordan wants to infiltrate down the dark squares. If you play f5, which is a very tempting move, then trouble might brew with king d6 and king e7. I still think it's a draw because black's king can just chill on h7, and I don't see a single potential mating square. That's actually how I think Fabi should defend. Go f5, slide the king over to h7, and that's it.
And bishop f5, you just march with the king? Is that your idea?
Yeah. So I would make sure that all of your pieces are on defended squares, squares defended by pawns.
Yeah, bishop to f5 looks fine too. Pawn to f5, just that final position you mentioned, Dania. Even if white gets 2 or 3 free moves, I'm just going to put some moves on the board. No checkmate, as you say. White can sneak behind, but actually this one loses the queen.
Oh my goodness.
You could never go any further. This king is nicely protected by its rook and bishop. And actually we're headed in this direction.
Oh my gosh, I hope Fabi sees that. Yeah. Oh, no, Jordan has to see that. We've seen one queen trap in this game, and I think that's enough.
Yeah. Black's just going to wait with his rook on those 3 squares. G8, G6, G4, any square that's protected by a pawn, and no way through for white.
And for all the chess kids out there, is there a way in your mind to visualize what is the right fortress and how to arrive at it?
Yeah, I mean, there's rules you can follow. Like, most of your pieces have to be on squares defended by pawns. You can also take your opponent's perspective and say, well, what are the mating constructions? Here, the only one is with white's king on f8 and the queen on g7. As long as you have that square protected, you know for a fact that your opponent cannot make progress. Also, you're holding g4. It's going to be a draw momentarily. I think they just agreed.
And that's it. We do have a result. What a game this was by both Fabiano Caruana and Jordan van Foreest. Game 1 ends in a draw. They will be playing the final rapid game. And Jordan there, he stays. I think that was him analyzing because he can't also believe the complications that happened and how easily Fabi actually created that fortress. Jordan's still looking at the game, do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, he's probably reviewing. He was doing that after his game with Nodirbek, and we saw his reaction when he discovered that a bishop could have been captured in one move. Of course, he's also curious about the opening. But Fabi, you will have the white pieces in the next game. Fabi with white in good form.
Dangerous.
Dangerous chess coming up, Fabi with white pieces, but Jordan has been such a beast in that game one. And David, I know you have a lot to pick from, but what was the highlight for you?
Tanya, I think we just need an action replay of those crazy tactics. What a game it was. Even though there was some fireworks on the board, it was level from start to finish. And it was here that Fabi started the chaos. In a level position, he was the one to start the tricks. Knight to h4, trying to deflect the white knight away. You cannot take, remember, because of a back rank checkmate. However, Jordan had come prepared with a counter strike. Knight to f6 check, forcing the black king to open up lines in front of it. And now there are no checks for the black queen. Every checking square is covered on the first rank. Fabi, however, had prepared queen takes pawn, threatening the knight, threatening a nasty checkmate from the corner, again on the back rank. But Jordan realized he could just give his king some air, give the king some breathing space. He solved one problem, and the second problem was dealt with after rook check. He's given up a knight, and he realized he could trap the black queen. It turned out that this fortress was a draw in the end, but fantastic play from both sides.
That's stunning. Just too pretty to watch. That one needs an action replay about 10 times because with that precision, game one has ended in a draw, and this is our scoreline. There will be one more rapid game coming up, and this time it's Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces, and he played brilliant chess in his last match with white against Jules Moussard. Can he do it again against Jordan van Foreest? We will find out after this Twitch break.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, first and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
An air of focus, concentration, performance. Airthings puts you in control of air pollutants that cloud your work from home space, shifting your state with every breath. Find your air of clarity now.
Our meetup community is constantly growing. We are at 20,000 members, and you can form your own community, your own group, and get going with Meetup in your city. For all the details, visit meetup.com/chess and get the chess going in your community. Meanwhile, we will be getting the chess going in game 2 of this big matchup with a spot at stake for the grand final. It's hard to pick, James, but who impressed you more in game 1? Was it Fabi or was it Jordan?
I'm not gonna lie, Jordan definitely impressed me there with the creativity, which is, of course, we see this all the time. He played queen f5, which was strange. He played a4, which is strange. Queen d3 was strange, but all correct, and h3 as well. All of these moves, Fabi's definitely gonna have to be on his P's and Q's and every other letter in the alphabet for him to take out Jordan.
David, was that a perfect game of chess?
Yeah, that's the problem with chess. Like, both players deserve to win, but they just cancelled each other out, and a draw is the logical result if both players are playing inspired chess like that. And this one, okay, we're off. E4, will we see another Spanish? It seems every game today has been the Spanish opening, and again, the Berlin. Surprised.
Man, definitely surprised.
The anti-Berlin.
Anti-Berlin, no endgames here. But Jordan, it's not his style necessarily to play the Berlin. I know he's done it already this tournament. He must have prepared it for the ChessKid Cup specifically. And okay, Fabi, vastly experienced, of course, we mentioned in this opening. He elects for an early trade, bishop for knight. Black has a slightly ruined pawn structure, but things are closed. So knights do tend to do pretty well in these positions as well. H3. Slower game ahead.
Very slow game. Yep, slow game. Of course, Spanish torture, right? It's like it's going to be slow. Very slow chess here. Every game we've seen in Roy Lopez, besides the last one, has been like very slow in game this and very slow that. And now we might see a little bit of spice, hopefully, in this game here. What do you think, Danya? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how Black handles this. The e5 pawn does not need to be defended immediately because knight e5 can be met with queen d4. But you've also seen players castle queenside in these types of positions with Black. The old school approach is just to castle short and then play either knight f6 back to d7 or rook to e8, because after white castles, you will eventually have to defend the e5 pawn. So you could get a very positional battle, but if Black chooses to castle queenside, which I know Vladimir Kramnik has done, and a lot of top players have done in recent years, this could get super tactical as well.
Yeah, super tactical is quite likely. Often the bishop will come out, the king will come out to c8, try and hide on the opposite flank. There's also the other way of playing Danya here. If Black castles kingside, White has the option maybe of going for a queenside castle over the next few moves, and we could see the knight move out the way, the bishop move, and White's king try to hide on this flank.
I wouldn't complain if that happens.
I don't think any of us would be disappointed if that happens. So it's very much up to these two players. Jordan first keeps his options open. He defends the pawn with a bishop retreat. So he's lost a move with his bishop. It came out, it stepped back, but at least the center now has clarified. And because the center is locked, it means Black does have the luxury of time. The price of each move is slightly lower. And Fabi now, he brings his knight out. Very standard stuff so far. I've played Fabi actually a couple of times myself on the Black side of the Berlin, and it's been suffering. It's been torture indeed. I really regret choosing that against one of the world's leading experts in these structures. Every time I see this type of structure, I just think Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, and Fabiano Caruana. They just seem to have it every other game against each other, and they know all the plans, all the places for their pieces so well. H6, meanwhile, from Jordan. Flexible stuff. I don't think White should castle, because Black might start throwing some pawns towards the White king. It's a bit of a waiting game right now.
Yeah, right. That's funny. It's like a reverse in the Italian. You'll see this in the with the Black pieces sometimes. If you castle early, then G5 happens. So really both sides actually have to kind of wait here. I guess you can see a G4 or a G5 happen if anyone castles in this situation. It's kind of funny, huh?
Yeah, H6, very rare move. I was checking this on the database. Anand Topalov had a game, but everybody was playing either C5 from Black to clamp down on the D4 square. Very common idea. Jordan could still play it here, or castle short. But Jordan trying to limit the mobility of White's bishop. Will we see an early G7, G5? Let's go, girl.
Let's go, girl.
Yeah. But then White would counter-strike with D4 and win the game in 3 moves. So no.
Just to show the ideas we're discussing there, White's king has committed to one flank, and it would be extremely tempting for Black to start throwing pawns towards it, which is usually well justified. But here is one of the exceptions, because White can strike in the center. An attack on the flank is often well met by an attack in the center, a counter attack in the middle of the board. So that's why Jordan doesn't go for it. Just a general tip for everyone at home. Instead, he chooses to retreat his knight, but he's keeping his options open of maybe throwing some pawns forward later. And Fabi takes the opportunity to reroute his knight to the C4 square. Watch out if Black does castle kingside for a slower pace of game, but White is the one with the pawn breaks. White is the one who can open the position at his discretion a bit later on.
Interesting choice there by Jordan van Foreest. In the last 2 moves, he has withdrawn back with the bishop to d6, stepping 1 step back, and then now he takes his knight back to d7, delaying the option of kingside castling. And we were talking about rerouting the knight for White. Jordan also has his own ideas in the position, perhaps trying to get that knight to that e6 square, from where it can start jumping on some central squares on the board. He now does go Shah Castle. There are ideas of f5 in the air, but I really like knight c5, knight e6. Is that a plan in this position, James?
Knight c5, knight e6, definitely a playable plan. I also like knight c5, f5 too. You know how aggressive I am. I just throw everything at him all the time. Don't even think twice. But of course, knight c5, knight e6 to take over d4, and f4 squares are nice. Knight c5, pawn f5 is good as well. We do need to figure out where this knight goes though, because it does block the bishop, and now he moves it to b6 instead, and we have a trade. Wow, fast moves.
f4.
Definitely. Play instantly.
Wow.
I'm taking white.
Yeah, unpleasant position for black. And you mentioned, David, this is not really Jordan's style. And right now, this is playing right into Fabi's hands. He's so experienced. He knows when to push the lever, when to push the f-pawn or the d-pawn. This is looking very unsavory for Jordan, who's also down 2 minutes.
Yeah, we can tell by the clock times that you mentioned there, Dania, that Jordan is uncomfortable. Every game, pretty much, in the whole event, he's ahead on the clock. But this isn't his type of position, and he's also walked into his opponent's kind of home territory here. So, yeah, I do fear for black. The good thing is, opposite color bishops, if you can somehow break out in the center, trade off the knights, trade off all the heavy pieces, you should be safe, but a long way to go before that. And it is quite likely that white might even be able to whip up an attack against the black king. White has the semi-open f-file now, the semi-open f-line, the white queen, the white rooks. They're gravitating towards that black king.
There's natural, healthy, straightforward play. Queen g3, bishop e5, get the other rook into e1. You're playing essentially without risk here for white. I'm loving it for Fabi.
Yeah, that's the thing. Zero risk at all. If things go wrong for white, okay, you trade off some pieces, you maybe make a draw. If things go wrong for black, you just get checkmated. So the stakes are higher. Even if the computer might say it's roughly level here, the engine actually, the evaluation bar says it's quite nice for white. Yeah, either way for black. You're also playing without a piece. He's really misplaced that black knight. Tanya, James, you were talking about that black knight's path to kind of fresher pastures. Now it's kind of not contributing at all to the battle.
I'm not loving that knight at all. And I think, again, he has to find a way to reroute it to try and defend on the king side, because otherwise he will be playing without a minor piece. Meanwhile, white also has ideas of provoking more weaknesses on the king side by doubling down on that g7 pawn. Notice how the queen on g3 attacks it. A move like bishop e5, always in the air, forcing black to play pawn moves. And another big takeaway for chess kids, pawn moves means more weaknesses.
Absolutely. And Fabi trying to find the right arrangement of pieces. You can play a kind of pass move like rook a to e1, but he's trying to squeeze the most out of the position. You could play bishop e5 to try to provoke some weaknesses. So not so easy to handle white. He's picked all the low-hanging fruit off. He's gotten the queen to g3, but now push has come to shove, and you have to actually find ways to tighten the screws on the king side.
Yeah, this is where I'm so different from Fabi. Fabi is calculating, looking for the force win, looking for something direct, looking for an immediate tangible advantage. I would just be playing rook e1 because I'm lazy and I wouldn't calculate. I just see one bad piece or one piece that's not really participating, and I think, okay, I don't want you to be lonely out there on a1, just centralize it. And if you compare all the pieces, this knight more centralized than black's knight, this bishop far superior to its counterpart, looking at both sides of the board. The white queen active, the two rooks better than the black rooks. I think that should be enough for Fabi, but instead he's gone for something a bit more direct. He jumps in with the bishop. This is maybe even stronger. What is his next idea? That's the question. I don't really want to trade off the bishop for knight because that black knight is not doing anything anyway, but maybe you're left with a better minor piece even in that position. What does Fabi want?
That's a good question.
Rook e1 now?
Yeah, maybe just rook e1. I mean, improve, right? Rook a to e and just hope for the best. It just improves the piece. But then we have to back this bishop up eventually, and the question is where? Do we go to e5, provoke an f6, or do we go back to f4?
Yeah, the bishop hit the queen, but it's just a one-move threat. What's the follow-up? It's a bit mysterious to me.
And also black's queen on d7, it's a move that black perhaps wanted to make anyway, to connect the rook and to finish development. So just provoking that, a bit mysterious what Fabi wanted out of it, and even more mysterious that he goes into a think right after the most natural response by black.
Yeah, the only explanation I can come up with is that, for example, here he might have wanted to drop his bishop into a square such as this one and then kind of lock it in with a pawn move, but he didn't want to allow black's queen to come out with a trade. So, okay, he's gone the other side of the board. Okay, very strange stuff, I've got to say, from Fabi. He just wants to, he wants to lock down on this knight.
I like it, actually. I think this makes sense.
Yeah. It makes sense. It's just the full board awareness is beyond me. Just looking at that side of the board, when I would have been looking at the Black King.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Fabiano Caruana.
And we've seen that with him throughout this match. That move Queen B8 in game 1. Again, there was that question about full board awareness. You were looking at all these ideas on the king side. Then he goes and attacks the bishop on the other end of the board. And we're seeing that same freshness by Fabi here with the move A4. Definitely some great air quality there where Fabi is. Shout out to Airthings for providing that data to us. So we know how his mind is so fresh. A4 on the board, a fresh idea, which we were not expecting in the studio. It has a direct threat. You want to go A5. Black doesn't have the opportunity to stop that because the knight on B6 is hanging. How dangerous is this advance on the queen side, A5, B4, trying to get more space?
Extremely dangerous. Shall we say it is a breath of fresh air? These kinds of things are pretty dangerous for Black because if you push the pawn up to A5, you force the knight to drop back to C8, severs the coordination between Black's rooks, and then any kingside attack is by definition going to be stronger with a bunch of Black's pieces out of commission. Jordan can't play A5 himself. Pointed out, the knight drops. And the move D4 for Black just plays into White's hands because White wants the knight on E2 anyway. From there, it can jump to F4. So definitely, I wouldn't have played either of those last two moves in a million years. But that's why I'm sitting here and Fabi's sitting there. And he might be on the road to creating some serious problems for Jordan.
Yeah. How does Jordan make the most of his position here? How does he defend? I would want to activate this rook at least. I don't necessarily want to attack this bishop yet. It feels like I'm taking a retreat square away from the knight. Imagine later, after the white bishop retreats somewhere, imagine if this knight gets kicked into the corner. A bit like a previous game that we've seen today. Knight on H1, knight on A8. Don't try it at home.
Don't try it.
Yeah, instead, I do assume maybe he's going to choose a square like this one. At least then he can meet this move with a knight retreat. And you mentioned the rooks being disconnected if the knight's in between them, in the way. There we go. At least now the rooks are connected. The Black knight is still bad. One bad piece, but the rest for Black is pretty harmonious. And he plays it, Jordan. Rook E8 on the board. We'd all take White here, I'm assuming?
Oh, yep. Everybody taking White here. Just trying to figure out how to use these dark squares somehow. Like, it feels like you can maybe rook lift, or you need the knight and the bishop on the king side over here with some deadly attacks, like even dropping a piece almost on F6, right? Of course, those tactics look really nice. You do look for a rook F6 at some point, which would be really nice, but you do need to get the bishop involved. So it's going to take a while, like bishop F4, move the bishop back, play queen H4 and rook F6. It's really, but it takes a while. And Jordan's not going to go for that too as well. He also knows what we want. He may even have an F5 of his own. So it's a hard game for sure.
Hard game, yeah. And okay, Fabi does drop back, kicking the Black rook away. The Black king is almost checkmated, but no way to break through. As you said, James, it takes a while to set up any attack for White.
Man, I hope that bishop gets a raise.
It's doing all the work in White's position. It's not clear what it's actually doing. But
yeah, it's you know.
It's in the office. It's not sure. It's not clear that that bishop is actually working.
Rainn Wilson would approve of that.
Right, in the office.
I timed it wrong. I should have dropped that in yesterday. But knight to C8. Note how the white bishop dominates the black knight, but the white bishop will get kicked away in the near future.
Yeah, I think Rainn would probably play with the Dwight pieces here.
Dwight.
Have you ever seen the English Office?
I've never even seen the American Office.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Because I've never seen the American Office, only the original.
And for admitting that, I'm probably going to get kicked out of this office. All right. I'm going to retire now.
No. I'll be here all night. Knight C8, guys. Yeah.
Difficult position. That's why we're kind of deflecting with all these puns, just because the position's so hard to understand. What is Fabi's plan?
I mean, maybe just rook A, E1, just like whatever. Get the last piece in the game.
It feels like he's just procrastinating, Fabi, rather than taking proper action. He's kind of just moved his bishop 3 times, pushed the A pawn. It's really unclear what he's actually kind of angling for here.
Yeah, the plan's difficult. That's the problem. It's like, what's the plan? Right, but I mean, if you don't have the plan, you improve the position. Yeah, and he's been doing that. Moving the bishop around. Black's actually improved a lot too, as well, though.
I'd love to get the C3 knight over to H5. Yeah. The moment you play knight E2, Black plays D takes E4 and ruins your center. You can waste the tempo on E5
But that's exactly that. You spend a tempo, you allow Black's knight maybe to get into the action with knight e7 and knight g6, and man, that king on h7 is looking more solid than ever. I think Jordan has done a great job defending, and again, his time management has been excellent. He's now up on time. He's looking really, really nice here.
Yeah, I like it suddenly for Black. Well, at least I don't think Black is objectively worse anymore. Earlier, Black had pretty much no pieces in the game, no pieces near the Black king. Now you have defensive pieces, you have potential with the Black knight. Fabi, I think for the first time today, we've seen him play several games already. For the first time today, I'm questioning his kind of strategic choices. Just using the same piece several times when you've still got the rook on a1 at home asleep. I'm not a huge fan, but maybe he has a deeper idea in mind. There we go. He trades a set of pawns, and we didn't really discuss this. If Black had captured the other way, then Black would have been left with an isolated pawn in the center of the board, instead taking with the bishop, allowing a knight for bishop trade, but at least keeping the Black structure intact. Black has at least 2 pawn islands now, everything connected. And okay, calm stuff. He's just aiming to stack up, double up his rooks on the f-line. What do we make of this transition?
I mean, it's boring. Just draw. I mean, it feels very weak. I mean, very like... I mean, it can be double-edged in a few moves here, but, like, I mean, everybody's solid. Both pieces have development. I mean, I'm also going to get this knight off of c8. I would probably prefer white just by a little bit because we do have the opposite color bishops in these games, or in these games, period, with opposite color bishops. You know, the attacks can be very brutal because the other side obviously cannot defend due to having the opposite color bishops. So doubling the rooks and maybe aiming at h6 and g7 somehow. Yeah. Knight f5 is coming.
This does feel very milquetoast. I mean, you can double on the f-file. Even if you force Black to play f6, my tactic senses aren't really tingling there. You just don't have enough oomph going on the king side.
Yeah, now, after all of that, the only way white is ever going to be better is by crashing through with a checkmating attack. But as you say, Danya, just doesn't feel like you have the ammunition, the firepower right now for white. Black's pieces are getting organized, getting into position. And I think, I don't want to jinx it, but maybe another Armageddon today. We've been treated.
That would be the dream, because this has been a fantastic fight between these two players. If this game ends in a draw, it's far from it right now. All 2 results possible here, but with just the kind of chess the two have been playing, absolutely precise and perfect play. We are expecting this one to go down to the wire. And while that happens, we're also waiting for your selfies. Post them on Instagram with the hashtag ChessChamps, and you could win the Airthings Black Wave device to help you monitor your air quality. Right now in the studio, we're monitoring the play quality, and our commentators think it's been fantastic. That bishop retreat to d2, always stepping out of any knight forks. c5 is Black threatening to set up a battery on the long diagonal.
I'm not sure if it's a direct threat, but it's certainly what he wants to do. He would love to preserve his beautiful bishop, Black, here. If he could just step it back somewhere along that diagonal, then it's unclear what the white knight will ever do. Yeah, I think it's just a very solid move as well. He's hinting at potentially kind of a minority attack on that side of the board as well. He's just saying, OK, I'm clamping down. Your structure is better on the queen side. You have more pawns there with white, so I'm just going to lock you down. You can never advance. And yeah, Fabi's stuck. He's played all the pretty moves, the pieces all on nice kind of looking squares, but still no plan, no threat. Yeah, feels like both sides are just waiting for the action to begin.
And I would consider knight d1, knight e3, knight g4, maybe to create some semblance of kingside threats, just at least to scare your opponent.
Right.
Queen h4 also threatens rook takes f6, but it's another one-move threat that's very easy to parry. Several ways to do it, whether it's knight g6 or rook e to f8. And Fabi burning a lot of time here and deciding on a trade, a committal decision, which does lead to an imbalance. No more opposite-colored bishops for you.
Wow. So taking a really brave decision, because it looks like the Black Knight is pretty strong here in the center. And, OK, pushing pawn to a5, that doesn't feel like it's too threatening, just trading off a set of pawns over there. I guess that pawn was attacked on the last move. And Black controls the main open file in the position. No hits here, no tactics. I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan just starts to double up his rooks in the center of the board. White's attack, more of a illusion right now.
Hold on, do you smell that? It smells like Armageddon to me, bro. This smells just like Armageddon. Looks just like, I mean, dead equal. dead equal guys have enough time to figure this out, not blunder anything. No real attack for white. You don't want to make any committal moves like pushing c4, which weakens d3 drastically, right? a5 is a move we can get away with, maybe trying to open the a file. Try for some chances, trade a few pieces, we shake hands, we go to Armageddon.
Yeah, and often for the chess kids out there, we talk about piece exchanges. Rooks coming off the board, queens coming off the board. If it's just pure bishop versus knight, do we still think that's level?
Yeah. I think if all of the rooks come off the board, it's essentially a dead draw. There's a non-zero possibility of that. I mean, white could go rook e1 and start initiating the process. If Fabi wants to keep some spice alive, maybe he can operate on the queen side. But a move like c4 is incredibly committal. But d4, this is what I'm talking about. And wants to slide the queen over to d3, pick up the pawn, and maybe use that pawn majority and attack the b6 pawn. I like it.
Yeah. I don't think, well, I think Fabi's happy now. I don't think Jordan should have allowed this. It feels like the more the position opens up, the more it will favor the long-range piece, the bishop. So yeah, really nice spot there. Tactical idea from Fabi. I was going to show it on the board, but we're going to see it in the game. The white queen slides across, check. The black king forced back, and material balance restored. The black knight still looking nice and strong, but suddenly a bit less stable in the center of the board.
Yeah, because that c-pawn can march up to c4 and hit that knight. It is a very different position after that d4 move. And then again, we talk about these pawn structures. That little move by Jordan, f6, has created some weaknesses on the king's side. But does Fabi have enough pieces? Imagine if, for Fabi, instead of a dark squared bishop, you can trade that for a light squared bishop in this position. It's a completely different game, because then you can really take advantage of those light squares. But right now, not so easy. But I still think the advantage here, if for anyone, it's got to be for Fabi, with sacrifices on h6, a potential queenside pawn storm, creating a passer. Anyone can try. It looks like it's Fabi. Is that accurate, or do you think the knight can be tricky?
Weirdly enough, I think he created some very nice chances here in the last few moves here. I mean, if we can get the bishop like to c3 and then rook takes f6 is on top there.
Bishop h6, rook f6.
Ooh,
He's
you know
kind of threatening c4 and then bishop takes h6.
Exactly. That's what we're looking at right now here, guys.
Yeah.
Very sick tactics are available now that we've made that imbalance after trading there, pushing d4. He made some real threats happen. I mean, that's crazy how Fabi was able to create these type of threats in the position that we had literally like 2 moves ago. Very nice.
Yeah, maybe a direct threat, as you mentioned, pawn to c4, kicking the black knight away. We just showed what happens if the black knight does retreat. It becomes crazy. White has all those tactical shots. And, OK, Jordan brings his rook across. One defender away from the king, giving the king some breathing space. Is that... it feels shaky somehow.
I would go c4 and b3, maybe.
Engine says everything is good. So c4, right? I guess where's he going?
The idea to come in, maybe?
Except that. Oh, 93.
That's why. OK.
Yeah,
that's why.
93 and
1.
Things get traded.
Play rook f3 to prevent it, but then you allow rook e2. So needs to be careful, this Fabi here.
Yeah. Maybe it's just a strong move from Jordan, just relocating, improving a piece. Actually, we advise that quite often, so why did I hesitate? It's just the black's pieces are a bit loose, but wow, Fabi, he's thinking long-term now. The bishop versus knight kind of configuration suits him. So he's trying to get rid of some of black's most active pieces. That black rook in the center, holding everything together, logical move. I quite like it for white, this last one.
So any endgame in this game would mean advantage, big advantage, Fabi, as he would be the one who'd create a passer on the queen side, and with that bishop assisting that, things would be very difficult to hold. The more pieces that get traded, the better it is for Fabi. One rook's off, knight goes back to e7, hitting that rook. The c2 pawn is still a little tender. Does black have some tactics to try and take advantage of it? Centralize your queen once the rook falls back.
Yeah, if there are any tactics, we know Jordan will find them. He's shown that today. And wow,
what the
Fabi. Brave stuff, going for black's lone pawn on the queen side. Ambitious, but he's left his king undefended. The white king now a bit loose. Tanya, you mentioned some tactics. The white c-pawn now that is eyed up by the black queen and black rook. How to defend that?
Bishop c3, maybe?
Looks good. I was thinking.
Could also put the pawn on c3, but then. Wow, there's even like knight g6 and knight h4 ideas. So Jordan, I mean, again, the queen and the knight, that's been a theme of this tournament. And there we go, knight g6 on the board. And Jordan is starting to flirt with perhaps playing for a win, especially given Fabi's clock time.
Yeah, that knight is undefended, but don't get greedy. Don't go and grab it with the white queen. The white queen was needed to protect its rook. So he's really staying consistent with his strategy here, Fabi. He's trying to trade off the queens. He knows any endgames will favor the bishop because black has a weak pawn, but because there are pawns on both flanks. So Jordan wants to run away with this, but not many squares to use for the black queen. Is he going to try and sacrifice a pawn? He loves to sacrifice pawns, Jordan van Foreest, but is this one of those moments? I don't think he should allow a queen trade.
No. Again, I mean, the queen is centralized too. So maybe we just go queen c7.
Step back one square with the black queen.
Then bishop e3 could maybe be met with rook to d8. And then suddenly things get very tactical with white's king subject to that check on the first rank. That would drive it out to f2. That's the last thing you wanted for Fabi. But a big decision either way here for Jordan.
Yeah, in practical terms, I think you have to gamble. You have to keep the queens on and hope you can whip up some counterplay against the white king. Just any endgames will be miserable, and white will have zero risk. It's only black playing for survival if the queens come off. So I think Jordan, he'll be missing a trick if he doesn't keep the queens on right now. Big decision for him. He's got an extra minute on the clock. That also points towards keeping the queens on the board. Black's king is safer, has more pawn protection than the white king. I think he's got to do it. Step back the black queen.
He takes. He goes for the trade.
b3 and c4, and you could fall into a miserable position here really, really fast. I don't like that call by Jordan. It's also a much easier position to play with white in time pressure. He should be able to hold this with best play, but I would hate to have this against the Super GM.
Yeah, I think he was too caught up with the result there, Jordan. He was happy to try and guide the game towards a draw, but this one is still far from a draw. It's never going to be easy for black anymore. Oh, I hate that decision. I think just a missed trick, especially Fabi. We've seen him get a bit nervous. He did against Jewel in one of the games when his clock ticked down. I think he should have played for the attack there, Jordan. Big, big moment. Will he regret that decision? White just clock's level as well, James.
Yeah, white just has a preferred position. Our rook is active with bishop versus knight. You have the pawn on b6, which is dark square. I have a dark square bishop, right? We also can maybe end up walking the king up. We can also play c4, bishop c3, attack the knight, bishop d4, and we have the passed pawns. We're going to push forward here, but it has to be very precise, and time is getting low for both.
Yeah, time's getting low. The kings are coming, however, towards the center. Black's pawn has been locked down. Again, great strategy. White has a dark squared bishop, so he's put all his pawns on light squares. So the light squares are covered by the pawns. The bishop does work around those. And, okay, kicking away the black knight. No good squares for that knight right now.
Yep.
Nice move.
And the knight has to lose contact with the b6 pawn. Now you could try bishop d4, and rook b5 is already a decisive threat. So black will have to quickly run that knight, maybe to e7 and c8.
Knight f4, knight e2?
Yeah, knight f4, knight e2.
Knight f4, and that's why Fabi very patiently brings his king up, because you don't win this game in one move. You win this game by posing threats and trying to catch your opponent in an awkward setup. Knight f4 anyway by Jordan as he tries to defend actively, force that rook off of the center.
Yep, and that white rook has two options. It either slides across the board to pinpoint that black b pawn, or it goes up the board, maybe cutting off the black king. Different strategies here. Fabi has to choose. You have to maybe be a bit careful. If you go to the wrong square with the white rook, you might get forked. You might walk into the black b pawn stepping forward. The white bishop not on a safe square. So this one's still tactical despite the fact it is an endgame.
And it's always the case, right? When one side has the knight, because it's always jumping around and these forks are always there on the board. We were talking about how all of white's pawns are on light squares. Also notice how black's pawns are actually on the same color as Fabi's bishop, which gives him easy targets. As Daniel, you were mentioning, that b6 pawn, a big weakness. Once you can just get out of these tricky checks with the knight, bishop d4, rook b7 is a big idea on the board. And at some point, maybe the g and the h pawn can start advancing. Imagine a break on g5 and suddenly g7 is tender.
Yeah, white would love to start creating creating action on both sides of the board, but instead, black is the one to create a threat. Nice kind of agility there from the black knight, threatening to jump towards the white pawns on the queen side. White would love to teleport the king over to protect those pawns right now, but it's not quick enough, James.
Yeah, not quick enough indeed, but I am liking white still. I do like my chances, but I mean, he could play king f8, king e8.
But how do you step knight c5?
It's a big question.
I think you might have to go bishop b4 and trade on c5, and that basically means that's basically all she wrote.
Wow.
Should he go for it? Knight to c5.
It's on the board.
Yeah.
Take, and Armageddon.
Oh my God. Is this a draw?
I think so. Black's rook is just going to target this pawn.
Yeah, most likely.
If you could teleport the white king forward somehow just to d5 or over to c3 to protect this pawn, you'd be loving life. But I don't think you're quick enough. Still, you take white, but should be a draw now with best play. You can't create a passed pawn without more trades. Pawns are disappearing.
Rook b6, I think, is maybe even the simplest. And someone's going to offer a draw here.
Oh, my God. Or they'll just find a way to repeat this position. Rook b3, the pawns have been traded off, and we are expecting this one go down to the Armageddon. Well, it's 2 versus 3 on the king side. Fabi does have the c passer. Anyway, that can be a danger point for black here. Rook check, advance the pawn. Is it easy to hold this position as black?
If I had this against Magnus, I'd be pretty nervous still, but I'd be nervous in a rook versus rook position. So the answer is yes.
I'd be nervous with king versus king against Magnus.
King versus king.
He's pushing. He's got h5 on the board, clamping down the king side. So no repetition. Black will still have to earn the draw.
Yeah, and everyone at home should note how Jordan is going active with the black king. Never sit passive, never get your king cut off on the back rank in rook endgames. The king is an important active piece, and he's allowing actually white to win a pawn. White can go and grab the black g-pawn, but black will be so active there. I think this one is guaranteed to be a draw at this point.
Very clean. They say the best defense and offense is behind the pawn here. So if it's my white rook would like to be behind the pawn, but it's in front, and the black rook is ideally placed for us to take this pawn. h5 could also hang too if you're not careful. So yeah, this should be absolutely a draw here. King f5, active king.
Yep, active king. White's passed pawn is kept under lock and key by the black rook behind, as you mentioned there, James. And the white rook is actually rendered passive because it's stuck defending its own pawn. The one thing you should be wary of here with black is kind of crossing over to the g-file. You don't want to allow the white rook to move away with check and allow the pawn to keep stepping up the board. You've got to be slightly careful. So Jordan, yeah, he keeps his king on a square. It cannot be checked by the white rook. Nice play.
So active all the time. All his defense is based on offense. Jordan just never goes passive in any position. Now he's threatening to further drive down the white king with a check on c2. Meanwhile, white could go for the g7 pawn. It doesn't really help the cause. You can win a pawn on the king side, but black's king is super active. If this goes into an Armageddon, is there a favorite in this match?
Nope. I can't even give a favorite there. I mean, this chess has just been completely equal. Very creative with Jordan, but also, calculating machine preparation from Fabi. They meet each other, and it's been a draw each time so far.
But then maybe, James, it comes down to who gets black.
Who gets the black pieces? That's right. This is very crucial.
Fabi's still trying, by the way. I mean, if he wanted a draw, he could have offered it or taken on g7. He's squeezing every last drop out of this position. He wants to take on g7 and go rook g6. The problem is, even if he does all of that, black just steps into f4 with his king. I mean, this is easy clap for Jordan.
Yeah, the only thing that can stop him now from getting a draw is nerves, Jordan. I think if he overthinks the position, perhaps things might slip, but it's hard to imagine too much going wrong. Even if he just sits tight, even if he just kind of waits with the black rook, I don't see too much happening there. But he will want to find the active defense. It's Jordan van Foreest. He wants to find the most forcing way, the most active way. I've never seen him sit passive in any position ever, Jordan. So
I mean, even f5.
Waiting. Yeah.
Great call, Daniel. Just as you mentioned it.
I mean, even F
on the board.
Right on the spot there. Nice. King d2. Rook moves.
Right on cue. F5.
Let's take.
Swap those pawns.
Riveting position.
Riveting.
I would go rook takes g7 and rook g6, one last trap. And black can play rook d6 check, but he takes on f5. Okay, that's it.
Yeah. Everything is just coming off the board now. This game is going to be drawn in the next few seconds, I was going to say.
Next few hours.
Few hours.
It's definitely a draw now. He'll play rook g6 and everything will
and walk the king to the corner.
Yep, they just agreed.
That's it. And the second game ends in a draw, which means we are going into the bidding Armageddon. Fabiano Caruana there. He doesn't have reasons to be too displeased about it. It was an even game. Both players once again coming out with a precise play and active defense there. Jordan van Foreest playing some excellent chess today. It's not going to be easy for Fabi, and we in the studio feel that it all will come down to who will get the black pieces in that bid and how low are you willing to go for the black pieces. But David, in the rapid portion, as James said, hard to pick a favorite because both just played amazing chess.
Both played great chess, attacking when they could, but also the sides on the defense always found the right moves. The level of accuracy, the level of precision was off the charts here. And just when we were getting excited about Fabiano Caruana's chances to win this game, Jordan found a really nice defensive maneuver. First, he activated the Black Knight. Active defense, the best form there. Kicking the white rook away, but now this move, the backwards knight move, really nice, really classy. Remembering that these white pawns are actually slightly vulnerable. The big threat, of course, is knight to c5, a double attack, hitting the white rook and hitting these pawns. And it's because of the weakness of this pawn that white was forced to trade his superior bishop for the black knight. We saw knight c5 land on the board. The trade happened here and everything disappeared. In the end, the rook endgame did follow the cliche. It was a draw.
Big chess kid takeaway there. Always look for active defense, and that's exactly what got Dutch number 2 over to the finish line in the rapid. Both games ended peacefully, but the games themselves were anything but peaceful. It was dramatic chess all around, and with that, we are in for a treat. And as we see, these two monsters will be fighting it out in the Armageddon as we wait for the Armageddon bids. We are going to go into a Twitch break for our non-subscribers. For those of you who are subscribed with us, stay right where you are. We've got something special coming up. What a talent Jordan van Foreest is. We've seen him play incredible chess. He is the Dutch number 2, the 2021 winner of the Tata Steel Masters. He's up against one of the best in the world number 6, Fabiano Caruana. And he's been showing some inspiring chess. And there's another player who's been playing inspiring chess, and he's just all of 14. Just unbelievable stuff. A super talented chess kid. He's from England, international master Shreyas Royal, and he's got a dream to be the youngest grandmaster from England. David had a talk with him. Take a look.
I think when I was 5-6 years old, I said, I want to be a grandmaster. Getting the title, the Grandmaster title, but also being the youngest to do it in the UK, that was a huge goal. It drove me throughout my entire childhood. It was all I could think about at times. My friends, they would be out playing football, out, hanging together, and I would just be at home studying chess, playing chess whenever I could, and it was all with that one specific title in mind. So when I got it, it was just, the feeling was incredible. I ran back from the tournament hall to meet my mum. She was crying with joy. It was amazing. I felt that I had kind of repaid some of what my parents had sacrificed, bringing me around the world, around the country, every weekend.
The record has been mine for 16 years, but I'm about to lose it.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
You too.
I'm currently thinking about the Grandmaster record, which currently stands, I think, at 16 years and 1 month old, by the man who's sitting right opposite me. I would be the youngest English Grandmaster if I were to get the title before then, and I'm currently 14 years old, so I think I have pretty high chances. I could try to get it this year. I don't know how many records I've held, but this would be probably my biggest one so far. I got into chess through my father at the age of 6. He taught me the basic moves, and then I went to my local primary school and they had a chess club there. I guess my first major achievement was when I was 7 years old. I was feeling very happy. I felt I was good at something and I was better than a lot of other people.
But just as his chess career was starting out, his future life situation became uncertain.
Shreyas was essentially Britain's chess hope, and his father was here on a work visa. That work visa was running out, and essentially he was going to be deported.
The people in the country, the English Chess Federation, they didn't exactly want to lose me. I was also, really used to England. I liked being here. I had a lot of friends. I also wanted to stay, and I guess English Chess Federation and my family and some more important people also fought for my case.
We launched a PR campaign to try and keep Shreyas in the country, which gained an enormous amount of traction.
In the end, we got an unexpected call from the Home Office saying that our visa has been extended. It felt pretty good. I even got the British passport, so whenever I travel to tournaments, I can use the British passport and skip the long lines.
Recently, Shreyas Royal started working as an ambassador for ChessKid, this tournament's sponsor, helping others learn the game.
I'm really happy to be working with ChessKid to help get more players in the UK playing chess. I do some shows with them, and I play every week on ChessKid against some of the players on the site.
Let's do this.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, one hand behind my back. No, so nervous. Okay.
38 seconds. Okay, but I have to mention there was one rule that you did not follow.
Oh, no.
Supposed to take one piece at a time, not two pieces.
Oh, 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, 46 seconds.
I did 38 the last time.
Oh, but I was a bit naughty the way I did it. Well done.
So, David, how would you feel about losing the record?
It's about time. It's been too long. I've held on to it too long, so I'm glad someone is about to take it. We have a bunch of young teenagers now who are breaking through, and if I can be the wise old man, kind of supporting them, helping them along, then I'll embrace that role.
I want to be a top-class grandmaster, hopefully 2750-ish, and that's pretty much my main goal.
I have a feeling we'll see him in the top 100 of the world within a few years, and from there, it's up to him whether he can hit the next level if he really dedicates himself to chess.
What a story. Overcoming difficulties and challenges with ambition and hard work. David, how cool is it that you've inspired so many youngsters in England? I'm so proud of that.
Yeah, I mean, if the only way I've inspired them is to come and take my records, then then my job is done. But yeah, it's so nice to see the young players, and it's actually really kind of reinvigorating for me as well, just to see their hunger, their drive, and their parents are doing a great job too. They've got great support networks, and they are the future after all. So the chess kids out there, yeah, keep up the good work.
Just amazing stuff by chess kids across the world, inspiring all of us in the studio. And we're also seeing inspired chess in Division 2 and Division 3. As always, our eyes and ears for the other two divisions. Simon Williams, he's joining us in our studio. Simon, what's the big news?
Yeah, lots of action. We're getting very near to the grand final in both Division 2 and 3, which will happen tomorrow. And let's just have a quick look at the results as they've been coming in today. So there's two brackets, remember, in each division. There's the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. The winner's bracket are players who have won every single match. And you can see Fedorcev there is into the grand final. But his opponent has dropped down to the losers final, and then you can see that Mamedyarov is being through to the losers final by beating Adriaking, and we keep moving through with Division 2 here, and that means that Mamedyarov then played against Yu Yong, who lost that match before. So Mamedyarov is now playing in the grand final against Fedorcev. So that is what's going to happen tomorrow, and that is going to be one brilliant match because both of these players are incredibly strong, and they're both very exciting players, and whoever wins that one goes through to Division 1. Now, Division 3, the losers final, we had Hari Krishna playing still against the young Denis Lazovic. And whoever wins this one goes through to the grand final against Picho of Argentina, who won yesterday and secured his place there. So it's the final day all round tomorrow. And if you win Division 2, you get 10,000 and a place in Division 1. If you win Division 3, you get 5,000 and a little clap from me as well. So there's lots to play for, especially that little clap.
Everything to play for. And wow, what a dream final there, Daniel, with Big Fish against the Shark.
I mean, Fedorcev has just impressed me so much. He's had very tough pairings thus far. Such a good rapid and blitz player. Very excited to watch the final. More excited to watch the Division 1 grand final. But chess fans have all the entertainment they could possibly ask for, including an Armageddon coming up right now.
Yes, the clocks are ticking, and we are waiting for the bids, and they are ready. Let's reveal the bids by the... Oh my God!
Wow.
Look at that! Jordan Van Foreest wins the bid with 3 seconds.
And he chooses white.
And we have never seen that happen.
Wow, he chose white there. That is crazy, actually.
I'm not sure he's chosen the colors, but yeah, the time that he's chosen, he's definitely been watching, because earlier today, Fabiano against Jules Moussard chose 9 minutes 58.
Wow.
So to go 5 seconds lower, that's great strategy. Great
We are getting a confirmation that Jordan Van Foreest, he won the bid and he has chosen white to start with.
White chose white.
Unbelievable. Which means that he has to win on demand.
I'm baffled. I'm choosing black every single time. You get 2 for 1. Like, it doesn't make sense to ever choose white, really. But that's his decision there. He's a very creative player. Maybe he has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? If he loses, everybody's going to criticize him. How could he have chosen white? If he wins, it'll be a genius decision. I honestly think that 5 minutes versus draw odds, that's pretty fair odds. That's why we have Armageddon in the first place. But I am surprised. It is a rare choice. Only the course of the game will tell us whether his choice was successful.
We've never seen something like this happen before. A player wins the bid and chooses to play white. Has to now win on demand. Wow, I'm still getting my head around this. He won the bid by 3 seconds.
Yep.
And we've seen 2 draws in this match so far. And there they are, they're ready to go. Jordan Van Foreest. David, you've got an expression of utter shock on your face right now.
I'm trying to work out the rules, Tanya. I've got to admit, I should probably know this, but we've never been in this situation before with someone choosing white. Does that mean he starts the game with 9 minutes?
No, 15 minutes. I think he starts with 15 minutes. White always starts with 15 minutes. Black starts with his bid, I think. Or no.
What? That's definitely confusing.
I'm pretty sure white starts with 15 minutes at all times. And black starts with the amount of time that he bid, which is 9:56.
Wow, we are going to get a confirmation on this.
Withdraw odds. Okay.
This is unprecedented in the Champions Chess Tour. It would be absolutely crazy if he starts with 9 minutes.
No, he doesn't. No, that's absurd. No, he starts with 15 minutes. I'm positive.
What's the point of the bid?
No, the bid is just to decide who
gets to choose the colors.
Gets to choose the color, but white always starts with the same amount of time.
Wow, okay. I would just bid 14 minutes 59 then and just let my opponent take...
whatever you want, bro.
Take whatever they've bid.
Wow, and we see Jordan there with a very bold decision to start with the white pieces. Fabiano Caruana with black will just have to draw to take the match, and there's so much on the line. It is the big spot to the grand final, and this is just unbelievable stuff what we're witnessing right now. If Jordan pulls this off...
Wow, it's the move of the year.
And we're not even talking about the chess moves.
Backing yourself, though, that's important. Like, we talk about rules in chess. Having confidence in any sport, in any game, is the key. And he's shown that's a boss move, saying, okay, I want white. I'm only going for the win. Nothing else matters.
Wow.
We're getting a big update right now that there was a misunderstanding. Jordan Van Foreest misunderstood the rules. And he has chosen the black pieces.
Oh, okay.
So it was a take back.
So he didn't lose his mind.
And sanity has been restored. He does start with 9 minutes 56 seconds on the 9 minutes 53 seconds on the clock, and he will be playing with the black pieces. Fabiano Caruana with white has to win on demand. That was unbelievable, and for a reason.
Definitely unbelievable. Well, now it's exactly. Hold on, here we go. We got moves.
It's another
Same
Spanish
thing. Man.
We need to see another opening. It's just Spanish today.
Ooh.
Bit of spice.
A deferred Steinitz from Jordan has been played against Fabi before.
And yeah, this one you rarely see at the top level. Fabi's, as you say there, Daniel, got great experience here. But a bit of an older variation, a bit of an older line, the deferred Steinitz. Rather than going for the classical main lines, rather than going for the Berlin, which seemed okay for him in the last game, Jordan, he's gone for a slightly strange setup here. White has full control over the center. Black slightly cramped, but black will try to break out later. Black very, very solid, we should mention. And that suits him in a situation where he just needs a draw. What do we think of the play so far? They've sped to this position, barely used 30 seconds each.
What do we know about their mouse skills? How good are they when it comes down to seconds? Because the kind of chess we've been seeing from these two so far today, a time scramble is expected, Daniel.
I think at this point, Fabi is probably a slightly better time scrambler. I mean, neither player plays a lot of bullet online, but the way Jordan has handled his time, I'm really not worried for him right now. We've got a lot of traits. Fabi playing the C4 variation, which is a very positional line. You're trying to clamp down on the D5 square. Jordan sticking a knight on D4. A bunch of minor pieces getting traded. I like Fabi's position, though. That knight is going to move back to E2. Jordan probably flirting with D takes C3, exchange sacrifice. I don't believe in that, though. I think he has to recapture D7.
Yeah, just take back that white light squared bishop. Your rook is hanging. You don't want to get kind of too bogged down in the details here. You don't want to burn 1 or 2 minutes on your clock calculating. And there we go. He eventually does make a decision. So we talk about the bishop pair quite a lot. Black has just got one bishop now and a doubled pawn structure. Wow, look at all the pawns on the D file right now. Whose piece is better here, the knight or the bishop? That's the big question.
I'm definitely taking the knight here because the bishop just doesn't have good targets. The bishop is pretty gross on F6. All it does is defend the pawn. We do have a target of even, eventually maybe a queen A4, not immediately, maybe now. Exactly, immediately.
Rook C2, rook F-C1, try to massage those queenside squares, get your knight back around to C4, but okay.
Everything pleasant for white. Very, very pleasant for white.
Yeah, we could well see an endgame later on of good white knight against that bad black bishop. Or we could see a position, as we keep seeing seemingly on a day-to-day basis right now, queen and knight versus queen and bishop.
Yeah, again.
Every time. I don't know what's in the air, what's in the water. What are these guys doing? What's in the air?
That air quality is in the air for Jordan, and the quality of that bishop matches the quality of his air. Fabi puts the queen on C4. Of course, the knight would really want that square, but the price of a move here isn't that high. White is in control here.
That black bishop has nothing to bite on. It's staring at its own pawn. It's got tunnel vision right now, and it's not liking where it's looking. The white knight has beautiful potential, still yet to find a great square. But if you pick up that white knight and put it on any light square around the center of the board, it's going to sit pretty for the rest of the game. It's going to completely dominate black's whole army. Yeah, I don't like it for black. I think objectively, 3 minutes down as well, James.
That's correct. I mean, I even have my own attacking chances. F4 might be a little bit too much, so we can just relax here. Whereas he does queen A2 and put the knight on C4 now.
That's a sick move. Fabi with some nice queen maneuvers in this match thus far. He just has to keep milking this position. He's kept a 5-minute time advantage. Jordan, I think he's preparing to go D5 in response to knight C4. Good defense here thus far by the Dutchman.
Yeah, he's doing all the right things, Jordan. He just needs to play quickly, confidently, and not allow any knockout blows, not allow Fabi to kind of post up one of these positions. He needs to be ready in F4.
F4 was for queen D5, I think. I mean, maybe now. It's a multi-purpose move, but I like queen D5, but I was deterred because of rook E5. So F4, now I can play rook queen D5 with maybe some rook C5 hinting at, or knight C4 to follow behind it. Put the queen, lead with the queen there. He might have queen E6, but I might have queen C6. So there's some little subtleties here. I think F4 was a really nice move here. If I go F5, though, it might be pushing too much because now my dark squares are extremely weak. The bishop has some targets he wants to go to now. I definitely like the F4, but now we have to figure out what's the follow-up. Maybe queen D5.
E5 is also something that has to be calculated.
Oh, yeah, correct. E5's sick.
But Fabi going very, very positional.
Hitting this pawn. Maybe he's asking the queen to challenge, and then he'll drop into the D5. Nope. I'm hanging a pawn. Don't do that, Fabi. Don't try that. And
Don't try that at home.
He doesn't have to try that one. And now it's about getting this white knight into the game. Okay, going for the queen trade, Jordan. Will you trade queens, Fabi? That is the big question. I think I would try to keep queens on if possible, but even taking them off the board looks very promising to me.
Yeah, queen takes B7 and knight C4. Really depends on the type of advantage that Fabi wants to have. Does he believe in his ability to grind out an edge in the endgame? Queen A2 is possible. That also looks like the most tempting option for me. You might get a repetition of moves, and maybe Fabi can switch his focus over to the king side after that.
Yeah, I saw the bar react as well, and it suddenly made me think maybe knight jumping into C4 immediately, not worrying about the fact that the queen trade will damage white's structure. White might win a pawn.
Wow, that is pretty sick. Maybe he goes rook back to, oh yeah, then dang, that's nice. 96, 94, ooh.
maybe we show this because it could be a key moment in this match. The knight jumping forward, hitting the rook, hitting this pawn. The queens are likely to come off. And at first it looks like black's rook is going to get active, hitting this weak pawn. But white is the first to start munching. White could take this pawn. You also have the option, actually, of just going passive, just defending. Black is struggling in this position strategically still because this bishop is so bad and the white knight so good. It all depends, I think. Fabi's calculating this variation. Knight takes pawn. I'm not sure where the black rook goes, to be honest, and maybe jumping back. The more I look at this, the more I think it's very tempting for white to win material.
He's going to find it. This is an amazing spot here, knight c4, and the fact that he's slowed down, he's taking his time, he's calculating his way over everything. Knight c4 is coming on the board.
Yeah, when the top players pause, you know their instincts are kind of screaming to them. Alarm bells are ringing, and I think it's on his radar, knight c4 at least. He's going to work out the consequences and decide whether that's more promising than going for this, for example.
Okay.
Wow.
Similar idea, but not winning a pawn directly, at least.
But I can understand it. I mean, f5 looks pretty tempting here, playing essentially on both sides, trying to induce weaknesses. That knight on c4 is really pretty. You would kill to have this position in a classical game, but in an Armageddon game, you're going to have to take some risks here to ultimately break down black's very solid defense. Yeah, the bishop isn't visually appealing, but it's defending the d6 pawn. Jordan maybe preparing for some active defense with that d5 pawn break we mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Rook to b3 also comes to mind. We showed a similar idea earlier. The black rook on the open b file sliding down. White only has one weakness, really, in the position, and that is the pawn defending the white knight. So maybe you can undermine that a bit later on. First, how to deal with the advance of white's pawns.
Rook f3.
Yeah, rook f3, covering everything.
Covering, trying to maybe double. Also some rook g3, kind of, but I mean, it doesn't really do that much.
This feels like a useful move in general.
Definitely.
He's just waiting.
Whoa.
Okay.
The
I was
breakout.
gonna say keeping the status quo, but no.
Mix it up.
Yeah.
What about ed5 and then f6 and try to get that e file? I'm a little bit skeptical about that move. I think Jordan might have mistimed it.
White's knight, after the elimination of the black pawn in the center, white's knight still sits nicely on the c4 square.
Look at the bar. The bar is like, yo, he's winning. I'm curious, what's the line? Takes f6, bishop, f8, rook d1, I guess, but then rook d8?
You can also just take d5, take g6, and go rook e2 to e6. I think Jordan's move looks good, but it actually creates a lot more problems than it solves.
We're seeing it happen on the board. Rook e2.
Rook e2 to e6.
And rook e6, that's unstoppable. I think Jordan's collapsing here from all sides. The a6 pawn also going to be hanging. This might just be lost.
I mean, from a few, that was only like a few. This game hasn't even been going that long.
It barely started.
Crazy.
The end game, they got into this end game. You think it's going to be a 50-move grind? Boom. Jordan cooperating by opening up the center. It only favored white.
Maybe Jordan should have taken the white pieces after that bit after all.
Look at how that knight dominates both the rooks. You want rook b6 or d6 to stop you from going into e6. You can't even go king f7. Literally, my rook is going to go to e6, whether you like it or not. That's a very, very strong configuration of pieces. Also on the light squares, look at my pieces all on light, besides the two pawns on A and B, but everything else on light here. Rook f5. That's a nice move.
Yeah.
Actually, okay. Maybe just rook e6 anyway. King f7, take.
And rook e6. Don't you just win a pawn?
Yeah, that works too. Just taking rook e6. Simple.
Yeah, we saw Fabi flex. The Fabi flex a few moments ago. He was like, yeah, I got this. I got this. And I think Tanya's variation on the board.
King g7, rook takes a6, and maybe rook b3. Like you said, David, black's only hope. He has to pin all of his hopes on that d3 pawn. Can he surround it? I think the answer might be no. Things getting even worse here.
Is this a tricky idea of trying to put the bishop on c1 and target those queenside pawn? You really want to get to the base of that pawn structure on the queenside. The b2 pawn. Is bishop c1 in the air?
He might have to try it. There's simply nothing else. Either you resign pretty much or you go for some active play, and we know Jordan loves his active play. Yeah, I think you're right, Tanya. That black bishop's going to dive into the white position and go pawn hunting. Still looks like it might be very slow. In the meantime, maybe 3 of your pawns will drop for black, but at least you pick off the base of the pawn chain, as you say, Tanya. Got to try it. There's nothing else. You simply cannot defend passively in this position.
There's absolutely no way to defend that a6 pawn. Jordan looking for his active defense here. Perhaps start marching up with the king before he goes with the bishop. He goes for the idea, targets white's pawns on the queen side. The problem is that there are so many weaknesses for black. The h6 pawn will also fall. I love this move by Fabi. Ambitious play, keeping that a pawn, and that's a super dangerous passer for black to handle.
just too easy for Fabi. I mean, these are moves, these are low-hanging fruit kind of moves.
Right.
He can decide between pushing his a-pawn further. H6 is hanging. I don't see a single source of counterplay for Jordan. Anytime he attacks the d3 pawn, white can just slide the king over to e2, and the knight on c4 also controls the b2 square. So black's rook has no active prospects. Rook b6, there might be no black rook at all after the rooks come off the board. This is essentially over.
Yeah, that was clinical. Rook b6 is so nice. Now we just push the pawn through. a5, a6, you can't stop. I get rook b7 in, and then I'm just trying to queen this pawn, number one. Number two, I can walk the king up. I can play g4 at some point. I have all the play. My knight's great on c4. Your bishop's only defending h6. This one is a clean win from Fabi if he's able to convert.
Yeah, this is just a masterclass in not allowing the opponent any activity, any counterplay at all. You can tell on the body language from Jordan. He just feels no hope at all, and that has been the case the whole game. It was a bit of a kind of a misstep in the opening, I think, to allow this knight versus bishop kind of face-off, and he's paid the price. That white knight has just been too strong the whole game.
And this really did feel like a one-sided Armageddon. Just amazing play by Fabi, who needed to win on demand with the white pieces, and he just never gave any chance for Jordan van Foreest to stay in control in that position. And right now we are seeing amazing precision in the endgame as well. A rook trade is essentially lost, but avoiding it doesn't help as well. The a-pawn just step-by-step marching down the board. Do you see any chances at all for Jordan to set up those tricks? We've seen him make comebacks in matches.
Zero, because all of white's pieces are also on light squares. The king can move up to f3. That bishop is utterly helpless. It's like having the wrong type of screwdriver and you're trying to screw something in. Once that pawn reaches a6, everything is on perfect squares. And white doesn't even have to promote that pawn. White can just go around and start mopping up the kingside pawns. I think Jordan might be a couple steps away from resignation. I would play rook a7, a5, and try to bring that king into f7. But all of that is going to end up as a moot point.
Yeah, this is going to be hopeless. Threats already of rook b7, threats of the knight jumping in, winning pawns. Everything is wrong, and doesn't look like Jordan is even going to continue this game. Just to show, a rook trade doesn't help either. This pawn is simply going to be too fast to promote. The black king way too far away. And we can tell by his clock usage as well. Down now to 3 minutes. It's physically going to be hard to complete this game, even if you didn't have a lost position. So Jordan, he's had such a good run in this tournament. He's been so impressive, in such good shape, such good form. But when you come up against Fabi, it's just another level.
Yeah, and I mean, the level was great actually from Jordan, even to make it to Armageddon here. But I mean, Fabi just brought out the best here, blazing, and I think Jordan might have moved a little bit too quickly.
No, that's it. The bishop actually has no squares. Rook b7.
Wow.
Maybe, or just rook. I would just play rook takes h6,
right.
And I think Jordan's going to resign if he does that.
Yeah, black's playing without a rook. The rook is totally incapacitated there in front of the white pawn. There we go. Pawns on both sides of the board. The h pawn is going to start running soon. It's going to be game over.
And that knight on c4 has been the dragon in white's position, just keeping everything under control. No chances for black. Was that the hero in this Armageddon?
One of the many heroes. The white rook has been no slouch either. Just impressive piece.
King e4, king d5 is the sort of Russian schoolboy approach. Yeah, I think Fabi, if he really wants to savor how winning his position is, he will delay the moving of the g-pawn.
G5 is begging to be played, but Fabi's slowing down. I think we might see your move, Daniel, king e4.
Yeah, why crown this glory? Why promote a pawn when you can advance with the white king?
Right.
And look at that clock situation. 7.5 minutes for Fabi.
Oh, poor
I think Jordan knows it. Yeah.
Yeah,
heartbreaking.
Tough. Played so well.
All right, Fabi, let's get down to business. There it is.
There it is.
I think this is resign time for Jordan.
Yeah, look at the domination. Those pieces on the most beautiful squares you'll ever see in an endgame. This is the definition of good knight versus bad bishop, and soon we'll be down at the good knight.
Yes, we will.
And given another check just to make the black king even more passive before he goes pawn hunting. And these are the last few moments for Jordan van Foreest in the ChessKid Cup.
Fabi with the lean back and just relaxed and calm. Understands I'm playing Abdusattorov tomorrow.
Yep. Any move here wins. You can take a pawn. You can step forward with the white king. You can maybe even just give a knight check. There we go.
Oh, bishop d6, a7. Wow.
Beautiful.
That's going to end it officially.
No way to stop the promotion. Just clearing up the 7th rank for the rook, so Black King cannot step on to B7. Just such amazing, once again, the full board awareness by Fabi. Tactics everywhere.
Yeah, he's not resigned yet. I thought he was about to push that button. Nothing to do. White's going to make a new queen.
Wow.
Yep.
That's it.
That's it. Fabiano Caruana takes the match against Jordan van Foreest, and you can see the relief on Fabi's face. It's been a long day in the office for the American Grandmaster, taking the first match in the Armageddon, and there Jordan, he's such a fighter. He's played fantastic chess with big upsets here in the ChessKid Cup. It's been so much fun to watch the entertaining action that Jordan brings to the board. His creativity for today, facing Fabi at his absolute best, was a tough task from the start. And David, once again, a flawless game there by Fabiano Caruana. What's the big ChessKid takeaway moment?
A few big takeaways from this game. I actually am tracing Jordan's big mistake to back in the opening. It's hard to be too critical, but it was this move that allowed the eventual domination of the black bishop by the white knight. And here, I think just a trade of the wrong set of minor pieces. You have to be so aware here, ruining the black pawn structure as well in the process. Black now is saddled with these weak pawns in the middle of the board, which actually persisted till the end of the game. And after a few more trades here, we did see that white knight, which eventually found a beautiful post on c4, compared to the sad black bishop, which never got into the game. Just if we fast forward to the final position to show why Jordan van Foreest resigned, it was after this knight check, still good knight versus bad bishop. If bishop takes knight, finally eliminating that beautiful steed, pawn to a7, and there's no way to prevent a queen from appearing next move. What a game. Beautiful from Fabiano Caruana.
Just amazing chess there. And we do have fabulous Fabi joining us from Madrid. Fabi, congratulations.
Thank you, Tanya.
What a day of chess this has been. The first match against Jules went down to the Armageddon. You took it in that one there. And this one as well, to the wire, an absolutely wild ride. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been a tough road to get here, but I'm very happy about it. And yeah, today was a mixed bag, but overall, I mean, it's so tough, these short matches, and especially with 2 Armageddons, that I'm reasonably happy with how I played, even though I think against Jewel, the second game was unnecessary. I mean, I had a huge advantage and basically no risk, and then I blundered b3, and suddenly I had to fight in a very complex endgame, which is not really what I was aiming for. But the Armageddons were both very smooth, so that was really where everything went right today.
We thought all day your chess was just super smooth, just flawless play in so many games. And Fabi, I want to draw your attention to one particular moment. I know you've played so many games today, but it was the game 1 with Jordan. And there was this really amazing sequence of moves which ended with you sacrificing your queen after the whole knight h4 tactical skirmish. How much of it had you foreseen in advance when Jordan went h3?
Yeah, so when he played rook e3, I understood he was trying to trick me. But then I thought I'd try to trick him in his trick by playing, because I saw this knight f6, which was obviously his trick. And I don't know if he finally tricked me or if he hadn't seen this h3 in advance. I had seen h3, but I didn't see that he could trap my queen with rook g4. I thought I'd just take the knight, I put my king on h8, and of course, otherwise I would never go for this, because I was slightly better if I hadn't gone for knight h4. I mean, I have no risk in the position, so definitely there was no reason to go for this. But I still wasn't worried, because I figured, like when I went down this line, I figured even if I blunder something, most likely I will be able to sack my queen in some way and make a draw. And this is not a particularly complex fortress, so I wasn't too worried, because very often there's fortresses even when you just have a rook against queen, but rook and bishop is almost always a fortress. Although I did see that very recently. Boris Gelfand lost rook, bishop, and pawn against queen and 2 pawns. So that can be tricky. But with equal pawns, I think it's almost always a draw.
So, Fabi, is it safe to say that you believe in fortresses?
I mean, we're still. When did Magnus say this? Was it like 2016? We're still on this. It
never gets old.
7 years ago. Yeah, I do believe in some fortresses.
You showed that to us in a flawless way today. And Fabi, you will be facing Nodirbek, Abdusattorov in the final, grand final tomorrow. Looking ahead, your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, considering he has 2 lives, I guess I am an underdog in this match. But if I get past the first one, I do feel like there is some psychological edge going into the second one. Although I do wonder about this sometimes. Maybe it's a very individual thing, because some people would let's say start to feel like they're messing it up if they lose the first match, and that would tilt them. But sometimes if you win the first match, you feel like your job is done, and of course it's only halfway, so that can also relax you. So there's a lot of dynamics with the double elimination format. But of course, I mean, he has 2 lives, and he's been showing super consistent chess. It's going to be really, really tough, and I would be I would be lying if I said I definitely don't feel like a bit of an underdog to win 2 matches against him. But I'll try my best, and I'm very happy to be here in the final.
Fabi, it's a dream final. We're so excited to see both you and Nodirbek fight it out tomorrow. It was a fantastic day of chess, and we had a fantastic art competition, and we had kids from across the world sending drawings of all the players participating in ChessKid Cup, and we've got one for you.
I saw these last night, and I couldn't stop laughing for like 5 minutes straight. I was cracking up. I mean, mine is great. I do want to meet the kid who drew that, because I think that he has a real future, or she has a real future in being an artist.
I was actually
and possibly also in chess.
They actually win a 1-year ChessKid membership, so that's also good news there, Fabi. We'll have that drawing sent to you for sure. But it's been definitely really heartwarming to get all the entries and the winners of the drawing competition. Fabi, congratulations for today. You get that art piece, and we'll see you back tomorrow with the big fight against Nodirbek.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
See you later. Fabiano Caruana with a fantastic performance there today, winning against Jules and then winning against Jordan van Foreest. And of course, there's been fantastic performance all around in the Champions Chess Tour. Simon, what have you got for us?
Yeah, quick update in Division 3, but before we go there, does he really win that artwork? Yeah, that's going to be... Fabi really wins the artwork. You're going to deliver it to him? That's going to be the best treat of his life, I'm sure. I can see him framing that on the wall in a really good place. In Division 3, we have a final now. So the final is going to be a match we've already seen once before. And it's going to be Hari Krishna, who beat the young player born in 2006. Denis Lazovic is going to have another shot at Alan Pitcho. And the first time these two played, I did think that Harry was favourite, but Alan Pitcho played really well and got a nice trick in the opening. So this is a rematch, another chance. But let's remember, as Fabi also said there, you've got to win twice as the underdog, because if you haven't lost a match, then you get a second chance in the grand final. So you have to say everyone who has the second chance must be the favourite, and Alan Pitcho performing really well, brilliantly.
Thank you so much, Simon, for that. And of course, we've got big matchups coming up tomorrow in all the divisions. Let's take a look at our bracket going into the big grand final of Division 1. Fabiano Caruana, what a day. And it's not just the scoreline. It's not just going through, but the quality of chess. That is Fabi at his absolute best, and he will be playing another player who has been unstoppable in the Champions Chess Tour so far in the ChessKid Cup. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Daniel, is that a dream final?
It absolutely is. Listen, it's not Alireza, it's not Hikaru. We thought that they would last longer than they did, but 2 players who have shown the best form and the most consistency thus far in the ChessKid Cup are rewarded. It's a Herculean task for Fabi. We'll have to beat Nodirbek in 2 matches, but if he shows the same form he has this tournament, he's got a serious fighting chance.
James, is there a favorite?
Yeah, right now it looks like Abdusattorov, because, I mean, he has the 2. You have to be beaten twice, right? But, I mean, Fabulous Fabi has definitely showed out. He only lost 1 match, and that was to Abdusattorov, so he's looking for revenge.
Looking for revenge? Chat. Get involved. Tell us, who are you rooting for in the big grand final coming up? The winner will punch their ticket to the season final at the end of the year. There is big drama tomorrow, and we are so excited to bring you the action. It truly is the dream final. We will see you there.
No tactics, nothing flashy. It's old man chess, as I like to say, just slowly accumulate the small positional advantages.
Forces the trade 1 second.
Ooh, coming off the black king
that
now.
move by Fabi. He just cooperated with Jules. Now knight f5 comes to check.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Fabiano Caruana takes the match against Jordan Manfred.